Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into Torry Gymnasium as Day 2 starts here in TOC. I'm alongside Jeff Little as we get ready for the Paideia Pythons versus the DeKalb Barbs, the first game of Day 2. Jeff, how are we feeling?
Very good. I know how you guys feel. I was here for the girls' game finishing up late last night, and we're back here early this morning, so it should be a great game.
Best part of this tournament, you wake up early, or early morning basketball is a lot better than you might think. You think you wake up too early, feeling groggy, and although sometimes, it's like that, but once the games get going, the energy gets flowing and everything goes together.
A lot of times those Saturday morning games, a lot of players and coaches can relate back to those are usually the underclass games that start early on a Saturday morning.
No, but these are the best of the best that we're getting to see. So
absolutely.
Should be in for a good one. DeKalb, the first team to play 2 games in the tournament.
I was thinking about that last night. A lot of these teams are in a situation where, you're playing top caliber competition each and every game, and then you're going to turn around and play someone just as good the next day. Or, it's very incredible.
And the national anthem underway. Beautiful rendition of the national anthem. That signifies they're getting ready for basketball here on this Saturday, this Tuesday, Wednesday morning. There we go, third time's a charm. But Jeff, back to what you said about the, these teams playing such good competition early on in the day, and how does that affect? You had a coaching career. You coached here at Washington for a couple of years on the boys and girls side. How does that affect not being able to prepare against these really good teams? Because usually when you have a good team roster or scheduled, you can circle it and really game plan.
Well, I think a lot of these teams, they look at film at night and that kind of thing. But yeah, obviously in this tournament setup situation, you don't have the time to prepare the way you would maybe during the regular season. You maybe have prepared, looked at some film ahead of time, and then as the game's approaching. But having played Metamora last night and then turning around and playing at 9:45 this morning, DeKalb, I'm sure, went back, got a bite to eat. Coach has probably talked a little bit about this. And, with Paideia being a newer team maybe on their schedule, obviously, you're kind of going out and playing and doing the things you want and have to make some in-game adjustments here.
Certainly so. We'll get the DeKalb starting lineups here in a second. I can't see the final player for them, but for Paideia, we'll go with C.J. Harper, the junior guard. Tristan Mitchell, Caden Elridge, Reggie Mormon, and David
Oglesby Smith.
Oglesby Smith, that's right. Should be a good one here in Torry Gymnasium. Another one that I was thinking about is, since DeKalb played yesterday in a tough game against Metamora, does that kind of benefit Paideia? Because they're able to, kind of not necessarily watch film, but could necessarily watch film,
Well, I don't know what their travel schedule was, but they may have arrived yesterday, probably did, obviously, and arrived, and maybe they came and watched the game, had a chance to sit and watch half of it or the whole game, whatever, but yet at the same time, this is maybe their first game out. We talked about that as far as the boys last night versus the girls. The girls have played for a week, and, both Peoria, Notre Dame, and Washington had 3 and 4 games under their belts, and you could tell it was a little bit different feel to that game versus, I mentioned it last night. I don't care if you're a freshman playing in a varsity game or a senior. It's the first game of the year, and all those practices you've had, coach has been harping on you about things, and now all of a sudden it's at a faster speed. Game speed is different than practice. I mean, no matter how much coaches want it to be the same, it's not. So, here we go.
Tip is won by Paideia. Driving middle, passes out to the top of the key. Three-point shot is up and good to start it off by C.J. Harper.
And he's one of the better players here for Paideia, so.
Harper has a Southern Georgia offer. Another response really quickly there by Devon Grant. He was a key player for them in the game yesterday against Metamora.
Went right inside and attacked in the lane.
Harper has it again, top right. Sets a screen. Driving in, dishes out to the corner. Three-point shot is up, off the mark. Rebounded by DeKalb, fighting for it down low. Paideia gets it back, gets it to CJ. Driving in, bounce pass down low is good for David Oglesby Smith. So good start.
DeKalb looks a little bit lost defensively. They've left players open a couple times here early, but you expect that to change as the game goes on.
Grant hands it back off. This is over to the corner, driving in. Pass around the side. Takes the pass to a wide open, the top of the key. Three-point shot is up and good for Jackson Keys. So defensively, a little problems early on for DeKalb, but offensively they're answering right back, 5-5.
Yeah. Both teams man-to-man defense here to start with and really aggressive. DeKalb getting out in pressure, and that's what we saw last night against Metamora as well.
Back out to CJ. On the right side. Mid-range jumper off the mark. Rebound DeKalb.
He's a smooth left-handed player and, went hard to his right, pulled up, little mid-range game.
Mid-range jumper is good for Sean Reynolds. Right at the free throw line. The timeout is called. Another thing I want to talk about, you look at the benches as they kind of clear here for the timeouts. Look how much of a difference it is in terms of players for DeKalb. They have a lot more players.
I have some family in from the Atlanta area, and I asked them about Paideia, and they said that it's actually kind of a smaller school. I think in Georgia they have like an 8-class system. So they have they're actually playing, here a little short-handed maybe, but I'm sure they'll be able to deliver.
Certainly is. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities and cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career. Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you, Intercon. So we get set after the timeout. They give it to Harper. Harper and Mitchell coming up the court. Guarded by Bolden.
DeKalb kind of changed defenses here, went to a little bit of a 2-3 maybe matchup, we'll extend that 2-3 zone.
Back over to Mitchell. Mitchell drives in. Tries to find a man, gets intercepted. Jackson Keys yet again for his second bucket of the night. Good start to the game for him, but quickly back in transition. And they get the ball back on a turnover.
Yeah, they tried to push up and beat the defense back and kind of lost the dribble there.
Sean Reynolds dishes out to the corner to Keys. Keys, three-pointer up and good again. Jackson Keys is taken over right now for the Barbs.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the fact that DeKalb played a game last night and they're a little more in tune with what they're doing defensively now and kind of slowing things down. We'll see if the shot clock comes into play here with the zone defense.
Second year of the shot clock here for IHSA tournaments. Mitchell passing over to Harper on the side. Whistles will blow.
Yeah, that's a very active zone defense, really aggressive and extend the defensive pressure, and that looks good. I like the way that defense plays.
It has definitely helped them since that timeout.
Well, the one thing that Paietta's got in their advantage is C.J. Harper. I mean, when that shot clock's running down, you get a guy like him with the basketball. He can create for himself or his teammates.
Mitchell has it up top. Passes over to Harper on the left wing. Driving in. Mid-range J up and good for Harper. So as you mentioned, on the money.
That's a That is a big-time move right there, just to pull up and shoot that little 15-footer. So many kids want to shoot from behind the arc and don't even think about that or take it all the way to the rim.
Driving layup good for Marcus Bolden. Mitchell over to Harper. Harper on the left side.
I think Paideia would love to get somebody kind of flash into that high post. There's going to shoot the perimeter shot.
Deep three by Mitchell, no good. Bolden has it, driving in, little Euro step, up and good. So good job attacking down low for the Barbs early on here in this first quarter.
He had a decision to make there. He could either take the layup under some contested. He had Keys wide open in the corner for probably another three.
Harper, Mitchell.
There's a little better movement from Paideia. They get somebody to flash to the high post, and they look for a high-low against that 2-3. That's one of the ways you can exploit it. Use the short corner some.
Murphy Mullins will check in for the Pythons. Harper inbounding.
I noticed on the Paideia Python roster, a lot of younger kids that are playing down there on the bench. This will be quite an experience for them because, no matter how much you practiced against your varsity teammates, going against somebody that could be 3 years older than you will make a little bit of difference.
Certainly will. Harper draws the foul there. He'll shoot two. But, that's another one, too. We talked about, the size of the rosters. Those younger players are going to get a lot of minutes, and so that can be very beneficial for them later on in their high school career.
Well, and it's important early in the season that they're getting those minutes. I mean, and hopefully they're in a situation where they can succeed or do some things to help the team. So, it is important, and it'll be key. That's what we talked about, last night. I think all the coaches are just gaining such valuable experience against, like we've mentioned, top quality competition. Your team's going to get better wins or losses this week.
Harper no good on the first free throw attempt. The second one will fall. Sean Reynolds has it, driving right, guarded tightly by Mitchell. I'm going to say he stepped out of bounds in the right corner.
Saw the Pythons kind of extend some pressure, maybe go to a little bit of a half-court trap and create the turnover.
Harper has it at the logo. Over to Mitchell. Screen set by Mullins. Mitchell drives in, dishes down low, and the layup is up and good by David Oglesby-Smith. So good sequence there for the Pythons. Keys has it, guarded tightly by two. Dishes down low, hands it over. Circling around to the corner. Nearly stripped. Whistles will blow.
Well, and you see, like I said, the Pythons kind of extended to a little bit of a half-court trap, but, DeKalb with a senior-laden roster, they recognize the change in defenses and handled that one pretty well.
Seemed like it might have gotten away from them a little early, but they're battling back here, cutting the deficit from 10 down to 6.
And it could be personnel-wise. They've made a couple substitutions, Paideia has, and so maybe they've gone here to a 1-2-2 zone. Almost another turnover.
Miller has it, almost lost it, but he keeps control. Over to Reynolds, top of the key. Passes back over to Miller. Driving in, dishes to the corner to Keys. Shot attempt off the mark. Rebound by DeKalb. Keys bounce pass over the middle. Back to Keys. Dishes to the left corner. Now Paideia is showing a little bit of a defensive front here.
Shot clock at 20. Keys probably had a shot there. Ball gets deflected. Layup, Tristan Mitchell.
Great defensive effort there.
That's 5 straight by the Pythons to, like you said, claw their way back into this at 16-12.
Over to Keys, left Panther logo. Now Reynolds in the left corner. That shot is up and good. The team that can shoot, got to be careful with that.
That 1-2-2 zone, it's a good defense, but it's also one that you can exploit by screening the baseline there like they did. And if you fight through that, then you got a post player inside, or you can flash somebody to the high post. So there are holes in it, but good sequence there for DeKalb.
Harper driving inside, a lot of contact, and he will get it No good on the shot attempt, but he will shoot 2.
Well, we've already seen more charge block calls to people trying to take charges. So the Jody Brown charges from State Farm, we were looking forward to those last night, didn't get any, and maybe we'll get one today.
Hopefully so. There was a couple of games that, came down to the wire. There was sure a lot of Intercon. A lot of Intercon was getting their money's worth for sure. This game moving pretty smoothly, though. First one up and good by Harper. You got to love his game. He's a very smooth player. Like you said earlier, can really operate around the mid-range well.
Yeah, this, players have just become so athletic, but sometimes I feel like kids have fallen in love with three-point shots and dunks and, and things that get you on the highlights, and that seems to be what they want to do, and then there's just so much more to the game than those two things.
Bolden has it, passes over to the middle. Back over to Keys. He's been the guy for this game so far. Back to Keys, top of the key, dishes down to the middle, in the paint. Shot attempt off the mark. Just dropped it.
Done a great job of really controlling the game, the guards for DeKalb have.
Smith drives in, his shot attempt no good. Keys has it in transition. Good eyes. Back to the paint. Shot attempt no good. See a couple more free throws. Both teams doing a good job of attacking the paint early.
Yeah, I mean, again with them in that zone defense, and DeKalb did a great job. Keys gets a rebound, pushes the ball up the court. He's a good player. He handles the ball well and can shoot it. And again, being seniors out there, he recognizes the defense and where the gaps are going to be, where the holes are going to be, and kids can put it on the floor and take it, put pressure on the defense.
First shot is good. Subbing in for the Pythons, Reggie Mormon. And out goes Harper. So first look of what they'll look like without their number one guy.
Yeah, this is a normal coaching rotation where you take a guy here out at the end of the first quarter and give him a little bit of an extended rest. He'll get these 40 seconds and then that extra minute. So
second shot attempt no good by Straughter. Over to the corner, driving inside with the contact and one.
Looks like they're going to call it on the floor. Good drive by Oglesby Smith. He put it down hard on the baseline and took it strong to the basket.
Kind of shot it from behind the backboard there. So sorry, not an in one. They're going to inbound.
Looks like Oglesby Smith will be the one handling the ball here with Harper out.
Oglesby Smith jumper off the mark. Rebound to DeKalb. Bolden has it, kind of just winding down the clock. 14 left here in the first. Gives it over to Newman. Passes to the corner. They get a good shot. No, they cannot. Oglesby Smith gets the block and almost
banks one in from half court.
That would have been a sequence for them. 13-20 is the score with DeKalb up at the end of the first quarter. I'm going to give a quick thank you to our sponsors. Back to Intercon Engineering. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and gunset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. As well as the City of Washington welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and diverse mix of business and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. We provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients, large and small. Contact us to be a part of the next project. Go titan.com or .us for additional information. And Teamworks. Teamworks is proud to be the official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Countryside Banquet and Facility. Countryside Banquet is catering the official facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the home of the tournament annual Thanksgiving dinner. So Thank you to all of our great sponsors.
And they all do such a great job. I mean, they're a big, important part of this tournament and bringing in the kinds of teams from as far away as they come and are treated with such great hospitality. I mean, I would imagine when Sean calls some of these coaches and gives them the name of a school that maybe they know about that has been here in the past, I'm sure that the word is a good one that gets spread. So
certainly has so many great people to make this tournament go around. Keys has it for DeKalb. Dribbling to the right side, dishes to the opposite to Reynolds. His three-point shot off the mark. Rebound by DeKalb. Driving in. Back out to Reynolds. Passes up the shot a little high there to Keys. Keeps it on their side of the court. Reynolds in the corner again. The second chance for him is up and good.
Again, you see Python's in that 1-2-2 zone, and just some good patience by DeKalb. Move the ball, almost turned it over there in the backcourt, but save it and get a three by Reynolds from the corner.
Over to Harper. Holds onto the ball there. One-on-one situation for him. Over to Mormon. He drives in. Back up top to Willingham. He's going to drive in, loses the ball. Recovered by DeKalb. Looks like he lost his footing on that transition. Reynolds over to the opposite corner to Keys. Couldn't find out who it was going for, and that'll be a turnover. A little confusion there. Mormon has it driving up. Gives it over to C.J. Harper. Harper driving in. Off-balance shot is good. I was going to say a little questionable of a shot, but he came down with it.
I thought that could have been an and one. He got a little bit of a bump and a push as he left the ground off balance. 12, 15-footer. That was a tough shot from the wing.
Bolden over to Keys, back to Bolden. Guarded by Willingham. Keys over to Reynolds in the corner. Another three-point attempt by Reynolds. That one no good. Offensive rebound. Gives it to Keys, over to the corner. Bolden's shot no good. Another.
I think you see a little bit of the difference in the way the two teams have attacked the zones here. DeKalb has really, they've got three perimeter shooters, and then they've got two post players inside, one high and one low, and they really are looking to get it in there, and then as the defense collapses, they're able to get some perimeter looks, and then they crash the board. So
Devon Grant's first trip to the line. First one is up and good. I like what you said about that too. Look at these teams. Neither one of them have like a true, in terms of like size, big man. So it just comes down to scheme at that point. And when you play other teams, maybe teams that do have a big man, that can definitely kind of even the odds a little bit if you don't have that true guy.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams don't have that true big guy. They have somebody, and kids are so different now in terms of being players. They're so skilled at 6'4", 6'5". What used to be, hey, there's our post guy. Those kids can shoot it and put it on the floor, and so they talk about positionless basketball. I mean, it's kind of become that to some degree, but yet at the same time, I might be called on. My role might be to guard that post player or be that post player, inside player for my team.
Absolutely. Harper over to Mitchell. Mitchell, a deep three is good. Good way to answer back for the Pythons. Reynolds has it, guarded by Mooresman over to Keys. Miscommunication there. Grant, but he's back to the corner. Keys, another three-point shot.
In and out. Right there.
Good heads-up play there by Reynolds.
Looks like he might have got a little bit of a bump there as well. Sometimes these teams that come in from out of state, I wonder how their state rules maybe are a little different. Do they play with the 5 foul per quarter thing like we are here in the tournament, like we do in Illinois or so on? And some of them could be National Federation rules, so they could be consistent without, but I know there are some differences in that sort.
Yeah, I think the big one is I'm not sure if they play with the shot clock, but for a lot of teams around the area, don't often play with it.
Right.
So that's kind of cool to see how teams adjust.
Yeah, and I think from a old-timer standpoint, you think, oh my gosh, it's got to be so different. But I can't recall maybe on one hand the number of possessions that have come down to the final 5 seconds. Reynolds hits another three from the corner there for DeKalb.
Reynolds and Keys have been lethal from downtown early on in this game. Mitchell driving in.
Well, and you can just, from an experienced coach's standpoint, I can just tell those kids are seniors with some experience and leadership skills out there, and they get the team in the right spots.
Back over to Reynolds, and he'll hit one yet again. Second three here in the second quarter.
You've seen that 2 or 3 times where they've gotten baseline dribble penetration, and they always have a player rotated to the weak side corner, and if the defense doesn't rotate down, it ends up being a good look from the corner.
The timeout is called there. This timeout is powered to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities and cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 4:49 here left in the second quarter. 18-30, a little bit of a separation of 12-point lead. However, it has been pretty close if you look at the game itself.
Well, and I think every time DeKalb's kind of stretched it out a little bit. They got it to 10, and then the next thing you know, you look up and it's back down to 6. And now they've hit a couple in a row, so that 6-point lead's grown here to 12. So, it's just a matter of runs. A lot of games are kind of like that. One team goes on a little bit of a run, and Paideia probably will put the ball in C.J. Harper's hands here to see if they can get themselves a basket and get back in it. But I tell you, he's a good enough player where he's created for his teammates a little bit as well. So, if the defense overcommits, I think you'll see a good shot for a teammate. So
Harper's definitely had a good showing so far early on. 9 points for him. But another thing I noticed, I feel like we kind of talked about this, just, DeKalb's presence down low has really been known, and that's kind of opened up those shots because they fear of the buckets down low, and they get the open shots.
Well, and then you're not really talking about like you said, there's no 6'8", 6'10" post player, but there's a situation where they're still trying to get it in there, and those kids can finish around the basket. Harper with that baseline drive, pull up.
Harper gets into double digits now with 11 points. 20-30, cuts it to a 10-point lead. Keys over to Grant, back over to Reynolds, guarded by Mooresman.
Back to a man-to-man here for the Pythons.
Quick pass by Reynolds, down low. One-on-one in the post. The shot is no good. Back out top of the key, driving in, floater. Second chance opportunity, no good, but they get the offensive rebound again.
Good hustle there by Reynolds. Loose ball, comes up with it.
Passes to Grant down low, and he is good. So
Bolton's great dribble penetration against the man-to-man. The help comes. He dishes off to a teammate. Nice reverse layup.
Grant had 14 and 7 yesterday against Metamora. Harper. Mitchell top of the key, guarded by Keys. Over to Harper on the right wing. Mid-range J again, up and good.
When you've got a player like him that's so good offensively to create, and he shoots at the high percentage he has here in the first half, it makes it tough. You're going to have to run some extra people at him and try to deny him the ball.
Over to the wing to Reynolds. His shot in and out. Second time that's happened for him.
Yeah. The threes they've taken have been in smooth, in rhythm kind of shots, and
Harper's three-point shot up and good. Back-to-back points for him. He's on fire. 16 points here.
And just like that, the 12-point lead now is back down to 7 with 2 straight possessions. Changing defenses again. I think sometimes coaches that like to change defenses like this, it just changes the flow of the game,
Another three-point shot by Reynolds. That one up and good. So his shots have either been in or bobbled in and out. His confidence is high.
Yeah, he doesn't act like that he missed the last one. I think he's one of those kids that's probably a good enough shooter that he thinks they all are supposed to go in.
Definitely is. Harper top of the key over to Mitchell to the left. Guarded by Keys. Mitchell driving in, gets blocked. Back to Harper on the right side. Guarded by Bolden. Screen set, driving in. Hop step. Another three-point shot. That one no good. Rebound by DeKalb. They fight for it. Keys passing down low to Grant, dishes to the corner to Bolden. Bolden's three-point shot, no good. Offensive rebound, bounces off Python player, but it will be Python ball.
I don't know if it went back off of him, off of Bolton as he was out of bounds, or if he stepped on the line before he threw it off the Python player. I think you talked about the short bench for Paideia. I wonder if, as this tournament wears on, if you're going to see, the kids that are having to play a lot of minutes for them, if that's going to be something that wears on them as the week goes on.
Especially just playing these back-to-back games, and definitely keep an eye out on that. Mitchell has it at the logo. Get over to Mormon.
And you see the way DeKalb here is defending Harper. They put number 30 in the game here for DeKalb. He is just simply face guarding him and following him all around. Good drive to the basket there by Tristan Mitchell.
Good sequence there. C.J. Harper drove in, got his own rebound, passes back out to Mitchell, drives in.
Chance for the old-fashioned three.
Checking into the game is David Oglesby-Smith. He had a pretty good start to the game as well. A couple of layups. Great defensively. Mitchell's shot. No good. A little bit of a defensive switch now for the Pythons.
Again, extend their pressure off, even off the missed free throw there. But again, with senior guards out there like DeKalb has, they had no problems. They recognized the change.
Reynolds has it, guarded by Mormon. Over to the corner. Driving inside, 1-on-2. No good on the layup attempt. Attacking the post yet again, and that one is good.
Dribble drive, nice, great bounce pass across there.
Justin O'Neal with the contact finish. Oglesby-Smith back over to Mitchell. Give C.J. Harper a break.
Again, I'm sure they don't want this game to get away from him here, but give him a little bit of an extended rest before halftime.
Driving inside, over to the corner. Oglesby-Smith, the three. Just off the mark. Rebound by Reynolds in transition. Is over, trying to get an athletic finish, just a little bit too far on the pass.
But again, good job looking down the floor. It's a situation where you can hold it for one, but if you can get a quick layup, you'll take it.
Keys driving left. Time ticking down. Reynolds the three. No good. Rebound to DeKalb, puts it back up, and it's good. You see, that was Miles Newman with the bucket for the Barbs to end the half.
DeKalb's done such a good job, dribble penetration, getting great shots, offensive boards, a lot of things working right for DeKalb here in the first half.
If you're Paideia, what is your game plan going into this second half? You've shown that you can get back in the game.
Yeah, that's the hard part. I mean, when you're down 12 here at half, you can get back in it. You can claw your way back to 6 or 5. I mean, that last basket's kind of a backbreaker. You prefer to go in, 10 down or single digits, and now it's 12 points. But, you fight so hard to get back in it. But, you can because you've shown those stretches. You got to get some consistent stops. You got to get back-to-back stops on the defensive end. And, I would think if I was in the locker room right now, I'd be saying, hey, we got to rebound. When they do shoot and miss, they don't shoot and miss a lot. But when they do, we've got to rebound. And, then we can maybe get a chance to get out and score and get ourselves back in the game. So
that definitely has been DeKalb's strong suit. They've, like you said, haven't missed very often, but when they do, they get their offensive rebounds very efficiently. And, if you want to get back in this game, you're going to have to stop that and take control of the boards. But we're going to take a quick break, send it back down to Uftring Tournament Central. For me and Jeff Little, we'll see you guys in the second half.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Featuring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Wesley Stombaugh here alongside St. John Bosco head coach Matt Dunn. Coach, thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
You guys are from Bellflower, California. How was the trip?
The trip was good. The drive-in last night was a little rough. It took us about 4 hours to get here from the airport, so never made it to the gym last night. But we're here safely and excited and ready to go.
How are the guys adjusting to the Illinois Thanksgiving weather?
This isn't too bad. We've been fortunate. We've traveled quite a bit. We were in Missouri last year and it was negative 23. So compared to that, this is like a sunny California day.
Yeah, it can certainly get a lot worse in the Midwest around this time. This is your second year in the TOC. What are your impressions of the tournament so far?
Yeah, it's incredible. That's why we're back. Had a great experience in 2021, and excited to be back. I think the level of play from watching on the live stream has been really high, and we're excited to get started tonight.
Could you take us through some of the rest of your schedule? What are some games you're looking forward to, and just the rest of the season? What are your goals?
We travel quite a bit. We play in Hoop Hall West in Arizona. We play in Hoop Hall East in Massachusetts. And then we have quite a couple of pretty big tournaments. And then 4 of the top 8 teams in the state of California in our league. So should be a fun year, which is great. We have a really good group of players, and this is why they come to St. John Bosco, is playing events like this.
This is a cause that hits pretty close to home for you. What does it mean to you and your players to play in a tournament with such great teams for such an important cause?
Yeah, no question. I was in 2021. I was sitting at the Thanksgiving buffet and had no idea what I was really doing here, and that was the 16th year anniversary of my dad having passed away from this horrible disease, and then it's actually struck us again currently for one of our dads of one of our players. So, it's emotional to be here and be part of it, and it's a bonus to have great basketball, but to get to support something that is so close to us and our community is really special.
Do you feel like there's any extra sense of, commitment or just excitement around the team just because they know they're playing for a little bit more than basketball?
I hope so. I think that's one of our big pushes. Jody and Roger and Ben and the team came out to our tip-off dinner a couple weeks ago, so that was great to have them out. And obviously, I think that raised some great awareness in our community of that this tournament is so much more than just basketball and different than a lot of the other events we go to. And so we're excited to do that, but ultimately also here to play basketball and try to win a basketball tournament and hope our guys get better and play really well.
So to lighten the subject a little bit, I've been getting college basketball getting into full swing, and I remember last night I was watching Auburn and UNC in the Maui Invitational Tournament. A lot of those big tournaments. Looking over here at our posters have Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins. On the other side, there's Zion Williamson. Hate to put you on the spot, but can you think of an NBA or college comp for any of your players?
Oh, that's a great question. This is my 24th year as a head coach. And I've been fortunate enough to coach one guy who played in the NBA. And truthfully, I think we probably have 3 on this team that have a great chance to do that. And I think they're all unique in their own way. Brandon McCoy is, I don't know, he's the best combination of competitor and athleticism that I've ever been around. Certainly, I always think Russell Westbrook comes to mind in terms of those 2 categories in terms of his prime. But Brandon's pretty unique just in terms of how hard he plays. Elsie Harrington is just such a cerebral, great thinker of the game while also being an elite athlete. Kind of pick your big point guard who controls the game, and I think he's pretty special in that way. And then Christian Collins is new to our program as a 6'9" wing player, and that's a great question. I don't know. They're all pretty good.
You talked about the uniqueness of those different great players on your teams, but is there some common trait on or off the court that you notice in those guys that are NBA bound?
Yeah, no question. I think one is obviously work ethic. This is what they love to do. This is what they want to do. And for us, we're lucky that they're also great students. So I think being smart on and off the floor, kind of living the way you want to compete as a basketball player off the floor I always say that, I think that winners are winners in everything that they do. And even more than just our 3 guys, we have some other really special players and special people, and I'm excited for the community to get to know them a little bit.
Do you feel like it's contagious? Do you think when you have some of those great players that kind of encourages the rest of the team to, work harder and just be better teammates and leaders?
I do. I think even more important is, just the opportunity to play against great players every day. I think our practices are pretty unique in terms of how many good players we have. And it's a great way to get better. My son's a sophomore in our program, and just watching him get better playing against our guys is pretty special. So I think we do have quite an advantage in practice.
So you guys are from near Los Angeles. Is there a divide between Lakers and Clippers? Is there a majority or what?
I would assume it's the Lakers. I'm neither. I grew up in Sacramento, so I'm a closet Kings fan. I don't tell too many people that, but I think the Lakers are pretty popular. But we are going to play in the Intuit Dome, the new Clippers arena this year, so that'll be pretty fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've seen all those videos of the things they're doing with the wall.
Yeah,
it's basically like a student section.
Yeah,
that should be really exciting. So, thanks, Coach, for taking the time, and good luck this season.
Absolutely, we're excited to be here.
Thanks. We'll send it to a break, and then we'll be back in the gym for the second half of this first matchup of the day in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back into Torry Gymnasium as we get set here for second half action of the first matchup of Day 2 of the Washington Tournament of Champions. Joined alongside Jeff Little. Jeff, thoughts after that first half and thoughts going into the second?
Well, I think I felt like you saw DeKalb, who had a little bit more of their game, game feet under them, so to speak, I guess, from having the game last night. And Pythons, coming in cold early in the morning and having to play your first game, and a little bit of a disadvantage to them. So I'm sure they talked about how they can get, the ball in Harper's hands and help him create for himself and his teammates. And, I think, like I said, just shore things up on the defensive end in terms of maybe dribble penetration and defensive rebounding. That would be the two places I think I would have started in the locker room and try to address.
I think that's kind of what separates the good from the great teams too, because in years past, like I remember going into some of these tournaments, and teams like Metamora would lose games, and it's like,
sure.
Wow, you think in your head, is Metamora as good as they were last year? And then you go through the course of the year, you play such tough competition, you learn a lot from these early season games, and that's what the whole point of these tournaments is to really take from it. You take from a win and a loss. Well,
and I think that's one of the advantages of basketball versus football. You only get 10 games, and you don't want to lose too many because then you don't have qualified for the playoffs. Usually college basketball does that a lot. When a Duke plays a Kansas early in the season, or Illinois goes on the road to play at Alabama. I mean, those are tough games. They're going to be tough games and hard to win.
Mormon, his shot off the mark, will go out of bounds and be with DeKalb.
See, the Pythons kind of crashed the boards there, kind of trying to give DeKalb a little bit of dose of their own medicine.
Seems like that might have been a point of emphasis going into the second half. A little bit of a struggle in the first. Reynolds has it, driving up, guarded by Mormon. Dishes over to the left side. Justin O'Neill gives it to Bolden. Driving in past Mitchell, off of Mitchell's foot. Go out of bounds, but it was last touched by Bolden. So
good defensive pressure there by the Pythons. I mean, they have tough man-to-man defense, really getting up on them and create the turnover.
Now Mitchell has it at the logo, guarded by Reynolds. High arcing pass over to the right side.
And the 2-3 matchup here, extended 2-3 zone by DeKalb.
Mitchell high pass a little bit, bats it back in, but it will go out of bounds. So he stepped over the line, I think, first.
You know, I talked a couple times about DeKalb's senior guard leadership and recognizing changing defenses, and there I think you kind of saw the Pythons not with the experience, with some underclass kids, you know, handling the ball against that kind of change in defenses. They probably weren't quite expecting that right off the bat. They did see a little bit of it. Good drive by Bolton Strong to the basket. Draws the foul.
Good start here for both squads. DeKalb will shoot 2. Looking to check in for the Pythons is Beck Willingham. Nope, my apologies. That is Murphy Mullins. So first one is good.
Yeah, 6'5" freshman coming into the game. We talked about earlier the youth of the team, and their bench is all freshmen and sophomores.
C.J. Harper has it on the right side, passes over to Oglesby Smith. Back to Harper, driving in on Reynolds. Gets doubled, passes out to the corner to Moorman. His three-point shot bobbles around, no good. Reynolds pass to the other side, gives it to Bolden, driving in for the layup.
Marquise Bolden really aggressive here to start the third quarter for DeKalb.
Harper back over to Smith, driving in on Reynolds. Bounce pass down low. High layup attempt, no good. Rebound DeKalb, Keys has it. Guarded by Smith. Driving in, dishes over for the 3, and it's good for Bolden. So back-to-back points for him, 2 and a 3.
It's almost like they said, hey, let's get Marquise some shots here to start the third quarter. He's had 2 great drives to the basket, makes a 3 from the wing after dribble penetration.
Making it difficult, showing their range offensively just for how many players can score the ball. Over to Oglesby Smith, gets cut off by Keys. Reynolds picks him up, back to Mitchell.
I tell you, I really like the Keys kid for DeKalb. I mean, his length, he's able to, as a guard, he's able to play that low spot and be aggressive down there.
Him and Reynolds have been pairing off each other very well. Screen set by Keys, Reynolds on the left side. Driving in, bounces over to Keys. He'll drive, bounces to the opposite corner. Bolden again, his three-point shot. No good that time, whistles will blow. But like you said, just looking good all the way around. They're kind of incorporating Bolden in there as well. So now it's kind of, instead of a 2-headed monster around the key, it's all 3 of them.
Yeah. And that wasn't much. I mean, he didn't do as much in the first half offensively. He did some good things on the defensive end of the court, but had some good dribble penetration, but he's shown a little bit of an outside game here in the third.
Oglesby Smith has it at center court, passes over to Mitchell. Picked up by Reynolds. Now Harper on the right side. Back to Mitchell. Playing around the top of the key. They try to dish it down low. Be a turnover out of bounds.
That was a great idea there by Tristan Mitchell in the game. He got it at the high post and immediately looked inside to try to get it to Murphy Mullins. It just went off his hands out of bounds, but that was a good look by the Pythons.
Reynolds and Keys driving up together. Guarded by Smith and Harper. Keys wide open on the left side. Can't leave any of these guys open. Some contact there. Like that, Reynolds running to pick up his teammate.
Good look by Keys on the weak side. Just kind of dragged the defense with some dribble penetration to the right, skip it long left.
DeKalb all bunched together, now spacing out. Reynolds up top, wide open. It's a wide open 3. I like that formation on the.
Yeah, that's a 4 across high, and you just drop that shooter back and.
Able to kind of set that screen in a
way.
Just
screen defenders, and I tell you what, if you start to fight through that and cheat through that and put somebody behind it, then somebody just flashes straight to the ball, and you look even more foolish. So
Pythons will shoot 2. It's Oglesby Smith. He's had a pretty strong start to his game as well. Got to remember, this is the first game of their season, so.
Yeah,
first game here at TOC.
Yeah, he's a good player too. I mean, he's a nice compliment to Harper and can do some things. You can tell when Harper's out of the game, they kind of look to him to kind of be the main cog of their offense. So
Reynolds driving up, picked up by Oglesby Smith. Now over to Keys.
You know, one thing I'll say about Harper, I'm impressed to be from the standpoint. I mean, as talented and as good as he is, he's not forcing a lot of things. I mean, you know, he's taking what's there. Maybe he should be more aggressive, but by the same token.
Turnover there by DeKalb, but great defensive pickup, blocked out of bounds by Miles.
Great drive to the basket there by Oglesby Smith, but the shot gets blocked out of bounds.
Harper will inbound. Trying to find a man, gives it down low. Stevie Shields has it over to Oglesby Smith. Tightly guarded, gives it to Mitchell up high.
DeKalb back to their man-to-man pressure.
Screen set by Caden Eldridge. Mitchell picked up by Keys. I'm going to say a travel there on Oglesby Smith.
You know, for somebody that never coached with a shot clock, that's where, you know, I think there would have to be, as a coach, you would have to understand that, you know, I thought the Pythons had a chance to take a couple shots with maybe 20 seconds there and didn't. And, you know, now all of a sudden I think maybe you force something because you think it's getting close to the end of the shot clock. So I just think you have to take open shots when you get them, and regardless of when and where.
To start this third quarter, still shooting well, but for the most part, DeKalb not shooting as well as they were in that first half. So this is a good opportunity for the Pythons to capitalize on that. But down by quite a few now. Over to Reynolds, guarded by Harper. Bounce pass over to Keys. Just to the right side. Down low, that is blocked by Eldridge. Another one. I'm not sure if that was a block, but he got his hands on it at the very least through contact.
Yeah, good clean block the first time. Second one, you know, again, DeKalb pound the boards even after the block shot, come up with it and get a second chance opportunity. And so many times they're either baskets or fouls. So you just really got to limit those second chances.
O'Neal's first shot is up and good. He's getting a little bit more of an opportunity here in this second half. He's looked good. Second shot by O'Neal.
A lot of coaches out of these free throws like to change defenses and do something a little bit different.
O'Neal will sub out, and in comes Devon Grant. Definitely is a good bounce back game for DeKalb. They can obviously, if they can manage to hold on to this lead and come out with the victory.
You know, we were talking about Javon Grant being such a good football player as well, but I can remember some of our football players, we would talk about the conditioning difference, and they would say, well, in football, I just go as hard as I can for about 3 or 4 seconds, and then it's over. So, but here, it's just like up and down and constant movement, and it takes a while to get that basketball conditioning back.
A little bit of a change of pace. Back-to-back layups, great response by the Pythons. That's something we didn't really mention was, you know, Devon Grant's football thing. We talked about it, me and you, but on the broadcast, this is a player that, you know, he's got interest from Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota on the gridiron, and obviously has been able to do it pretty efficiently here on the hardwood as well. Three-point attempt by Keys, off the mark, be tipped out by DeKalb, and it'll go to Paideia.
Yeah, Keys was hot early. He's missed a couple here in the second half that he knocked down in the first half. So, but like you said, though, I mean, they've got a lot of weapons around on the perimeter, and the kids that don't shoot on the perimeter can put it on the floor and create for those kids, so, or themselves.
Mitchell guarded by Reynolds. Driving right, it's cut off by Keys. Over to Oglesby Smith, back to Reynolds. Mormon, back to Smith. Working around the perimeter pretty well, trying to find it down low. Another bobbled pass down low.
Yeah, another good look, good cut by Mullins, but it just went off his hands out of bounds. And, you know, sometimes when you're a young player in there and you're open and you try to hurry and make it go faster, and you just...
It's really hard to play freshman or play varsity as a freshman.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and then you've seen examples of kids that have been able to do it, but even those kids, it's the adjustment at the beginning of the year. Reynolds, nice little teardrop over the defense.
DeKalb really keeping the pace high. Layup attempt no good. Defensive rebound, gives it over to Reynolds. Dishes to the corner. Driving inside, back outside. Top of the key, 3. Bobbles in.
That'll stretch the lead here up to, 25 here for DeKalb. They've really stretched it out here in the third quarter.
They've done a great job.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a quick second to thank one of our sponsors. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and gen-set packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you, Intercon. Winding down here in the third quarter, 1:34 left. The Paideia Pythons 33, the DeKalb Barbs 58.
Yeah, I think this has really been you've seen in the third quarter, I think you see the Pythons maybe getting a little weary, a little tired. DeKalb sensing blood in the water and just really keeping their foot on the gas, like you said. And, the game's being played at their pace for sure. And with so many weapons, they'll get a chance to get some kids in here off the bench. But you see what they're doing as a coaching staff. They've got some experienced players, the senior guards out there with maybe some inexperienced other players, and you're just having them out there to kind of steady the ship, so to speak.
But like we said kind of early on in the broadcast, just games like this will help those players, those younger guys, really get their footing under them for later on in the year.
Well, I mean, it's just so important to learn about your team, and you see it in practice and everything. Pull up 3 there off the mark. Grant high for the rebound.
Grant tried to go between the legs, got bobbled and recovered by Paideia. The 2-point attempt is good. Now Reynolds and Grant driving up. Reynolds outside, over to the corner. Back to Reynolds, guarded by Mitchell, finds Keys on the right side. Gives it to Grant, guarded by Harper. That ball just off the hands of Keys. Little mistake there.
Yeah. Good inside-out attack. They went inside and we're going to kick it right back out. Going to get a good look at that if they've been able to complete it.
Harper over the top, gives it to Oglesby Smith. Dishes to Mitchell in the mid-range J. Just a little short rebound by Reynolds.
So I like that offense better for Pythons, where they get some movement, get somebody flash in the middle, not just people standing out on the perimeter.
Billy Miller, he thought about the 3, hesitated, tried to drive in. Seems like he drove in on the wrong side and just got a little bit of contact.
Yeah, Pythons bailed him out there with a little bit of a bump as he shot that. I think he left his feet thinking he was going to pass it. And Grant just bullies his way into the post.
I mean, like we kind of said, haven't gotten to see not necessarily as much of his game that we did in the game against Metamora. He was very dominant in that game, sort of some flashy dunks. But I think that's kind of a credit to the team itself, because we get to see the depth of their team with Reynolds and Keys and Bolden, and not only that, but also Grant kind of starting to heat up now with his first shot up and good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really a situation where this is just a very talented team. I mean, they've got multiple scorers from multiple places. It's not like their perimeter team. I don't think we've seen the strength of their inside game maybe as much as they would do it some nights from in the paint.
Their shooting in that first half was just on fire, so no reason to really go down low too much.
No. But yet they were still looking in there, which got him the looks. Good move there by Oglesby Smith, and we've got a goaltend.
That one was close. Got to give the credit to Grant, but inbounding will be Miles Newman. Checking in for the Barbs be Brian Miller. Haven't seen him so far this game. turnover there by the bars. Behind the back by Miller. Couldn't get there at the buzzer. Good little transition there besides that.
Good play on defense there by Harper there at the end of the quarter.
Take a quick break to talk about our sponsors here. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Also by Keps. Keps, come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night, 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'ems, 6 p.m., and every Sunday night. Follow us and like us on Facebook for more information. As well as Culver's. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers, fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, and Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Hare. PJ Hare is again proud to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions this year. This year's Building for the Future, all academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer for them as they play for the cure of glioblastoma. Thank you to all of our sponsors, what makes this tournament go around, as well as great basketball. We've gotten a seed today, 37-60, as DeKalb is pretty dominantly up at this point in the game, and it would take a miracle almost for Paideia to get back in this one, but there's a lot of things to take from it.
This is one where, as a coach, you just want to chip away at this and get it back down and see some good things from the people that are going to be in the game here.
I think a good idea would be to, kind of just take it as like this fourth quarter as its own game.
Absolutely.
Just try to chip back and see if you can win this fourth quarter alone. Keys back in the game, inbounding up to Reynolds. Thought about the 3, drives inside, gets doubled, passes off of Miller. It'll stay with the Barbs. Seems like the defensive aggression was a little bit pushed up a little bit on that one. Keys passes inside. Von Grant, he'll drive. His layup attempt up and good.
Just a strong athletic move. Strong to his right, rises up. I mean, the defense is there, and he just jumps up over him. And
Harper over to Oglesby Smith, over to the corner to Stevie Shields. Ball off the mark.
Ball off the wall as Grant swats it out of bounds.
I was looking down at the roster sheet, and I looked back up, and the ball was going and bouncing. Oglesby Smith guarded by Reynolds and Grant. Mitchell driving in. Floater
Nice
up
shot,
and
yeah. Good move down the lane.
I like his game quite a bit.
Yeah, he's done some good things today offensively. I mean, I can see where he's the kind of a, like we talked about with DeKalb, it's just you got to have weapons all over the court.
That ball off the mark.
Harper
Bobbled by Harper.
Yeah, Harper had the rebound and lost it. Turns into a basket for Reynolds.
Back to Mitchell. Harper driving in a little too quickly, almost lost the ball. Oglesby Smith with his three-point attempt up and good.
And again, there you see Harper creating a shot for a teammate. He hasn't done much scoring here in the second half because of the defense of DeKalb, but, not forcing the issue. Still creating things for his teammates.
Keys guarded by Mormon. Gives it over to Grant. Back to Keys. Right side, three-point attempt by Reynolds. That one won't fall. Offensive rebound. Bolden's shot will.
Offensive rebound, kick out for a 3. Those are tough baskets to give up on the defensive end. You just, you play good defense and get the miss, and then it ends up being 3 points for the other team.
Mitchell over to Harper, guarded by Bolden. Harper driving in. High mid-range 3, or mid-range J, won't go. He did get fouled, so we'll shoot 2.
Strong aggressive move there. Yeah, sorry. Strong aggressive move there by Harper. I mean, he just put it down hard on the floor, but he doesn't have to get all the way to the rim. He can pull up, like you said, and shoot that little mid-range jumper.
Oglesby. Screen set by Shields. Dishes over the corner to Mitchell. He drives in. Gets picked up low. Still trying to find a shot. Back out to the corner. As Mormon drives on Keys. Opposite side. Blocked by O'Neal. Bolden over to Reynolds. Reynolds comes back. Hands it off to Keys on the left side. Back to Reynolds. Fakes the three. Keys drives in. Around to the other side. Bolden back to Reynolds. Reynolds three. That one's good.
Great ball movement there by the Barbs.
Harper bounce pass to Mitchell. Mitchell drives in. Floater off the front of the rim.
You know, the other problem with that perimeter offense that you see the Pythons running is they really have nobody in there to offensive rebound when there is a miss.
That was one of our keys. Reynolds is on fire right now. 32 points for him. I didn't even see that because I had to duck my head, but wow.
Yeah, that's why from our vantage point, it's kind of hard to see the stat board up there and see how many fouls and points players have. But yeah, he's been hot. He did, you know, it was Keys early, and then Reynolds took over. And Bolden was hot in the third quarter, but then you realize, wow, he's got that many.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities in cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packages. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. But yeah, like you were saying, when we were talking about how well-rounded this team was, and it is, but it's crazy to think, like, with how the team has been playing, with everyone getting shots up, everyone, making them, that one kid has 32. It was under the radar a little bit.
And it's not like, he's got 32 points. I don't think he's taken a large volume of shots.
No.
It's not like he's, had to take 30 shots to get those. I mean, the ball's been moving. Been several players that have, I would guess maybe he's got 16 shots, 20 maybe at the very most.
DeKalb is definitely asserting themselves as a really strong team this year. That game against Metamora, although 10-point game at the final, it was close all throughout.
Yeah, that kind of got away from them at the end a little bit as they were probably having to take some quicker shots than they wanted to.
And I think, a lot of people, they might see that Metamora is a little bit of a different team this year, lost a lot of guys, but they're still Metamora. They're one of the best teams in the state of Illinois.
Yeah, they just reloaded. Yeah, I mean, they've got good players, and they're going to be a tough opponent for anybody on any given night.
Harper will inbound. Gives it to Mitchell. Mitchell picked up by Billy Miller.
DeKalb had the line change during the timeout. We get an offensive foul on the ball screen there.
In for DeKalb. Jack Rose now. Haven't gotten to see a whole lot of him today, but good time to get some players some minutes. As well as Alex
Streb in the game here for DeKalb as well.
With a whole new formation, they're still looking quite the same with the great ball movement. Passes down low to the post. A lot of contact on that mid-range J, but it falls.
We were talking about not really a true post player, number 30 there for DeKalb. He's played on the perimeter, but there he goes inside with this lineup and gets flashes to the high post and makes a little 15-foot jump shots. Is he a post player or is he a guard? I mean, it depends on the lineup he's up there with. And then that just gives coach versatility to put him into games in different situations. And, those kids are valuable. I mean, sometimes they just, I can't play there, coach. Yeah, we need you to play there. And if you want to play, you'll play there.
Go wherever they fit in.
Yeah.
C.J. Harper. Mid-range jumper. Off the side of the rim.
Yeah, I don't know that he's had more than 2 or 3 shots here in the second half. I think DeKalb's defense has really done a good job of limiting him and his looks. They know where he's at on the court all the time, and rightfully so. Really talented player.
They've definitely identified he's the focal point of their offensive game plan. Layup off the mark. Offensive rebound by Miller. His three won't go. Streb got the rebound.
Yeah, they really pick up their pressure here. against this DeKalb lineup and draw the trap, but reach in and pick up the foul. You really don't want to do that with the shot clock. You're getting them to run time off, and they're going to have to take a shot they don't want to take.
Guarded by Shields, over to Streb. Streb, a deep three. Rebounded by Miller. Harper on him tightly. Back over to Streb, guarded by Mitchell. Driving inside, dishes to the corner. Three-point shot, in and out. Offensive rebound again by Streb. Finds a break. Floater. Won't go, and all the new personnel on this, but it looks like the same team.
Yeah, the results are the same. You're right.
Great offensive, great rebounding plan, and still moving the ball around very well.
Well, I think it's a sign of a well-coached team, because you don't see kids trying to do things that they really aren't capable of. You saw Streb take a long three, but he looks like a good shooter. I mean, it was a shot that he probably takes and makes, and then he hustles and gets an offensive rebound for you. And so, I mean, these kids are out there playing as hard as they can. And
Oglesby Smith drives in. His layup attempt won't fall. Ryan Miller, screen set, over to Streb. Another three. That one is money. He's got a lot of confidence coming off the bench.
Yeah.
2 deep three attempts.
Well, what I like seeing those guys over on the bench. They're cheering for their teammates out there when they get a chance to do some good things, because they know they're going to be nights when they're not going to get a chance maybe to do or play as much as they are. So
exactly. Great response there by C.J. Harper, however. Some more subs will come in. For Paideia, it'll be Murphy Mullins, the freshman. And for the Barbs, Nick Nelson.
Yeah, you're doing a better job keeping up with all these substitutions here in the last 4 or 5 minutes that we've had. We apologize to people that are not hearing their names called, but it's so important that these kids get a chance to get out there, and the minutes they get, they see what coach is talking about in practice at game speed as well. And
second shot by Miller. That one bobbles in. As well in for the Barbs, Jack Rose now again. Saw him a little bit ago. Shields for the Wilmington. Gets to Mormon. Mormon's shot. No good. Offensive rebound, or defensive rebound. Rose now over to the corner to Nelson. Nelson's three off the front of the rim. Get their own miss, driving back inside. A lot of contact there with the block by Stevie Shields. So this one will be another substitution.
Again, you see great hustle, a kid diving out of bounds for the ball here with a minute left in a 33-point game, and his teammates get up and applaud him for his efforts. I mean, that shows you the character and what they preach.
Everybody's in the game for themselves. Another substitution for the Barbs, Greg Kubitz. Rose now driving in, picked up. Deep three, bobbles around. Whistles blow on that one.
Jump ball, you're going to Pythons get possession here on the alternating possession.
Shields will inbound. Passes in to Beck Willingham. Guarded by Nelson. Over to the left corner to Shields. Shields' three-point attempt off the right side of the rim. Rebound to DeKalb.
Shot clock up. DeKalb will just hold on to this here.
The time runs out. A final score 80-47. It's a dominant victory for the DeKalb Barbs. That first half was very close. You gotta give them credit for that. DeKalb kind of pulled away in the end, but you gotta take some things that you did right, take some things you did wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, and we talked about that. Wins and losses are, yeah, they're recorded and that kind of thing, but at the same time, you said it right. You win or you learn, and sometimes it's harder to learn from a win. Maybe there's some things you don't think are that important that coach is talking about or writing on the board. We won, coach. What are you talking about? But, there's things that Paideia learned about themselves and their players, and they'll take something from it. So
I think, you learn a lot of things in the season, with wins and losses, and you got to think you can either play those good teams early on and learn from them at the beginning of the season, or you can learn from them later on in the regular season or even in the postseason. So I think that the coach will, although they might be upset with the loss and how they might have played, but overall.
Well, and again, with a school of 400 versus a school of 1,900, when they get to their state series, they may never see a team with that kind of ability or size or, depth. So, like you said, they'll learn some things. They did do some good things out there on both ends of the court and created problems for DeKalb at times, but just not enough to keep themselves in the game. And, DeKalb just stretched it out a lot there in the third quarter.
What were some things that you noticed, Jeff, from your former coaching perspective that you saw that DeKalb did good?
Well, I mean, their ball movement, the multiple players that can score from multiple areas. I mean, they're a hard team to defend, and that just, when you think about that, what was the final last night when the Metamora game, like 51-41, I think, something like that. I mean, you think about that. Metamora held that team to 41 points. I mean, that's a testament to their ability to guard the basketball and that kind of thing. So, it's funny how the game, from one night to the next can be completely different. Maybe they had some of those same shots that didn't go in last night, but that DeKalb team is good. Not sure who they play in their conference and that kind of thing, but they will be a tough team for anybody to play during the season. And
as for Paideia, obviously we talked about the size difference in schools, but overall some positives and negatives for them.
Well, I think you got C.J. Harper, who is an incredibly talented individual, and you've got a couple players that fill nice little roles, and he early in the game and really throughout most of the game, I would say was very patient and took what the defense allowed him to have, and whether that was a shot for himself or whether that was a create a shot for a teammate, he did a great job with that. So he's a really talented player, but they've got some pieces there to go along with it, and it's just a matter of those other kids gaining confidence and learning what the role's going to be and being able to execute that.
Definitely. So DeKalb will go into the win column 1-1 on the season. And Paideia, I think they've played in a couple other tough tournaments over in Georgia, but 1-5 to start the year for them. But like I said, it's early season, you learn a lot from it.
Yep.
But hopefully they can take a lot more in the positive side. Coming up next, we have Peoria Christian versus Cumberland. I'm not sure if you got to see the game yesterday. Cumberland's Gavin Gores at 29. So that should be a great game. But we're going to go ahead and step aside here for the end of the first game. Thank you all for tuning in, and stay along for the rest of the day. We have great basketball games like this one up next. Peoria Christian and Cumberland coming to you after this break.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Central. I'm Wesley Stombaugh here with Metamora head coach Justin Dame. Coach, thanks for being with us.
Great to be here. Thanks.
Busy time of year, getting open gyms and tryouts and practices, and then right into such a big tournament. What's it been like so far?
Oh, it's been awesome. We got a lot of young guys this year, a lot of new faces on our program and on our varsity team. So I'm still learning a lot about those guys and what they do well and what they don't do well right now, and they're still learning about themselves and trying to gel and play together as a team. And playing the competition here at the TOC really helps us bring that out and helps us learn our strengths and weaknesses really fast.
Yeah, talked about the competition here. What do you think playing, really good teams in this tournament does for you going into, Mid-Illini play where it's such a tough conference?
First of all, I think it gives us experience playing in big games and sold-out crowds like we had last night against DeKalb, because when we go to Morton and when we go to Washington, it's going to be the same thing. So, and especially with a couple freshmen and a sophomore and some new guys that haven't really been in that environment yet at the high school level, that experience is invaluable for them. And then also just playing in a close game, down to the fourth quarter, down to the wire. Some of the decisions that we had to make and some of the things we had to do defensively, that really challenges us for things that are going to happen later in the season and helps us get ready for that.
Does your team have a leader or two that you think are kind of taking some of the younger guys under their wing and teaching them about the program?
Yeah, we got some seniors who are doing a really good job right now. Colin Ramage is doing a great job leading us, Matthew Zobrist, Ashton Greaves, Jake Walker. Those guys have done great. Just helping the young guys get acclimated to the varsity level with practices every day and weight room and the expectations that we have for the guys in our program. So I think they've done a tremendous job so far.
What do you think it means to you and your team to play in a tournament that's about a little more than basketball?
It's big for us. It's always bigger than basketball. Obviously, one of the reasons Coach Greaves got us into this is because his father died of glioblastoma 10, 15 years ago. And so when this thing started to continue, just getting bigger and bigger, and we finally got invited to it, he jumped on it, thought this was a great opportunity, one, for us to help contribute in ways other than just on the basketball court, but also to get our kids the experience in front of these crowds. A lot of Thanksgiving tournaments, holiday tournaments you go to, a lot of games where it's neutral court, not a whole lot of teams travel maybe during the holidays. Yeah. But being so close for us, our fans can come watch us play, and some of the atmospheres here, you just can't replicate that.
Do you have a favorite memory from your team's first few years in these great atmospheres?
Our first year, maybe not a favorite memory, but it's a great memory. We had a really close game with Springfield Lanphier, our very first game here. And then turned around the next day, played St. John Bosco, who was a really good team. And then the next day came back and played Joliet West with the Fears brothers. That was a really good test for us, really good competition there. And we lost our first 3 games, and then we played Kankakee. And I think we were fortunate enough that Kankakee was in the state championship for football that year, and we were able to come out of there with a win instead of going 0-4. But this tournament, we've never won more than 2 games at it. The competition is so great here; it really challenges our guys. So, just the memories of seeing some of the really good players here, and seeing our guys get to challenge themselves against some of the best in the country.
There are a lot of tournaments for charitable causes, but what is it about this tournament that gets people so excited and gets such great teams from around the country?
I think just a lot of people around the country, whether the basketball people or not, have been affected by different types of cancer, whether it's brain cancer or any other kind. So a lot of people understand that this is more than basketball, and they understand the importance of something like this and raising money for a cause like this.
We talked at halftime with Coach Matt Dunn from St. John Bosco. You guys are playing them tonight at 5:30. What have you looked into looking forward to that matchup?
We're hoping there's maybe a malfunction in the shot clock tonight so that maybe we can spread them out and hold the ball in like some longer possession game and maybe play in the 30s or 40s instead of like the 70s, 80s that they probably want to play in. It's going to be an awesome test for our guys. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience for some of these guys to play against some high major players, some possibly future pros someday down the line. It's one of the cool things about the TOC is you follow these guys at the next level and the next level even beyond that. So just a chance for us to go out here. We're playing with house money. We got nothing to lose. Let's lay it all on the line and let's see what we're capable of.
Do you think playing a slower, more half-court style of basketball is something that'll be a theme of this team all year, or is that just more something specific to playing St. John Bosco?
It probably will be for us. I think a lot of teams are going to key on Matthew Zobrist and really try to make him work. And with the youth and inexperience that we have, we're not going to play super fast right now. We're still learning a lot about ourselves, and I'm still learning about what we're great at, what we're not great at right now, and kind of learning last night that we're not great at running. We need to slow it down a little bit at times and kind of give our guys that play a lot of minutes a little bit more rest.
Do you think over the course of the season it'll be really an upward trajectory, having so many young guys who are still figuring things out?
Definitely. I think one of the things that you'll see with our freshmen, our sophomores, Zach Bourne, Caden Turner, Brady Jones, and even Jonah Funk, who's only been with us for a little over a month, those guys are just going to continue to learn more and more what high school basketball at this level is like. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to learn from those mistakes. They're going to be a lot better by the time we get to postseason.
Metamora is a program that's had a lot of success competing for state titles. What is it about the program and the culture that, breeds success like that?
I think a lot of it is we don't really focus on the outcome. We don't talk a lot about getting to state, going to state. We focus on what are we supposed to do here every day. We want to live in the moment. Let's get better at practice today. Let's get better at the game today. Watching film, let's see what we can get better from. So we try to be tunnel vision on what we need to do today in the moment and let the results take care of themselves.
Could you talk a little bit more about the rest of your schedule for this year, games you're looking forward to, and goals for the season?
Yeah, really looking forward to our Christmas tournament. Like always, everybody loves the holiday tournaments. We're going to be up in Chicago at the Jack Tosh Holiday Classic again. I think it's the top Christmas tournament in the state of Illinois with the competition that you get with those giant suburban schools up there. We're playing against teams with 2,500, 3,500 kids in their school, so it's a great challenge for us with the size, with the physicality of the game up there. Our shootout, January 24th and 25th this year, is going to be really cool. Playing my high school coach, Mike Ellis in Evanston, they're coming down. We're actually playing Washington on Friday night at our place. Mount Zion's coming up. They're playing Normal Community on Friday night right after our Washington game. So we got a really good lineup. We got Chicago Hope Academy is playing Williamsville, which is a rematch from the 2A state tournament last year. So we got a really good lineup. We got some really good players, some really well-coached teams. I think it'll be a really fun event. Playing at the Midwest Crossroads Classic again against Normal Community. That's always a great event. But really just looking forward to our conference games, our conference matchups in the Mid-Illini, how physical they are and how well coached and well prepared every team is really challenges us.
It takes a lot of buy-in from the guys to be spending your Thanksgiving break and your winter break up at tournaments. What do you think this group, is excited about that and just is always ready to go play basketball even over their breaks?
I think so. It's important that the kids understand that they have to make sacrifices to be a part of a program like this. If you want to have things or do things, accomplish things that other people don't or can't, you got to put in more time. You got to sacrifice some things, and that's kind of part of it. Coaches have to sacrifice times with families to watch film and come up here and scout and help us be prepared for who we're playing. And kids sacrifice, and you only get one chance to play high school basketball. Is kind of what we tell our kids, and I don't think you're going to regret it.
You talked about how your team is playing with house money. Being such a young team can certainly be a disadvantage having less experience, but do you think there's any upside to being such a young team with nothing to lose?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think the message, especially for tonight, is going to be there's no pressure on us. We're not expected to come out here and beat the number 5 team in the country or whatever they're ranked, but let's just come out here and see what we're capable of. No pressure. We're going to make mistakes. That's part of the game. But let's go have fun and let's go play basketball. We work all season for this, and a lot of our guys have aspirations of playing at the next level. So, let's see what some of those next level guys look like. And I think most games this year we're going to have the best player on the floor. I think Matthew Zobrist. This is a great game for him to challenge himself against a really highly recruited, really highly touted junior, and Brandon McCoy. So I'm really excited for him to have this opportunity. And just for the rest of our guys, it's going to be a cool experience for them. Win, lose, whatever happens, they're going to look back on this someday with fond memories.
In practices and in games, the guys, maybe under the radar who have stood out to you think could make a bigger impact than people are thinking? Yeah,
I think we got a couple guys still working their way in. Senior Jack Hessing, I think, is going to make a big impact for us at times this year. Junior Mason Sauter, couple guys. Gavin Geyer's a sophomore, kind of sick right now. Wasn't able to come to the game last night. So we got a lot of young guys coming up through the ranks. A couple freshmen that aren't even with the varsity right now, which you're going to be hearing about in a couple years. There's a lot of good players in our program right now that people are going to be hearing about.
Walking into the school and, looking at these posters, seeing, NBA players and all these greats who have played in this tournament, is that any extra motivation, for the guys, playing, in a tournament that has had such great talent?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think anytime as a high school kid you play really high-level competition, you want to play your best. I think it helps everybody raise their game a little bit. We've seen that over the last few years with the success that we've had. Every time we go in a gym, it's packed. Everybody's got us circled on their schedule, and this is kind of our chance to do something like that. Like we've talked about St. John Bosco for a while now. It's a great opportunity for our kids. They're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Coach, for joining us from the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central, and we'll send it to a break and be right back with some more high school basketball action.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Game 2 of Day 2. It is the Peoria Christian Chargers and the Cumberland Beavers. I am Michael Savoy. John alongside me is Jeff Little. And Jeff, I mean, we talk about, a game that just happened and DeKalb winning that one by, it was not really much of a game. I mean, 30 points. I mean, you talk about, a day yesterday that, was great for basketball, a great show out. And
well, it was one of those. I mean, you had a really talented player in Paideia and CJ Harper, but, DeKalb really focused on him. I don't think he got a shot in the third quarter, and that's where the game got away from him. And, it was one of those where all of a sudden you look up and it's like, oh, my gosh, it's 22. And the next thing you know, it's 32. And that DeKalb team is really good. Like I said, for Metamora to hold them to 41 last night really speaks volumes to their defensive abilities.
As we look into this game, you talk about two teams making their first ever Tournament of Champions appearance as we get to see the starting lineups for both teams. First, we're going to talk about Peoria Christian, a team that's right in our coverage area, right in the city of Peoria, making their, like I said, first COC appearance. A notable player to watch out for them is Malachi Persinger. The guard is 5'11", and he's getting multiple NAIA offers, or at least look-ins to. One of them in which is Alva Nazarene University, a university that's close to where I reside. So, I mean, he's a pretty powerful player. I saw him last year.
I haven't seen them play much in person, but, I mean, on the highlights, he's a guy that has the ability to score from a lot of places on the court and can create for himself and his teammates.
Certainly, as we look into now the Cumberland Beavers, the first COC appearance, like we said, for them. The player we're looking out for is 6'10" forward Gavin Gores. He's a senior. He's a Wyoming commit. He's Division I. He looks every part of it. The last game against Paideia Southwestern, he had scored 29 points and had 15 rebounds in a 68-46 win.
Well, you mentioned it just during warm-ups. You're just watching a kid that's 6'10" that has those kinds of handles and touch from the outside, and it's like, it didn't take long in the warm-ups to say, wow, I know which guy I'm going to kind of key on here.
No, you didn't have to know who was the player to look out for this team. You could just tell from the dunks he was doing in warm-ups, like, wow, this kid is legit. And yeah, his team is legit. You got to talk about a really good team in Cumberland, Wisconsin, a team that had beat Paideia Southwestern. yesterday in the opening round or the opening day of the tournament party.
Well, you can have a great player and not have a great team, but and sometimes when you have a great player, those other kids just kind of expect them to do things. But from the way you guys talked about Cumberland yesterday, those other kids know what the role is and they'll go along and fill it.
And that's how good teams start. As the opening tip is won by the Cumberland Beavers. We get started here. This day 2, game 2 of the TOC. As we talk about Gores down low, and good defense there from the Chargers. Get a turnover, and they'll go the other way. Persinger. We get everything set up here. Top of the key. The Chargers are wearing their purple uniforms with black numbers and yellow trim. The Beavers are wearing their home whites with black numbers and red trim.
Man-to-man defense here.
Persinger
Long three
for 3. Wow, there we go. Malachi Persinger from downtown, and that's how the scoring gets started here in game 2. And look at the Chargers now putting on more of a full court style of press, a zone press. It's a foul, and it took a long time to get past that floor, and they fall for it.
You knew it was getting close to a 10-second count, and they were just a little too tentative against the half-court pressure. They didn't want to dribble into the trap, and got a 10-second call, so a turnover by the Chargers. A good start here for Peoria Christian.
Peoria Christian head coach Jason Persinger, you probably can already tell, coach's son Malachi Persinger, we talked about it. He's one of the players to look out for. He's got his team running, a really good team in the Peoria area are the Chargers.
Kind of nice when Dad has the gym keys and you want to go up and shoot.
Exactly. Well, I talked to Malachi about it, and there's a 3-point shot here. No good. Rebound by the Beavers. I talked to Jason about it last year. I did a story about it, and he is, you can tell when, you have the keys to it and you can just go shoot. He's over there 6 a.m. shooting, so looks every part of it. A great shooter is Malachi. So miss there by Gores, rebound by the Chargers. They're pushing, stopping, and looking to set up their offense. Persinger from downtown again. No good. That was an air ball that time. It'll be Beavers ball.
He tried to sell that one got tipped. I don't think it did, but I would expect he can make that shot from there too.
Yeah,
that's not unusual.
We're only a little bit under 2 minutes to go, and he's already shot those 2 long threes. The ball batted out of bounds. This Chargers defense is rumbling to start.
And an athletic kid too. He chips that ball out of bounds on a long pass, and
the Beavers inbounding it. This is Berghammer.
Chargers in a man-to-man, but they were really looking to help inside.
Good defense there as outlet pass out to Persinger. Persinger goes up and he scores and 1. How about that, Malachi Persinger scoring the first 5 points. Could be 6 at the line for this and 1 opportunity.
Kind of the wraparound, tips it away, and then gets out on the break and has a chance for the and 1.
Persinger could be scoring the first 6 points for his Chargers. We have 1 at the line. And it's good. Persinger 6. And the Beavers will look to, again, the scoring column, but it will be hard to get past this press right now. They got to get past that corner, and they do that time. There's Gores. This is the layup. It gets his putback and scores, and the Beavers are on the board. Here comes the Chargers. And the turnover there from Peoria Christian. He's pleading, Malachi Persinger was, that it was tipped out of bounds, but he will not get it that time either.
Yeah, I think he just lost the handle there as he tried to make the move from the wing. And that half-court trap, the half-court trap. They, when they get it to the wings down there, Gores is going to be going hard to the basket without, many people in his way, and that getting him going downhill might be bad. But so far the Chargers have done a nice job and really made it tough for him to get a shot.
Parker Peterson, a really nice attempt there, but no good. And the Chargers go the other way. Here's Persinger in the top.
Now this is going to be one other kind of a weave handoff. You see teams like Kansas and then North Carolina run stuff like that.
3-pointer attempt is no good. That was an air ball there. And looking for the shuttle attempt, and Gavin Gores going the other way all alone and throws it down. My goodness. Looked every part of it in warm-ups, and he shows it there.
Yeah.
There's Persinger.
for a big, strong kid, it didn't take him long to get up the court with the ball in his hands. Usually those kids have someone else bring it up for him.
Walters pulled up is good. First points for the Chargers other than Malachi Persinger.
That trap right across half court.
Still coming with that trap defense as here comes the Beavers. Getting everything set up in the top of the key. Here comes Berghammer, down low the Gores, back to Berghammer. He's open for a three, and he buries it. How about Berghammer, Shaden Berghammer?
Good inside out. I mean, that's good recognition by Gores. He had to get drawn the triple team in there. I mean,
Peoria. Persinger from downtown, no good, hit the front of the rim. And the Beavers, the offensive rebound, or defensive rebound, pushing it up ahead. That's a three-point attempt for them, no good. Rebound, the Chargers are pushing themselves. Oh, bad pass. And it's like it go out of bounds, and it did. Be Beavers' ball.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Beavers push the ball up the court and take a three before Gores even gets a chance to really get across half court. I would think they would want him down there where on the miss he could rebound, but
That's a three-point attempt. Wide open in the corner was Parker Peterson, and that's what you got to do against a 1-3-1 defense. That corner is going to be wide open. There's Persinger himself for the answer, no good.
Well, and I think it's one of those where, you know what, these kids probably realize that, hey, teams are going to collapse inside on Gavin, and we're going to have to do our job and make some outside shots, and, you're going to get open looks sometimes when those kids when there's three of them around him in the post. Gores takes a strong right-hander, no good.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to do that all night long as Gores no good, but I'm sure those shots will be going down for him. Yeah. He's not afraid to shoot the ball. Persinger once again. That was number 2. Gavin Gore for 3. Good shot there from Peoria Christian. Yep. They're still at that 1-3-1 zone trap. Beavers are struggling to get past half court. And they get it past with probably a second to go before it was a violation, and it ended up being a Peoria Christian foul.
Yeah, so now we've got all kinds of officials in here because with the shot clock, and when it gets to 25 and you haven't got a 10-second call, you're going, wait a minute, that's 10 seconds. And, that one was pretty close again to another 10-second count. The Chargers have done a nice job with that kind of three-quarters court, half-court trap pressure.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something that the Beavers were not expecting even coming in. But
Well,
I'm sure that's something they'll adjust to, I'm sure.
Some of those defenses, it's hard to simulate teams that do it as well as the Chargers have done here early in the game. Good inside out, good pass by Gores back outside.
A three-pointer hit there by Jack Richter. Scores a 3. Nice move there, inside out move, no good was that shot from Drew Gamma for the Chargers, and the Beavers will go the other way.
But a smart decision. I mean, I can take this all the way to the rim and try to battle this 6'10 kid, or I can shoot this open little mid-range jumper.
How about this Peoria Christian defense? Suffocating.
Well, there's really collapsing. I mean, when it goes inside, the ball is really collapsed. They're going to have to be careful, though, because Cumberland's proven they can make some outside shots.
They can shoot it, and Jack Richker, the second three-pointer, he can shoot among the best of them probably in this tournament. As Chargers go that way, the answer is good. That is Gavin Walder from downtown, his second three-pointer himself. And it's a close ball game, 16-14 with 90 seconds to go in the first.
Both teams shooting it well, getting up and down the court.
And that's another three-pointer themselves. How about that? Three-pointers galore. That one from Parker Peterson.
It is raining.
And another one. No good. That one hit the front of the rim. That was Gavin Walder again.
But he got an open look. I mean, it's probably a shot his coach wants him to take.
And the three-pointer once again. That one was airballed. And fighting for the loose ball. Whose ball will be? It'll be Peoria Christian. 59.5 seconds to go. It is the Beavers on top, 19-14. Just under a minute left to go in the first.
Sometimes with these smaller enrollment schools, we saw it with Paideia a little bit. You wonder about the depth and the bench depth. You're going to have to rest some guys at some point in the game at this kind of pace.
Persinger in trouble. Walder. Back to Persinger. You got to wonder if he's thinking about just shooting it. And Walder will do it himself. No good. With 25 seconds to go, it'll be the Beavers, and they'll probably look to take the last shot of the quarter.
You would think so, and then, you would think maybe they would try to get it inside here to Gores for sure.
In no hurry at all are the Beavers. But they'll shoot regardless. With 10 seconds to go, no good. Rebound by Gores. Gores, a little bit of a behind-the-back move to the basket, and he'll score. 24-14, 1 second to go. And Persinger will throw up a one-legged jumper at the volleyball line, and that's no good.
A runner from 25, yeah.
Well,
maybe had a chance to get another dribble closer, but.
That's the end of the first quarter. The score is 21-14 in favor of the Cumberland Beavers. And the sponsors for the Washington Memorial Tournament Champions are Enercon Power. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And also, Cub Sports Bar. Come to Cub Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. Culver's. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 for every concrete mixer purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Warren, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Hare. PJ Hare is, again, proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions in this year's building for the future academic team. We wish all the teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Well, here we go. The second quarter is underway. Malachi Persinger in the corner, looking for Gores. Gores will let it fly. No good. And rebound by the Beavers. Well, I tell you what, the Chargers are not afraid to let those threes fly. It's not just Persinger, who I'm accustomed to shooting those long threes. It's also Walder.
Yeah. Well, and again, these are just kids that understand their roles, and I'm a shooter and I'm open, and they're going to let it loose.
The Beavers accept their offense. Gores on the top of the key. Spin move. He'll dump in out low and bat out of bounds.
Yeah.
And it'll be the Beavers' ball.
Good patience there by Gores. He didn't really he pushed the ball off the dribble there and saw a teammate cutting the basket.
Yeah, it was Parker Peterson right on the block. Gores, he'll let it fly from downtown, and he'll bury it. Gavin Gores, he showed that he can throw in some massive dunks, and he also show off his range.
Yeah, when you've got a 6'10" kid that steps out and can do that kind, that's a matchup problem for you.
Persinger, Walder, look for the equalizer. I'm sure they're looking for a three-point shot. They've been looking for those all night. There we go. Walder from downtown, he'll bury it. Nice move to get his defender off of him. And a nice three-pointer from almost the top of the key. And the Chargers are once again putting on more of a 2-2-1 press now.
Yeah. You have to do that against good teams, because, they start to recognize, okay, here's where I can. Oh,
wow. And there we go. Gavin Gores was not boxed out at all, and the Chargers paid the price. So he threw out a massive dunk and one. Wow. Persinger answers on the other end and gets Gores with the foul.
Persinger didn't hesitate to take it inside to the big fella and draws the foul.
That was a good move by Persinger getting to the basket, and not only did he draw a foul, he drew the foul on the best player on the Beavers, and not that Gavin Gores is any sort of foul trouble, but a foul is a foul at the end of the day.
You only get 5.
Yep.
So
they don't reset either, so you got to wait till the game's over. So Persinger knocks down his only free throw, and now a 1-3-1 full court press that's been working wonders for the Chargers so far. And the fact that they've gotten a couple turnovers is there we go again, another turnover. And then turn it back over.
And back
another
over.
back over. Wow, there we go.
And back over.
And there we go. And now finally they're slowing it down.
This is where both coaches just start pushing their hands to the floor to slow down.
Feels like they're playing a game of hot potato, but they finally calm it down, Cumberland.
Good screen up high.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get Gores on some mismatches. You're talking about screens up high, and then you get Gores on, the guards of Peoria Christian.
It looks like their defensive strategy is, when he gets it down low in the post, we're going to double, triple team him. But, when you put him out on the perimeter, you're going to send 2 or 3 guys out there. You're going to leave great shooters wide open. So, now that he's up high, you're running somebody small to set that screen, that back screen on him, and boy, it's trouble.
The 3-point attempt is no good. That was Troy Majalowski. Here comes the charge the other way. Persinger out the Walder. Walder from downtown, no good.
Right on line.
Rebound
that looked good
by the Chargers, and that is no good, but a foul.
Tell you,
Nice
that looked
job by
good. I
Peoria
mean, he
Christian.
shot that right in front of us, and I thought that was in. That looked really good.
Can't tell if that's number 3 or number 4. Those numbers are really hard to see.
On the purple, yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
number 4 is on the free throw line. That is number 3. That is Jacob Walton. I guess they're brothers. I mean, kind of hard to tell themselves, but Walton with the foul. Jacob Walton, that is.
This might be Brickner, I think. You're right.
It's
they're hard to
tell.
see, yeah.
They're nice jerseys. I bet they're nice.
Yeah, but plus
the
he's
numbers
turned,
and
yeah.
plus the way he's turned, it's kind of hard to tell.
Black
but
number on a purple jersey.
I
It
mean,
does have the yellow outline.
If anything, we can see when if he makes a free throw, we see what changes on the scoreboard, and there we go. Maybe judging that the people doing the score will not make a mistake.
Yeah.
I can see number 0. Yeah, you're right. Trey Brickner. We'll knock down 1 of 2 from the line, and here come the Beavers. This game has flown by, too. No timeouts yet, and we're in the second quarter, midway through, and then turnover there from the Beavers, pardon me. And that's exactly what the Chargers want out of a press.
Absolutely. I mean, it's funny. There are things that people sitting there in the stands go, why don't they throw it there? That guy's open. Well, that's why you don't throw it there, because, to throw it, you've got to throw it at a speed or at an angle that goes out of bounds. And so, what looks open is designed to look open, but it's really not. Good ball movement by the Chargers.
Oh, a wedgie on the backboard in the rim. Wow, there we go. Is that a first? I was not here yesterday. That is a first, probably, yeah.
Those new balls sometimes a little sticky. They'll get caught in there.
That's right.
Jump ball possession goes over to Cumberland.
Once again, the Chargers in the press, and looks like the Beavers have a better handle of how to attack it. It's just sometimes they can throw the ball away, and that one there, the Gores running to the basket.
Gets tipped away there.
Here comes the Beavers inbounding it. We're almost midway through the second period. 26-21. Beavers on top of the Chargers. Gores. Double teamed, and he is fouled. And they got Persinger with it. That'll be Persinger's first. Or excuse me, his second.
Yeah, those are the things you want to make good offensive players play defense, and they get themselves into foul trouble sometimes.
Oh, Gores from way downtown on the volleyball line buries it.
That's where we saw Avery Tibbs make one last night in the girls' game up by the attack line in volleyball. So
you got to think Malachi Persinger's thinking about pulling up on the Panther head. I mean, he's got a one-up.
I've got to beat that.
He's right on the Panther head. Nope, not going to shoot it there, but he'll shoot a long one regardless.
Have a step back.
No good. And pleading his case was Walder. That was tipped off by the Beavers, and he'll get that. It'll be Chargers ball. 4:10 left to go. It was Beavers 29-21 over the Chargers. Gores with 14 points on the night for Cumberland. Way downtown for Walder, no good. Nice rebound there. That was Josh Walton. Good rebound to get the Chargers second life. And Persinger drives to the basket wide open, but no avail.
And he just picked up his third.
That is not a good sign. If you're a Peoria Christian fan, Malachi Persinger picks up his third, and you got to wonder if the coach, Persinger, will keep him in the game. It looks like he will. Interesting decision there from the Peoria Christian.
Just taps his head and looks at his son and says, play smart. I'm not going to take you out.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting car ride home if anything too bad happens. Oh, what a turnover there. It was a good job there by Walder to get that ball deflected off the Cumberland man. That'll be Peoria Christian ball.
Had the trap up high. He'd already used his dribble, and no cutters were coming to help him.
Walton. Back to his brother. Oh, what a spin move getting to the basket. Fouled. Oh, what a spin move by Trey Brickner. And he got to the basket, and he'll shoot 2 at the line. Good job there from Peoria Christian as they look to try to cut into this deficit. An eight point deficit for the Chargers midway through the second. So he'll knock down his first. Cumberland's second game of the TOC and Peoria Christian's first of the Tournament of Champions. Both teams' first time being in the TOC.
Coach Persinger rethought that decision of leaving Malachi out there with 3 fouls and nearly 4 minutes of the second quarter to play, but
yeah, it's interesting in the fact that it's only a 6-point game. You don't need to be too risky right now.
No, not at all. I mean, and if it starts to get away, you can clearly put him back in, lob pass inside.
Lob up. Good idea there, but no good. But offensive rebound.
Calvin Cunningham gets the rebound and puts it back in.
That was Cunningham. And we have a stoppage of play. Looks like they're going to give him a warning possibly for something. I think it was Gores that got the warning. Yeah, I think Gores is pleading some sort of case, so something.
Well, I wonder if he hit the ball after it went through the basket, tipped it out of bounds. Some teams will do that.
Oh, Walter, a step back 3, no good. Good rebound there. That time it was Berghammer. And he'll bring up the ball for Cumberland. 2:30 to go here in the second. 8-point Cumberland lead. Gores around the P of the Panthers. You get the ball down low. He's triple team, finds the wide open man, and he buries it. That one was Troy
That's a really good offensive design. I mean, you put that shooter on the weak side, and that's where the doubles coming from the top and from the passer, and the triple teams coming from those angles, and all of a sudden, you're leaving a wide open look for a good shooter.
Here's Peoria Christian the other way. Brickner looking for somebody, gets it to him.
Drew Gamma into the game for Persinger. Nice drive to the basket and scores.
Gamma's taking over for Persinger, and he does what Persinger pretty much does best. He scores the basketball.
Puts the ball in the basket, yeah.
9-point lead now for the Beavers, so couldn't get the single digits. Cumberland looking to settle things down. It looks like when Peoria Christian makes a basket, their defense gets that much aggressive. Out for 3, and
Berghammer short off the mark.
Rebound there from Walton. He pushes it out, but too long of a pass, and it's turned back over to Cumberland.
That Berghammer made a nice play there. I mean, that's the situation where he takes a good shot, misses it, and doesn't hang his head and loaf back down the floor. He hustles back, gets in the passing lane, and makes him throw it out of bounds.
9-point lead for Cumberland with a little bit over a minute remaining here in the first half. Gores looking for a cutting man. And Cumberland, no good. Rebound there from Peoria Christian. He looked to push it. Walton over the outstretched Gores, and no good. That's a pretty hard shot.
That'll change a lot of normal shot angles when that guy's flying at you.
Berghammer driving it down low, and it is good.
Cunningham, another nice little baseline jumper. Missed the last one, but made that one.
Nice jumper from Cunningham. And Peoria Christian, I don't know if they'll look for the last shot. They might. We've got 30 seconds. I mean, actually, I forget about the shot clock.
They'll have to take it, but they can.
Clock sometimes.
They can run it down here pretty low.
It's about a 3-second difference between game clock and shot clock. As Brickner looks to drive in, he'll draw another foul. He's been pretty effective doing that. I think that'll be Cunningham.
He's kind of a tough matchup because he really hasn't shown a perimeter game, but he's getting the ball in the perimeter. So when you go out to guard him, he's so quick he goes by you. But yet at the same time, you say give him room. Sometimes you give those quick players too much room, and they still get by you. So.
Berghammer knocks down his first. I feel like if you're on Peoria Christian, you got to show a perimeter game. I mean, that's part of the style, right? I mean, but nope, you got to drive in and draw fouls. That's all about the balance of the team, I bet.
Well, and you find out, that inside-out game, it doesn't mean you have to throw it into a post to go inside. It may be dribble penetration to get it inside and then kick it out.
You got to think about Cumberland looking for the last shot. They might just let it fly if they get a good look.
Well, I would think you'd take this shot and give Gores a chance to go get an offensive rebound for you.
As Peterson for three as the buzzer expires, that is no good. The score at half, 36-27. The Cumberland Beavers, their second game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament champions in Washington, up on Peoria Christian. Thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Gores is a really good player. Persinger is a really good player, but there's other good players on their teams, and you see kids that know their roles, and you know, defenses are taking away opportunities for the good players, or trying to, and they're not really forcing things. They're getting the ball to teammates in the right spots and so on. So I would think, you know, Cumberland may go in and talk about some ways they can attack that half-court trap, and you know, I'm sure Peoria Christian may change it up a little bit and show things, but you know, Malachi getting through this third quarter could be key. Him getting through it without a fourth foul and having to sit some minutes there. So.
Yeah, you talk about the Peoria Christian half-court attack, and you know, it's definitely done wonders for them, and it's definitely all about, you know, not just playing the first game of the season, but also two teams playing against each other for the first time.
Right.
I guarantee you, Peoria Christian has not played Cumberland.
Absolutely, that's not on the schedule.
Yeah, we'll toss to the break here, and we'll get into the halftime studio at Tournament Central. We'll get a nice interview done for you guys, and we'll be right back after this.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Joining me now is Ryan Luganbill. Thanks for joining us, Ryan.
Hey, thank you. Glad to be here.
You've joined us in the last couple of years as well to have some discussions. Obviously, we know this tournament is a lot more than basketball. We'll get to that in a few minutes, but just kind of as a refresher, maybe for people that haven't seen our interviews before, tell our audience what your involvement is, of course, with OSF Healthcare, kind of the mission bringing to this tournament.
Yeah, thanks. I've worked for OSF for many years. I help run our cancer program throughout our ministry. The mission of OSF is to serve with the greatest care and love, no matter who enters our doors. And so our mission's strong. It's our strongest point. We opened up the Cancer Institute in February of this last year here. And it's incredible, and we're really excited about it, so I'm just humbled to be involved with it and excited to be at this tournament again. We're so grateful and thankful to be supporting this tournament and the mission of this tournament too.
No doubt about it, and of course Peoria is known largely as a hub for the medical community, right?
That's
There's
right.
Lots of hospitals, lots of clinics and things like that, but this Cancer Institute, very important, kind of groundbreaking. Tell us a little more about that.
Yeah, so the Cancer Institute is just an amazing now new hub for cancer care in our community. It really is the culmination of years upon years of work from the team and our doctors, led by our leader, Dr. Jim McGee, who's had this vision for many years to bring a world-class facility for cancer care to Peoria. And so within that center are an incredible amount of services from single-day imaging for all cancer patients who are getting their workup, infusion, the hallmark or the most advanced proton machine on the planet, serving our community and beyond like never before. And so it is an incredible feat. Last year we were here and we weren't open yet, and so this year we're so excited. The facility's now open, serving this community and well beyond this community, and it's just been an incredible journey.
Right. This might be a tough question to ask in terms of an exact figure, but how many people is this expected to maybe reach out to or help, maybe Central Illinois, maybe even abroad, if you even know a figure?
Yeah, that's not simple to answer, but hundreds of patients are coming into that facility a day.
Many probably don't have access to that care otherwise.
Yeah. And before now, I mean, patients, if they needed advanced care for certain things like clinical trials or proton therapy, they had to go to Chicago or to St. Louis or to Iowa. Now we're able to keep people close to home. Yeah. So, you know, it's just a wonderful, wonderful thing we can provide our community, and it is serving well beyond the Peoria area at this point already.
Yeah. Again, Peoria, great medical hub, doing a lot of great things for cancer patients, Central Illinois and abroad. But of course, basketball is another big reason we're here, and it's helping kind of fuel this. You've been coming. I know you have your boys here as well with you.
That's right.
It's always an exciting event. What have you enjoyed so far for the first few games?
I mean, last night was great. Some ferocious dunks again. Yep. Excited to see St. John Bosco. Excited to see Morton Potters. That's where I live now. They're a great team. So. Incredible basketball. I think what's most important here, though, is really the fight against glioblastoma. Yep. And OSF's partnership in that fight with KB Strong Foundation and the TOC, right. That's what we care. That's what I care about most. It's really fun to be able to combine a fun sport for an incredible cause. Yep. We are fighting like never before, and so what's so exciting about our partnership with KB Strong, other area community members like University of College of Medicine in Peoria, and many others, community members joining in this fight against glioblastoma, and in honor and memory of Coach Kevin Brown. There is an incredible amount of momentum and force. A year ago, we were talking about the new building, but we were really hoping to bring about a clinical trial for glioblastoma patients, and we've successfully been able to bring that to bear now. And so we are now we have our first trial on glioblastoma open in the area. Awesome. And so excited, and enrolling patients, and we're really hoping to do that more as time goes on. And so it's just incredible mission, incredible fight. It's a global fight, and it's all happening right here in Central Illinois.
That's fantastic. We love the support. And kind of a closing question for you. People throughout the week that may be thinking about coming out later in the week to support this basketball, how can people get involved, and why would you encourage people to come out to watch this great basketball?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, well, first, the basketball is incredible. I mean, the tournament organizers have gotten some of the best talent in the nation. And if you want to come see the best basketball, high school basketball in the world, you come right here. And you can experience the hometown feel of Washington and the surrounding communities with the best mission for a basketball tournament on the planet as well. So just come on out. Me and my kids, we don't miss a game. So,
yeah.
Yep.
No. It's certainly exciting. You do not want to miss it at all. But, Ryan, we thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your hard work fighting against glioblastoma and cancer. Certainly something that is very near and dear to everybody's hearts here. We are going to send it back up now to a break, and then we'll go back to the booth for the second half of action.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back, and the second half is just about getting underway. 43 seconds till then. The teams are out getting their warm-up shots in. It's been a pretty entertaining first half. You can talk about what we kind of expected out of both teams. Malachi Persinger shooting the threes that he takes, and Gavin Gores. We had saw him last night too do his thing as well. He's look nothing different tonight. He's just doing what he does best, and it's been pretty much power against power.
Absolutely. I mean, the star players come out and put on a show, and but what I'm finding interesting is, those teammates that understand their roles, the secondary players, so to speak. And, when Peoria Christian collapses and puts 3 guys on Gores, especially inside, I mean, he's not being selfish. He'll give it up and kick it out to wide open shooters, and they've knocked down a lot of them. That's how they've built this 9-point lead. So
both teams are shooting 3-pointers themselves, but in different ways. As we start the third quarter here with Persinger. Persinger and Walder have been the two for the Chargers that have shot the most, as Persinger will do a turnover out of bounds.
You see a little bit of a defensive change there. Cumberland came out in a 1-2-2 with Gores, the 6'10" kid, out on the point. If you're the guard out front handling the ball trying to throw it to the other side, you're going, Coach, I can't get it there.
Yeah, it's definitely tough when you play zone when the guy on top is the size that he is. Here come the Beavers, Troy Majewski. He's left wide open for a second. Open again at the free throw line. Jumper is no good. A little short. And rebound.
But a good shot. A good look by the Cumberland Beavers here coming out right out of break.
Persinger left wide open. You cannot do that. Malachi Persinger. Another 3. Got 12.
From the Panther script on the left side. Nothing but net.
Breaking the press easily was Cumberland. That was a nice job there. Not being flustered that time. And they'll start their offensive possession. A 3-pointer there, that time from Berghammer, and he'll bury it. The 3-pointers galore, and it's been that way in the first half, and it looks like it's going to be that way in the second half. Here comes Persinger. Walder, he's also left wide open. No good.
Persinger, I think, would have taken that to the basket had he not had 3 fouls, but he knew he probably couldn't take a chance on maybe picking up a 4th on a charge.
Yeah, you got to wonder how much the fouls, how they play a role in this game. Wide open once again. That time it was no good. That was Richter.
He kind of hesitated. He thought about shooting it right away and didn't, and then Persinger's shot off the mark there as he drives it to the basket.
Yeah,
again, sliding by, trying to avoid the charge.
That time he thought he could take it to the basket, but didn't avail. He takes it to the basket again. This time kicks it out to Walton. That time out to his brother. No good. That's Jacob Walton.
I think you see the presence of Gores there kind of changing some shot selection ideas.
It's kind of like Victor Wembanyama in the NBA.
Yeah.
It has that kind of feel to it. Open 3 from Berghammer again. He buries it the same exact spot from before. And it'll be Cumberland calling the first time out of the game. That's actually hard to believe. This game has flown by.
Well, and you see right there, again, we talked about good offensive design. There's one where you got Gores setting a ball screen for a shooter. And so now you've got to rotate a guy over to help on that ball screen, and you kick it to the guy he just rotated from to a wide-open shooter. And Berghammer buries the second one here in the third quarter.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Just a 30-second timeout to get some things straightened out. You don't really need to, change the whole things up. Just calm yourselves down. You got this big lead.
Well, like I said, they've kind of gone to this 3-2, 1-2-2 zone with Gores out on the top, that's changed things. And then maybe they just wanted to make sure they had things covered. Nice drive to the basket.
Nice drive there by Walder.
Yeah.
And no good. And the Beavers push the other way. Scores down low. He backs down, looks for the basket, and he'll get fouled and no good, so he'll shoot 2.
Little things. That was a tough pass inside from the perimeter, and he's got great hands. It almost got tipped away, and he makes a great spin move, seals the defender, almost makes the reverse layup. Saw him spend a lot of time after half when they came out of the locker room shooting free throws, and be interesting to see. I would think he'd be a good free throw shooter based on the fact we've seen him shoot a couple threes.
You like to think, but that's not always the case with some players. But, the Division I recruit, I'm sure he's at least solid in every facet of the game as he buries 2 free throws easily. to put the Beavers up 14. There's Persinger looking for the basket. He's left wide open after getting by a defender, and he'll score. So it's 44-32, 5 minutes to go in the third.
You know, to me, that would be the weakness of having Gores. Nice pass by Gores
nice
inside.
Pass, Majewski. No good. Excuse me, this is Majewski for 3, and that is no good. Rebound there by Persinger, and the Chargers push. They're charging, if you will. Persinger from the volleyball line, good. He buries it. He's not afraid to shoot that shot. We've seen it all game long.
Well, we talked about, you know, could they get back in the game, and we both agreed that, you know, their ability to score quickly, and there's 5 quick points by Persinger to cut into that lead. Gets it back to single digits.
Majewski looking low, gives it out to Richker, and they'll set it back up. Majewski once again, this time on the right wing. Kicks it out to a wide open Berghammer, and he'll miss a 3. And the Chargers are pushing again. This time out to Walton, and he'll score. That is Jacob Walton. Nice pass ahead by Malachi Persinger. And
7 straight.
it's not even just the 3-pointers that we've seen, it's a transition offense.
Yep.
And a nice half-court or full-court press there. Beavers get out of it easily. 3-pointer there in the corner by
and here they
Majewski
come again.
Good. Persinger once again, this time no good. And the Beavers will be content to slow it down. Under 4 minutes left to go in the third period. It was a 7-point game. This Berghammer drives in, kicks it out. That is Troy Majewski. Kicks it back out. Number 4. That is Parker Peterson, no good. Persinger once again, and that one was an air ball. That's not his first air ball, though.
No.
But I bet even though he airballed that shot, he's not afraid to shoot it still.
And it will not bother him.
As the Chargers pretty much in a full man now, switching things up. You had mentioned to me in the halftime break that they might switch things up, and
I think you saw Cumberland come out and have a better attack against it, and they made a little of adjustment of trying to deny Gores the ball, and he was in the middle against the half-court trap.
Berghammer, a floater is good.
Yeah, he's got 8 here in the third quarter alone.
And a 3-pointer on the other end from Peoria Christian. What else is new? It's buried.
That answered that question about Brickner be able to put it on the floor. He buries the 3 from the corner.
Yeah, you can do it pretty much all, and so can the rest of this Peoria Christian team. That's why they're one of the very best in 1A this year.
Well, that's, you know, having kids that understand their roles and can do multiple things, and not just one thing. It makes it extremely, incredibly difficult to defend.
Here's Majewski. He'll drive in, kick it out. That is Richker for 3, no good. And a rebound from Peoria Christian, and they'll charge ahead. Persinger. And what a drive again, that time by Berkner, and that time it was rejected.
Gores got it out of there on the reverse.
And the ball is no good. Persinger finding a wide open man. That was Jacob Walton, no good, but they get their own rebound again. Persinger once again from the near volleyball line. Okay.
4 chances. You'd like the Chargers' chances of getting a basket out of 4 possessions in one trip down the court, but come up empty there.
Yeah, rarity there.
Yeah.
There you go again as Berghammer. Floater is up and no good. Persinger up the other way, charging up ahead. We'll do more of a Euro step and no good, but rebound there by Walder. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that's Walder's basket, but that's pretty much both of them working together.
Oh, yeah. You know, that Persinger's faster. One of those kids, he may be faster with the ball than without. You know, you just split the defense and got all the way to the rim there.
Here's Troy Majewski. Top of the key, gives it to Berghammer. Down low to Gores. Gores at the left-hand hooker. And
good footwork, and, you know, that's kind of like Persinger, like we talked about.
The other way, gives it back out to Walder. Walder from 3, no good. Rebound once again from Peoria Christian. That's a ton of offensive rebounds. I lost count. It's only been pretty much a minute of that happening. But no good once again. They've had about 6 or 7 offensive opportunities.
Yeah, you know, and you wouldn't think with a player like Gores on the floor for Cumberland that they would be able to get that many offensive rebounds. But
it goes to show that basketball, at the end of the day, I mean, you can have one player dominate, but at the end of the day, it is a team sport.
Yeah.
There's Gores. Gives it back out, Richker. Nice pump fake. Goes to the elbow, and he will miss the three, but he gets his own rebound. And Parker Peterson gives it back out to Majewski. Here comes Peterson, and Gores will set it up. Shot clock is off. 20 seconds left to go here in the frame. And Gores will probably be content to take the final shot. The 6-point game, it's pretty close. Try to put it to an 8 or 9 point game.
Chargers spurt has gotten them right back in it.
2, 1. We got the shot off in time. No good. That was Parker Peterson. And at quarter's end, we have one more quarter to go. At the end of 3, it is 48-42. The Cumberland Beavers look to go 2-0 in the Washington Tournament of Champions. And like we had said, they're leading Peoria Christian 48-42. This quarter is sponsored by Enercon. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions for industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enercon.power.com and engineer your future with us. Well, we have one more quarter to go, and you would think that this game would be really close, but there's been some ways that, momentum. I think this is more of a game of momentum, too. I mean, you talk about Peoria Christian, their defense, the way they can attack you, and I think Cumberland's attacked a little bit better as the game has gone on. So absolutely,
against that half-court trap, they were able to get it in the middle, which is usually a dangerous place against the half-court trap, and they exploited that a little bit, and then the Chargers sort of changed up their pressure a little bit and got themselves back in the game. They are not a shy team. The ball will continue to go up for the Peoria Christian Chargers, and they got hot. They got about 5 in a row from Persinger, and then they got a couple more baskets from other players, and just like that, what was kind of getting away from them, a 10-12 point lead, is cut down to 6 here to start the fourth. So
you got to wonder for both of these teams too. The first COC appearance for both schools. Just the fact that maybe both these teams have nothing to lose.
Right, absolutely.
They're not like a Washington where it's like you're on your home court, you're going to be playing against a packed house. The place has gotten more packed as the night has gone on, but there's a nice drive by Gores and one. Nice job there on the smaller defender.
It's easy to say from up here behind the scores table, and he's a very talented kid with a lot of basketball skill, but boy, he is tough to stop. I mean, impossible to stop in there, and then he makes good decisions. He's passed out of double and triple teams. There you see him make a great post move to his left, and doesn't finish the 3-point play, but gives him an 8-point lead here to start the fourth.
Yeah, you got to wonder about these Division I guys. Not only are they superiorly talented, and that's what a lot of recruiters look for, but you're also looking for the right decision making.
Absolutely.
You're not looking to take 40 shots a game, but you're looking to take your fair share of 15, but you're also looking to make that smart pass. So he's done that all night long.
At that next level, there will be another Gavin Gores on the court guarding him, or better. So
everyone you're playing against is either the Gatorade Player of the Year in their respective state, or at least really, really respectable. So that's a very fair point.
Yeah.
There's Persinger wide open, but he decides to dish it off. As the buzzer expires, that's the first time the shot clock has really gone into play.
Yep.
As Gores with the rebound, he'll look to push the other way.
And you saw Gores change that shot. I mean, that's a shot Walton probably gets and makes a lot of times, and having to shoot it over somebody like him with trying to block it makes it a big difference.
It's Cumberland. Gores triple team now low, but he's still able to power his way to the basket. A nice drop step for the basket.
So there you see, I mean, these first 2 possessions, he's been in the post, and even there, Peoria Christian was running the 3rd defender on the catch, and he's still able to catch it and make a good post move and finish.
Persinger, he's not really wide open, but he's wide open enough for his own liking to shoot that 3, as he's pretty much been all afternoon. And that does not go in, but I'm sure that's not the last we'll see from him.
No, that was a good look for him. I mean, it's not like that was a rush shot or a forced shot. I mean, it was just, and once again, here go the Beavers back inside to Gores.
They're not triple teaming him this time, but they're keeping a keen eye on him.
Yep.
This is the Berghammer. This is Gores again. Berghammer. They're really looking to see if Peoria Christian will triple team him, to see if they can kick it out for some 3s, I bet. But Gores, with the shot clock expiring, has no other choice than to put it up, and he'll be no good.
But that was a good shot. I mean, that was a good possession by them. They run some clock, and they got a nice shot from the wing. A little pull-up 15, 16-footer.
Persinger driving, and there'll be a timeout called. I'm sure Jason Persinger was not too keen of what he had seen, so he'll call a timeout. And this timeout is sponsored by Enercon. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities for cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Yeah, this game is not over.
No, not at all. I mean, 10 points. It got up to 12. I think was the biggest it's been, but 12 points was cut to 6 in less than a couple minutes. So I mean, the Chargers can get themselves right back in the game. I think it looks like Cumberland's kind of focused on maybe let's try to get it inside a little more and not taking that quick outside shot. I think they'll still take them here, especially with nearly 6 minutes to go. But when their focus shifts to inside, I'm sure Coach Persinger's maybe talking about, okay, remember how we want to attack him in the post versus on the perimeter.
Certainly is 5:40 left to go. You're not even halfway through the final frame, and we had already mentioned about Peoria Christian's ability to put the ball in the basket. And, it's not just the three-point shots. We had seen it all both ways. We had seen Brickner take some shots take some shots, get some fouls called on him, so they can do it in a multitude of ways.
We've seen Peoria Christian really pound the boards. That one trip down the court, they had 4 or 5 shots to score, and came up empty that time. But still,
It's Walter, top of the key.
Here's Cumberland made the defensive switch. A lot of coaches like to do that out of a timeout. I'll go do something different than I was before the timeout.
Even if they don't call that timeout themselves.
Absolutely.
The three-point attempt there, no good. That was Drew Gamma.
But
Persinger, offensive rebound for the Chargers. Another offensive rebound. Nice tap out there. And the Chargers with another new life. There's Walton. Back out to his brother Jacob Walton, and that'll be no good. Corner 3, no good, and it'll be off Peoria Christian, Cumberland ball.
Yep, again, 4 chances for the Chargers and an empty trip. You're trying to battle back. Those are all costly.
And it's not like they're just getting one chance and going. They're getting offensive rebounds and scoring, as that's not a good sign for Cumberland. Got Gores the foul.
So they put Gores at that kind of high post in a 2-1-2 types offensive set and against the 1-3-1, and they early in the third quarter they were able to get it to him way too easily. So now Peoria Christian's trying to deny the ball, but all they do is reverse it. And as a high school kid, you can't get around a big body like that. I mean, he just posts up and is so effective.
So free throw line jumper, no good. That was Parker Peterson, but fighting for the loose ball and able to get it back because it's off of Peoria Christian.
Yeah, tipped out by Drew Gamma. It was another good offensive set. They collapse and got a wide open look up top there for Peterson and just off the mark.
Gores getting the inbound pass and he'll score.
Gores started outside on the perimeter and long pass by Persinger out of bounds.
You got to think Coach Jason Persinger telling his guys, hey, we don't need to make those risky passes. I mean, we have time, but
I think he was telling Brickner there, hey, you got to get to that spot. That's where he's throwing the ball to, is the spot we want you to be in, and don't stop short of that spot. We're going to throw it there.
Nice defense there from the Chargers. That was Richker, and Beavers will get another life. What game are you looking forward to tonight? I have a couple on my slate that I really look forward to. Washington and Florence Wilson is one that I want to watch.
Oh, yeah. I think, the Washington game, I mean, Coach Sherman-Horner have his guys prepared for that. And, I think the Metamora St. John Bosco game will be a big one, too.
That will be, too. Back-to-back, too.
Yeah, I mean, and you can come at 9:45 in the morning, or you can come at 9:45 tonight. You're going to see great players in a high school gym that you just, you can't always see.
Oh, and the shot clock was expiring.
A shot clock violation.
And that's the first one of the afternoon. That was Troy Majewski that couldn't get the 3 off in time, and you got to credit Peoria Christian's defense. As they'll bring up the basketball.
Here's the 1-2-2 zone with Gores out on the top, making that reversal pass tough. But I think the Chargers will be able to penetrate, and if they swing the ball quickly enough.
Finding his way to the basket. And that's a foul there. That's not what you want to do in a zone. The whole idea of a zone is pretty much keeping the guys by the basket. Anytime that happens, I played varsity basketball myself, and if the coach had seen me do that in a zone, they'd be like, "What are you doing?
Yeah,
do you want to play or not?"
You know, the old adage is that you dribble against man-to-man and pass against the zone. You know, you want to attack a zone on the dribble. You hit those gaps and you try to put them at a disadvantage. And, you know, zones are designed to keep it out of the middle, and there he gets all the way to the rim. And
yeah, getting into the heart, as my coach would say.
Yep.
2 for 2 at the line goes Jacob Walton. It is a 10-point game. The game is definitely not over.
Nope.
With just over halfway through the fourth. It was a little scary there from Cumberland, but they were able to break the half-court trap with Gores in the corner. He'll drive to the basket. Spin move, no good. And here come the Chargers. Persinger.
Oh,
he's
left him wide open.
open.
That was – I'm surprised that didn't go up.
He probably wants that shot back.
Yeah.
He'll probably take it right now, no? The hand in his face.
I thought the same thing.
And Persinger getting to the basket, able to get by his defender, and able to finish. Scores the rebound. And Cumberland, I feel like at this point, under 3 minutes left to go in this game, 10-point lead, they'll be content with just being conservative on offense, unless they're giving a good look. They can make threes.
This is a hard, you know, without playing with the shot clock on an every day, every game basis. This is one that's got to be different for kids because, you know, you're looking at, hey, we want to take time, but yet at the same time, do I pass up a really good look that I've taken for the first 3.5 quarters, or do I run some more clock? And I don't want coach to get mad, and I don't want my teammates to get mad. And
yeah, I feel like Brian Dunn, the Cumberland head coach, wants to talk things over about possibly just running some clock, being conservative, being smart on offense as he takes a full timeout. And speaking of timeout, this timeout is sponsored by Enercon. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. So yeah, I mean, we always say this game's not over, but I mean, at this point, if this game's not over, that means that Peoria Christian's got to score, and they've got trouble.
Well, you know, when you get to this point in the game, it's about getting a stop on the defensive end and then converting on the offensive end. You've got to get scores when you get stops every single time. And, you know, I think the timeout there was a smart call because they were really a little disorganized on offense, and you're down to 13 seconds. So I'm sure they're running some type of set. But, you know, like we talked about Coach Persinger here, he might switch defenses a little bit, maybe go back to that half-court trap and try to create a little more confusion with only 13 seconds on the shot clock, get that stop and get a basket out of it, and you know, that's how you get yourselves right back in this. So
when this game concludes, don't leave us. We have a really good game coming up next. St. Francis versus Romeoville. Romeoville Spartans coming off a solid showing last night against Washington. That'll be a great game. Don't go away when this game ends. The shot clock expires, but the shot was off, so no violation as there's a tie-up. New possession is it'll be Peoria Christian ball.
Yeah. Great sequence out of the out-of-bounds play. They inbound it and run the inbounder off a back screen. He was wide open, and I think if the reversal pass hadn't been fumbled, I think they would have gotten a wide open layup look out of it. But
yeah, if Peoria Christian wants to have any chance in this game, they got to score quick and they got to score now.
Well, and the timeout probably gave them a chance to talk about, hey, here's what we're going to do on offense when we get this thing back, and you know, and how we're going to attack them. And now Cumberland's gone back to their man-to-man. Oh, unfortunate turnover there. Back to the man-to-man pass to Persinger over on the other side, and I think he tried to put it on the floor and attack before he caught it, and it goes out of bounds.
They had a nice weave going. They had some nice ball movement, but one pass can derail that possession, and it definitely did for Peoria Christian as it's Cumberland ball. We're under 2 minutes left to go. It's still a 10-point lead for Cumberland. Both teams end TOC play after this one.
A little bit of flex lane control offense here by Cumberland. Baseline screen and then a down screen for somebody to pop up. And, you know, just a nice way to run some time. You get some looks.
Oh, Gore's at the nearly airball three. Just grazed the front of the rim, but the no good. And Berghammer also tried to finish, but no good. And here come the Chargers. Persinger from way downtown on the Panther P. It's no good.
Made one from out there in the third quarter, but this one's a little short. Again, this is where you wonder, you know, are their legs starting to go a little bit early in the season? And
not in game shape.
Yeah, I mean.
That's a good point.
both teams have really played maybe only 6 or 7 guys at the most. So, but these guys have put in the bulk of the 32 minutes, that's for sure.
Josh Walton picks up a foul there, and that's probably another thing with these late game fouls too. I mean, there's a certain adage about smart fouls and not so smart fouls. And
yeah.
Not so smart fouls are the fouls you give up when you're tired.
Right.
When you're not in game shape, as we just said. So
yep.
You're going to get those early. It's early in the season. You got to give some teams some grace.
Well, and to get stops, to get the clock stopped, you may need to put them on the line, and so.
Britschger's baseline pass is batted away, and it'll be Cumberland ball. As long as Cumberland takes care of the basketball, they should have no worry about getting out of here with a win.
Well,
2-0 in the
still
TOC.
21 to shoot. Nice back pick there by Gores. I mean, there's your star player getting a shot for a teammate by setting a great back screen. Berghammer gets it in off the glass.
12-point game now with 40 seconds to go and a foul there. That one will be going on Parker Peterson.
Yeah, Brickner trying to spin move on the baseline, beats him to the rim and draws a foul. So.
And Peoria Christian will look to inbound. Kind of an interesting out-of-balance play. Just to get the ball in. Persinger. Or excuse me, Walt. No good.
And Gores cleans up.
And Gores will be content. Not too content, though.
I'm not really sure why the shot clock's off. He got that at 33. Oh, a turnover. Steal in the backcourt.
Way too content for Cumberland. And how about this? And one for Walter.
So he'll have a chance to cut this back to a 9-point lead with a 3-point play.
Get it to single digits. And
now the shot clock is off here, so
it'll officially be off for regulation. You got to think about Cumberland, just too conservative there. You got to get the ball at least past half court.
Right. Yeah, I mean.
Something you got to do here now, too.
And the Chargers, I mean, they're going to pressure it. They're going to do what they can to get it stopped without fouling, but Majeski gets it across for the Cumberland Beavers. You
got to think a foul could be coming, but no, they're going to be content with just trying to steal and let the clock run out. So it'll be a final 56-46. The Cumberland Beavers come from northwest Wisconsin to Washington, Illinois, and leave Central Illinois 2-0 in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, defeating, once again, Peoria Christian 56-46. What are your thoughts on how this game went?
Well, I feel like I repeat myself all the time, but I think both coaches have to feel like, hey, we learned some things. Peoria Christian playing against a huge post presence like Gavin Gores, and when they run into that somewhere along the line during the season and maybe in the postseason in the state tournament series, they'll have a better idea of, hey, remember how we did this is how we have to defend it. And on offense, they know they've got weapons, and maybe it didn't quite pan out the way they thought it would today here, but I think Cumberland's defense had something to do about it. You go back, watch film, and you learn something about your team. Wins and losses. We said last game, you either win or learn, and sometimes it's easier to learn from a loss. I think from a coaching standpoint, it's more provable to your players that, hey, look, this is what happens when we don't do these things. Good game by both teams, and both teams will walk away better for it.
Yeah, definitely. And in this tournament especially, I mean, you talk about who's in this tournament year after year. You're either talking about past state champions or teams that can very well win the state championship this year. So even, it's not even just that, just the fact that you're getting that right away in the season.
Absolutely.
Because for Peoria Christian, they'd play in the Peoria Heights Thanksgiving tournament. They're kind of seasoned in a little bit already, but for most of these teams coming in, this is their first games of the season. And it's not just, we're getting welcomed into the season kind of slowly. No, you're playing college-level teams.
Well, and I applaud Sean Powell for his ability to go out and find these teams, and the talent, from all around the country. I mean, you're not just talking about, hey, I'm looking for the best teams in Illinois or Central Illinois. He's going out and finding the best teams in the country to bring here. And I said this earlier, too. I applaud the coaches for, having the courage to bring their teams here. It'd be easy to stay at home in some local tournament and be 5-0 and say, okay, let's go attack our conference schedule. But, they know what this does to them. It does for them in the long run and makes you better and so on. So
definitely. And, you talk about, the past teams. I went the my high school, St. Anne High School, they had played in the Washington Tournament Champions back in 2007. They had won the state championship in 2007. So, they played some tough teams. They had played a team in Alabama with, at the time, was a 6'10" Florida State commit, and they ended up beating them.
Yeah.
And I remember reading an article about it from our head coach, and he was like, yeah, that tournament, even though we beat this team, and they actually ended up losing to Washington later that night, but even though they had gone 1-1 in that tournament made them better. So I'm sure all these teams, not even just Cumberland or Peoria Christian, this tournament makes them better.
Yeah, absolutely, and you don't find that necessarily playing against the teams in your area, and plus the familiarity of the opponent. You don't have that, so you're going out and you're really finding out about yourself, trying to find out what do we do that works. We're having to do this maybe without the scouting report that we have against common opponents year after year. Like you said, these teams aren't on each other's schedule, so this is the first time they've ever met, and they have to figure out, okay, this is what we are, but this is how we have to do it against this style of team.
Yeah, you're going to get that all around the tournament. You're not going to get a lot of teams that have seen each other before. You might get a couple of Illinois teams. You might get like a team from this area play a team from suburban Chicago. You might. That might have happened once in a while. High school basketball has been around forever. And
well,
I doubt that, that these are the first time those teams are playing. But you're talking about like Metamora and St. John Bosco. They might have seen each other once or twice in their school's existences. But
yet you saw Coach Dame down here in the first game for Metamora videotaping our 9:45 game because he's going to play one of those two teams later. So it's you want to see those teams and give your teams the best opportunity to be successful.
Definitely. And so we'll head back to break. When you guys come back, you'll see the next game on our schedule, St. Francis and Romeoville, a clash of a suburban Chicago team. And where is St. Francis based out of? I couldn't even see that.
I'm not sure myself, but
they are based somewhere.
Yeah.
It'll be a great game. I saw St. Francis before, and I've definitely seen Romeoville before. They had played in the State Farm Holiday Classic, so I've seen them.
Yeah,
so
Romeoville last night, they did a great job against Washington, a great comeback in the second half and hold on in overtime, and they had some really talented players out there. So this will be another good match. Like we said before, you can come anytime and watch a great high school basketball game here at the Torry Gym.
St. Francis based out of Houston, Romeoville based out of obviously suburban Chicago, and that'll be a great game. But for now, we'll send it to the Tournament Central. We'll be right back with that game after this.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within one business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schimmerhorn, joined alongside Mark Misselhorn. Mark, it's good to have you here.
Very nice to be here, Charlie.
So this is going to be an interesting interview because me, personally, I'm somebody who was close to Kevin Brown, who this tournament is named after. My dad happened to be one of his best friends. And Mark here has an interesting story also that relates to the Kevin Brown Memorial Foundation also. So, Mark, if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little bit about your story.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. My brother, Dave Misselhorn, my older brother, he unfortunately, we had an experience with glioblastoma. That's what the same brain cancer that Coach Brown had. Only about a year after Coach Brown was diagnosed as well. My brother actually lived in Washington, and his 3 kids went to Washington High School. It's a tough journey, and I know Coach Brown had a battle as they learned more about the disease and worked through that process. Very similar to my brother. So that's how we got to know Jody Brown and KB Strong through that process.
So the whole KB Strong Foundation, right? It's built on people like Mark, people like Jody, people who unfortunately lost people to this horrible disease, and it's just awful. But you kind of sense like a sense of family almost with those who have lost, and it's just so important because this whole tournament, right? It's raising money for one cause, and that's glioblastoma. And the KB Strong Foundation, not only is it raising money to do research for glioblastoma, but it's also reaching out and helping others to afford maybe care for their treatment for glioblastoma. So, Mark, if you wouldn't just mind telling us how important is KB Strong, how important is the money and the fundraising important to somebody who is dealing with glioblastoma?
It's really important. I know that when Jody and others decided to found KB Strong, they do three particular missions. One is increased awareness of glioblastoma. I know from our family's experience and many others we've talked to, they had never heard of that term. And I'm glad we did not know about that term before, in a sense. You don't want to really hear that term. We want to hear it less and less in that sense as treatments and eventually cures are found. But that's the first part, is awareness, to know that you're not alone as a sibling, as a spouse, as a parent, as a child of someone who's suffering from the disease. So they're also a link for resources, and they're local. They're in Central Illinois and now numerous surrounding counties around Peoria County and Woodford and Tazewell County beyond. They try to add a county or so a year. So they do have the Warrior grants, which are wonderful in that they provide money for caregiving and really anything that the family needs. And it's more of it's a resource and to let people know that they're not alone in the journey.
So important. KB Strong, just such a great organization founded by people who are dedicated to solve glioblastoma. And we know that doctors are working so hard. Everybody's doing their best to play their part in this cure. But there's also a whole lot of behind the scenes here. I saw you work in the tent over there. There's janitors walking around. There's other people running concessions. Tell us so far your experience of the tournament and what you've just seen from the work ethic of all these people.
Oh, I think it's great. It's a great gym at Washington High School. Awesome atmosphere. Holiday tournaments in this area, such a basketball region, have always been really well attended, and this is I think they really raised the bar here. There's teams from all over the country, some of them nationally top 10 rated, as well as local favorites. So it's really fun environment. As you said, all of the volunteers and opportunities to come by, get a ticket. There's food vendors. There's opportunities to donate and get wearables, not unlike I'm wearing here, and lots of other things to see. So it's wonderful for people to come out and support this tournament of champions, and also KB Strong to help raise that money for awareness, research, and grants.
Yeah, so you mentioned coming out to the tournament. That's one way that you can do that for sure. Reaching out, buying a ticket, watching games. There's certainly so much amazing basketball here. I mean, I'm looking over at the walls. I see people like Anthony Davis, possibly a future Hall of Famer, Andrew Wiggins, plays for the Golden State Warriors. So there's so much talent here. There's so much opportunity for fans to come out and watch. Have you gotten to watch any basketball games here?
I've been working the tent, but hopefully I will. Yeah.
So
I've seen the teams on the roster. It's pretty impressive.
Very impressive. I mean, you got St. John Bosco, if I'm not mistaken, is ranked, like 4th or 5th in the nation. So certainly just fantastic teams here. Great basketball. So far, if I had to ask you, what's your favorite part of the tournament?
I think, actually, just from my perspective, seeing the awareness and money raised for KB Strong, and also I did not know Coach Brown in his lifetime, but I can see how really beloved he was and the impact he made on this community and the school, and to have his legacy continue on with this tournament. Such a great fit, basketball, the holidays, and family getting together, and it's a really great fit.
Right, so it's Thanksgiving, obviously, as we're approaching the day tomorrow, and I think it's a great opportunity, though, just to be thankful for what we have around us, right? I mean, obviously, glioblastoma, absolutely horrible, and, you know, we've lost people very close to us, and it's devastating. But I think as we look around here, though, we can take one positive, and that's that there's money being raised for it, right?
Yeah.
That there's so much awareness, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And while it's so bad, we know that people are doing their best to cure glioblastoma, and hopefully one day soon, something good will happen out of this.
That's right. That's right. It's there is support. There's information and some real togetherness, and this tournament really brings it all together, and it's fun to be a part of and wonderful to see.
Mm-hmm. So, Mark, it's been a absolute pleasure here. I mean, one last question for you. This is kind of a fun question. Hospitality room, for me, I know I love food. Have you been in there at all?
I have not had a chance. It smells great. I can tell you that.
It's awesome.
There's a lot of in and out activity. So we're selling some merchandise. We're right next to it. So I'm sure it's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I try to get to the hospitality room at least once a day, twice a day if not. And there's so much amazing food. I just had a brownie from somewhere, and it was so good. Mark, though, it's been an absolute pleasure. Everybody here is glad to hear your story. We know that all this tournament, all this awareness is going to an outstanding cause, and it's just another messenger you are just to help share your story and raise awareness. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. I'm Charlie Schimmerhorn, Mark Misselhorn. We're going to send it to, we're going to have Teddy Ball. Teddy Ball, are you going to hop in here?
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. So.
Are we switching? Or?
You want to go ahead and switch Teddy's in?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're all good.
Thank you for the interview.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
very
It's been an
much.
absolute
Nice
pleasure.
to meet you.
Yeah,
Happy
you too.
Thanksgiving,
Yep.
guys.
You too.
Teddy Ball, welcome.
Not as cool of a guest, but
No,
got to
certainly
fill in a little
not.
bit. No, you're good.
We're going to talk about basketball, I can only imagine, right? Certainly lots of fantastic basketball games here. I mean, we look futuristic, right? We got St. John Bosco Metamora coming up at 5, I believe.
Yeah, that's
Something
gonna
like that,
be a great game. The original game I had circled, going into it was I liked the girls game yesterday. Obviously, that was a great one if you guys missed it. But also the Metamora St. John Bosco game. I'm excited to see that because Metamora for us is one of the better teams in the area and for the years. But St. John Bosco, that's one of the better teams in the nation. So it's going to be cool to see. I think last year Metamora went into the season ranked like 17th in the nation or something like that. So they are, they're very competitive. But it's going to be cool to see what Metamora can do against a team like that.
For sure, definitely going to be a great basketball game. When we look at key players, right? Obviously, you got Metamora, Matthew Zobrist, people like that. I mean, he had an absolute great game yesterday. I was actually running the camera down on the sideline. He dunked on somebody. It was one of the most impressive dunks.
Hey, you got that shot?
In the whole I did. Hopefully.
That was impressive.
Hopefully. But no, seriously, he's a great shooter. Metamora, I'm a Washington person, but you got to give him credit because they are just a outstanding team. They're super well ran. I mean, they can shoot the ball, they can score, they can play defense. Certainly going to match up well against St. John Bosco.
Yeah, I think when you look at Metamora, at least in our area, they're the most well-rounded team year in and year out. And so this is a new-look Metamora team like we've talked about. Zober stays, but a lot of other guys are, changing. Jonah Funk in the lineup from El Paso Gridley. So there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts to their team, but at the same time, coaching change as well. But at the same time, it's still the same Metamora program. They still have, the history and the continuation of younger guys coming up. They got a couple of freshmen, making key roles on their roster. So. And it's not like they're playing like freshmen because they're losing, a lot of depth or anything. It's that these freshmen are that good. I mean, they won junior high state championships, and so Metamora is going to be good for a long time. But this is a new-look Metamora team, and I think that's why it's so enticing to see how they can match up.
For sure. Local teams, right? I think we got another local team here in Morton Potters, I believe. I saw them, so I was walking through the book. Obviously, another great team, in the Middle Illini. You got the Panthers too. They're going to match up well. The whole Middle Illini we talked about a little bit yesterday. It's going to be so competitive, and I'm waiting to see what happens with this season.
Yeah, the Mid-Atlantic is one of those conferences where, at least in our area, there's a lot of smaller conferences, and there's the Big 12 as well. But the Mid-Atlantic is kind of like a middle ground where there's some bigger schools, but they also they still have like the culture and a feel of like a small town school with everybody packing in. As you can see in here in Washington, like not only the Washington fans, but it is a lot of Washington fans. That's why I'm referring to them for Mid-Atlantic. But Morton, they travel well. They always have great fans, and I think that's what makes Mid-Atlantic Conference basketball so good. So it's cool to see them in the tournament.
Sure, lots of great teams. Dunlap, the Eagles, got Limestone, the Rockets, so certainly lots of great basketball. TOC, though, I know I talked about it a little bit. Certainly, it's just for an outstanding cause, right? I think everybody here knows this. If you come in, you can see the banners with the KB Strong Memorial Tournament. Anywhere that you look, there's something always dedicated to Coach Brown, right? So Coach Brown just had an immense impact. I know Mark touched on it earlier, too. You can see the moment you enter the doors. I mean, it's just awesome. You got kids walking around with KBM TOC shirts. You got the hospitality room sponsored by that stuff. So it's just awesome, Teddy. So take us through your understanding so far of what this tournament is like.
Yeah, so I've worked the tournament 3 years now, and so I've gotten to really see going into it. The first year I worked, I wasn't really too familiar with it. I just figured it was a big basketball tournament, which it is. There's great teams, but like just from talking to people like Jody, Coach Langhoff yesterday, I had a great conversation with him and like his understanding of it, and you really get to feel the connection and the reasoning of why everyone turns out because. Like I said, it's a great basketball tournament, but at the end of the day, it's also for a great cause. And Kevin Brown, Hall of Fame worthy coach, you know what I mean? And so not only that, but he's also a Hall of Fame worthy person, and that's what everybody always says. And so many people have so many fond memories, and that's why when we get these interviews like this going on, or like other ones where people get to share their own experiences with Coach Brown, and kind of what they got to experience throughout just mutual connection and stuff like that. It's what really brings it all together. And, I think that's what makes this tournament so great.
Yeah, it's just great tournament. There's so many people behind the scenes, too, that just get this thing going. Everywhere you look around, there's so many volunteers, right? Volunteers meaning that they aren't getting paid. And they're out here just working so hard just for this. Just shows his impact on all these people. And you mentioned Coach Brown, a Hall of Fame coach, too, in basketball certainly, but if I'm not mistaken, he also got third place in state baseball, too.
Really? I didn't know that.
I
actually did not know that.
Yeah, so, I mean, great coach all the way around. I knew Coach Brown personally. I can say that he was one of the most impactful people that I've ever met. Just anywhere you go, just super nice guy and just – yeah, had a great impact on me.
I think when it comes to coaching too, and one of the common things that people talk about, especially other coaches. When I talked to Coach Langhoff, this is what he said, where it's like coaching is one aspect of it, and obviously it takes a good game plan, good players, and the whole coaching aspect of things. But another side to that, to get the best out of your players, get the best out of the community to show up, it's just genuinely caring for your players, caring for the people that are watching. And I think that's what so many people believe that he did, and it's what he did do. And so that's why to this day we still talk about Kevin Brown.
Yeah, Teddy, it's been an absolute great time here. Before we get going, I'm sure we're running a little bit short here, but we already talked about Bosco. There's so many other games here. Why should people come out? I mean, obviously, great cause. We've talked about that so many times. We could sit here and talk about that for hours, right? But basketball is the reason why so many people come from across the nation, right, to play. There's so many great teams here, so many great games. And, I mean, you look out there, especially during the Washington game last night when we went to OT, this place was absolutely packed. I mean, there was like zero seating room. So many fans come out. So many just people come to watch this basketball game. It's such a great tournament, right? So if you could say one thing to viewers why they should come out and watch the TOC, what would you say?
I think in terms of coming out to watch the TOC, the main thing is when you look, if you show up, you can see all the Den of Honor inductees of people that have made great memories in the tournament, have contributed greatly, whether it's players, volunteers, tournament directors, stuff like that. And so each year, TOC gets bigger and better, okay? And each year, more and more people make a case to be in that Den of Honor. So, I mean, a couple years ago, Zion Williamson, DeAndre Jordan's up there, a bunch of NBA players, also the great, people that you get to see around. So I think just come here so you can see, the future of the Den of Honor, to see, the history that's being made actively.
Teddy, it's been an absolute pleasure here. I'm Charlie Schermerhorn. Teddy Ball, we're so glad to be here and support this awesome tournament. So glad to raise awareness for glioblastoma, which Mark mentioned is the main cause, and also watch some great basketball. We're going to go ahead and send it into an ad break. Thanks for joining us.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We are set for Game 7 here of the tournament and the third contest today, featuring one team that we've seen once, the Romeoville Spartans, who were victorious in their first game last night against the Washington Panthers. And they will go up against the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves, who are making their debut game here in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. My name is Brett Parrott. I'm also making my debut here as part of Clutch Sports, and I'm joined here by Gavin Russell. And Gavin, I think as we get the starting lineups here, probably the first thing we need to talk about is the game that Romeoville played last night. Overtime contest against the home school, the Washington Panthers. You got to wonder if they're going to be a little bit worn out coming into today's game after last night's overtime contest.
Oh, I got to think so, Brett, and I know we're pretty worn out from the day we had. So to come for your first game of the season, you got to shake the rust off. They played a really, really good one against the Panthers, but yeah, they're definitely going to be feeling it. Hopefully they got some good rest because they have a big task in front of them with this St. Francis team.
Yeah, and the other thing you got to talk about with Romeoville is Damian Porter Jr. He had a fantastic game last night. Basically, as I watched from home, it was, boys, jump on my back because I'm not going to let us lose this game. Washington was feisty as all get out, but Damian Porter basically carried his team to a victory last night.
Yeah, certainly did, and he's one of those guys that's a self-starter. There's a lot in this tournament, but he is that self-starter for Romeoville, and they got one of the toughest environments you're going to get the TOC against the home Panthers. The Panthers are known to be scrappy, that Kevin Brown mentality that Eric Schermerhorn continues to instill in them. So definitely a big challenge for them in the first game, but they got their hands full, as mentioned. St. Francis, a very good team, but they got to get their legs right coming from Texas. That's a decent trip.
Yeah, and St. Francis, I would say, is probably one of the upper echelon teams that were invited to the tournament this year. Couple of Division I signees already. Probably one of the premier athletes of the tournament is their big man, Nigel Walls. 6'10", 6'11". He's signed to go to Southern Methodist University. John J.J. LeBoy signed to go to Columbia. These guys are very talented, state champs last year in the state of Texas. So they're going to be ready to play against Romeoville here this afternoon, and we are just about set for our tip-off here.
Certainly. St. Francis has some killers, so we're going to see some great talent up and down the court. Expect a lot of good shooting today as well.
Tap is taken by St. Francis Episcopal. Well, maybe moving from right to left on your screen, and a short jumper to start off the game. A little short rebound taken, and here comes Damian Porter Jr. with the ball for Romeoville.
Last shot was by Corey Sion. He's going to start. Doesn't score a lot of points, but he's scrappy on defense, almost 2 steals a game.
Ball inside. Now back out. Right at the free throw line, Porter Jr. hits a jumper for his first 2 points of today's game.
Yeah, that was a nice shot right there. Easy as it gets, right from the free throw line.
Number 2, Corey Sion brings the ball up for Episcopal, and it's stolen away by Romeoville. Up the court now. Stop, pop for 3. A little bit long. Got his own rebound up, and shot was deflected a little bit. Back down the floor for the Wolves. And there's Nigel Walls right there with his pink shoes driving into the lane. That's Omarion Harvey with the ball on the right side. Takes it in. And that's going to be called a block. I thought we almost had our first Jody Brown State Farm charge of the game here today, but that's going to send number 24, Omarion Harvey, to the line for the Wolves. Another potential D1 recruit here. He's got multiple offers, but has yet to decide where he's going to continue his career.
Yep, he's got a 3-star recruit. He's got some offers, George Mason, Monmouth, Sam Houston, so he's got some D1 interest. And I'd imagine a showing here at a great tournament like this could maybe spark a few coaches to have some interest. We know there's college coaches from all over. We've seen Brad Underwood, Brian Wardle, the likes of many others come through the TOC, so he might pick up a few more scholarships before it's all said and done.
And he drops in 2 free throws, always a good skill that college coaches want. And that brings us to a tie at 2 as Romeoville brings the ball up the court. Pass stolen away by Harvey, up the court to LeBoy. He is left-handed, kick out for the 3. That's a little bit strong. That's Christian Hodge with the 3 there. And ball back to Romeoville.
I like that pass, though, from LeBoy, looking to create for others. He definitely can do that. One of their more efficient scorers and efficient passers.
Porter Jr. out top, directing traffic. Now off to 21, DJ Hampton. Back to Porter Jr., guarded by LeBoy. We saw last night in the game, Porter Jr. can go both left and right. 3-ball up. Rebound by LeBoy up the floor to Sion. Back to the LeBoy. This was something I saw on tape with LeBoy. He's got a man's body, and he's not afraid to drive, and oftentimes looks for the pass off that drive as well. He's left-handed on the dribble.
He's smart, too. He's going to that Ivy League school.
He's going to pull it for 3 here, a little to the right. Rebound fought for, still fought for on the ground. Loose ball. Looks like we're going to have a tie up there. Possession arrow is going to point towards Romeoville.
That's something that the Spartans are going to have to contend with all day. Of course, they're just going to lose the height advantage to Nigel Walls. Most teams in this tournament will, so they're going to have to do a really good job boxing out, and that's team rebounding, right? You can't just send one guy to the glass. You're going to need 2 or 3 white shirts there to try and secure those rebounds.
Yeah, and even LeBoy, their technically point guard, he runs at 6'4", so lots of height across the board for the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves. Here's Damian Porter Jr. out top, trying to drive, gets Harvey backpedaling, misses the shot, rebound taken, and we got a foul on the rebound. That was number 1, Danny Thompson, on the rebound. Foul against the Wolves, ball out of bounds underneath for the Spartans. Got to be careful of 5 seconds, and there it is. 5-second call against Romeoville, ball back to the Wolves.
That's a tough turnover right there. Just didn't have anybody on the inbounds again. That's where that height and length can also come into play on some of those sidelines.
Wolves out top. That's Sions with the ball to Walls, now to Harvey. Harvey drives it in the lane, kick out to Hodge, now to LeBoy. LeBoy between the legs, behind the back, into the lane, up with the left hand, a little short, and rebound to the Spartans, and it looks like we got a foul as 21. Hampton was trying to clear, a little handsy there by the Wolves. I think they got LeBoy on the foul there.
Yeah, that's a good job rebounding, though. Again, looks like that's something they might be preaching. Head coach Mark Howard for Romeoville, definitely a seasoned coach, and he's seen a lot of games. Romeoville's been in a lot of meaningful ones, so expect them to make some good adjustments.
In the corner, that's Thompson with the 3, no good. Rebound by Harvey, takes a shot, no call. Up to LeBoy. LeBoy stumbles into the lane. Kick out Walls, he can hit that, but it's a little long this time. And rebound to Thompson. Up the floor quickly. Drops it back for Porter Jr., 3 up. And again, a little bit long, ball out of bounds. That's going to go to the Wolves.
And both teams need to find a pace right now. It feels like both teams are just running way too fast for, what they want to do. It's the second day for Romeoville. They're trying to kick the pace up to keep up with St. Francis, but you need to just play your ball game, slow down, limit some of these errant passes and things like that. I'm sure we'll see that settle in over the next 4 minutes in the rest of the game.
Scion brings the ball across half court. Off to Harvey, now LeBoy right side. Screen there, now they're going inside to the big fella. There he is, Nigel Walls with his first 2 points of the game. And that makes it 4-2 St. Francis. 3 on the other end, that's down. Number 5, that's Christian Flowers with the 3 ball from the left corner. And now Romeoville with a 1-point lead.
It's only a matter of time. A lot of threes so far, hadn't been hitting, but only a matter of time. Both these teams have great shooters.
Scion off the Walls out top. Drop off to Harvey. He's going to launch a 3, well short. Rebound taken by the Spartans. Hampton up the floor. Now ball into the corner, batted away. Porter Jr. looking for Hampton underneath. Picked off, and that's Harvey there. Keeps it in bounds. LeBoy, and here's Hodge. Ball knocked out of his hands, out of bounds. Ball underneath to the Wolves.
Yeah, with that 1-point lead, getting that 3-pointer, I didn't like that last possession from Romeoville. Really just kind of some errant passes, no looks. They're not in the point of the game for that.
Inbounds to LeBoy, back into Walls underneath LeBoy. He's fouled before the shot, the referee is going to say. Looks like that's on Hampton for the Spartans.
And St. Francis a little bit of a leg up here. They've already played 6 games coming into the season, so they're a little bit warmed up. They've kind of knocked the rust off a little bit. Romeoville has just the 1 game, but still early in the season, figuring some stuff out. And again, basketball, very much a game of adjustments.
Number 4, A.J. Ivy checks in for Hampton before the ball inbounds. I thought he provided a little spark for Romeoville last night against Washington. We got another foul here on the inbounds play.
Yeah, he certainly did, and quite a few transfers for Romeoville. They most definitely have picked up a lot of really good seniors, but A.J. Ivy has been a guy. He was around last year. He's getting better. And a junior, he's going to need to fill some big shoes next season. So this is a really good experience for a guy that's going to eventually be one of the primary leaders of the Spartans ball club.
Harvey to inbound for the Wolves. Finally gets it into Walls in the right corner. Backs in. Step back here. Ooh, blocked from behind.
There was Ivy right there getting in behind.
Now LeBoy with it. Gets a screen from Walls into the lane, up, and he's fouled on the layup attempt. Walls come flying in to put that in, but that was not going to count as we have a foul there. And John J.J. LeBoy, signed to go to Columbia, will step to the line for 2.
Yeah, he's averaging just under 12 points per game, about 4 assists per game as well, over 2 steals. So he kind of stuffs the stat sheet, and you mentioned a grown man's body. He definitely looks like he's college ready for sure.
First one's up and in for LeBoy. Ties the game at 5, still in our first quarter. Lefty shakes out the arm, and second one's up and down as well, and the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves take a 1-point lead against the Romeoville Spartans. We're here in the Washington Invitational portion of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament. Ball out top, Damian Porter Jr. looking to direct traffic. Hands it off to number 5, Christian Flowers, and Flowers eventually sends it above his teammate's head into the crowd. Ball back to the Wolves.
Missing some opportunities again with those turnovers, but that could be some of that day 2 tiredness, starting to get to him a little bit.
Here's LeBoy again, driving in the lane, floater up, no good, gets his own rebound. We got a foul on the rebound. Looks like that's going to be against Romeoville.
But LeBoy, coming in, getting his own miss. He's just a high motor and definitely a guy that's just kind of a glue guy. He's going to keep you together even when your team is struggling. Obviously, not a lot of points coming up in this first quarter, but LeBoy is keeping him in there.
Foul was on number 1, Danny Thompson, for the Spartans, and it was a foul against Christian Hodge, another senior starter for the Wolves, and he steps to the line and makes the first. Second shot upcoming, that's good as well for Christian Hodge, number 15.
They're taking the free ones. That's always big. Got to take your shots from the charity stripe and make the most of them.
Porter Jr. out top. This was a matchup I was looking forward to when I was scouting for this game. Porter Jr., who was going to guard him. Looks like LeBoy's getting the main task for that. Been well up to it so far. Ball out of bounds, going to remain with Romeoville.
Yeah, he had the good look there, kind of drew the double team. Would have liked to see him look back to the top of the key. He had A.J. Ivey wide open for 3, but just didn't get the vision over there, but nevertheless, they retained possession.
Tough place to inbounds from in that back corner, and ball knocked away. Now Romeoville going to inbound more near the half-court line. And into the hands of Porter Jr.
You can tell Porter Jr. is strong. You know, he's got a big body as well. Again, matches up really well with LeBoy.
Nice crossover there by number 11. That's Jamari Fears, one of the Fears brothers. We've had the other Fears in past years here at the TOC. And now we got a timeout on the floor.
And this timeout is brought to you by Intercon. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
We thank them for their sponsorship here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 8-5 game here with 1:51 left in our first quarter.
Definitely some tiredness, I can tell. However, it looks like Romeoville's a little bit deeper. St. Francis seems to have only brought about 9 players with them total, so definitely a much deeper bench over there for the Spartans, and just got to get your legs back under you, kind of catch that second wind, and it looks like it's starting to wear on them a little bit.
Fears inbounds to Porter Jr. as we get back to the action here out top. Ball to the left side to Fears. Back to Porter Jr. That's Ivy on the right side. Back out top to Fears. Porter trying to direct traffic again there for the Spartans. Fears now to Porter. Shot clock running down towards 5. Kick in the corner to Ivy. Drive in, out to Porter Jr. 3 is up. A little bit short. Ball bounces around and out of bounds. Last touch by Romeoville.
Suffocating defense there from St. Francis. What I really liked from that possession from the Wolves, they had their hands up the whole time, getting in those passing lanes and not giving them any vision.
Romeoville putting on a little pressure here. 2-2-1. Got to look for the back man. There he is. That's Hodge. Now back out to Harvey. Up to Sion. His 3 is well short. LeBoy running in for the rebound. Out top, Walls. 3 up, 3 down for Nigel Walls.
You can see that three-point stroke. He's very, very good at that. You cannot leave him wide open.
That's what a lot of colleges are looking for. Southern Methodist has themselves a 6'10", 6'11 guy who can step out behind the arc here. Fears out top. Guarded by Sion. Now to Porter Jr. Gets a screen. Comes around. That's Ivy on the right side. Screen roll. Almost picked off on the pass. Fears didn't want to try to shoot over the 6'11 Walls. Now he pump fakes him into the lane for Ivy. Ivy is rejected out of bounds. That's Christian Hodge with the rejection there. And that was right as the shot clock expired as well. So that's going to be a turnover. Ball back to St. Francis Episcopal.
Insult to injury. You get stuffed in the face with the shot clock violation. So really good way to end the first quarter, that is, if you're St. Francis, and could possibly add one more bucket.
Down to 11, Harvey out top. See what action they run here. Looks like Romeoville's going into a zone for this last possession. Looking for the lob for Walls, and he wasn't up for the lob, but somehow gets his long arm in there to tip it up and in, and that's going to end our first quarter at the end of 1. St. Francis Episcopal 13, Romeoville 5.
That was a great way to end there. Just gets the little tip up. He's definitely a difference maker for sure. We have some sponsors to thank here for the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with Intercon. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Also by Kep Sports Bar. Come to Kep Sports Bar during the TOC to check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow us and like us on Facebook for more information. Culver's is the proud sponsor of this year's KBM TOC and the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And by PJ Hair. PJ Hair is again a proud sponsor of the KBM TOC.
And we thank all of our sponsors here at the Tournament of Champions. Back to action here, starting the second quarter. We had a foul on our first play. Going to send Christian Hodge, a 6'3" senior for St. Francis Episcopal, to the line. And he gets the first one up and down.
This is a really crucial time of the game for Romeoville. You know, you're letting it slip away. Your offense hasn't quite been there. You've had some open looks, haven't been falling. You just got to keep this one within striking distance.
Hodges' second one rims off, and Damian Porter Jr. with the rebound brings it up the floor. His brother, Dalen Porter, checked in during those free throws as well. And yeah, when you have an overtime game the night before, they're dipping a little bit deeper, I think, into the bench than they did against Washington last night. That's Jamari Fears getting it knocked away here. Here's Hodge. Try to bounce pass underneath to Harvey. That's kicked away. Ball will remain with St. Francis. They're going to inbound underneath the hoop.
And that was DJ Hampton getting his leg in there. He's a transfer from Manuka. He definitely has a lot of length, adds a little more size to a team that just doesn't have a lot. So Hampton, a very, very key part.
LeBoy into Walls for the Wolves. Back to the basket. And we're going to get a bump in the back there. That's going to be called on number 34 for the Wolves. That's Noah, or for the Spartans, excuse me, that's Noah Harris. And now we have another substitution. Number 40, Ohimaj Ozula. My apologies to his family. Inbounds to Walls, foul on the inbounds.
The TOC community has been great. We've got a lot of fans, and they'll help us with the pronunciations. But unlike the professional level, we don't have those professional pronunciation guides, so we do our best. We certainly do our best.
Inbounds for the Wolves. That's Laboyo. He goes baseline wide open and drops in the easy layup there.
And Ozula coming in right there, just a sophomore. Probably one of those where he needs to just clog the lane up instead of following his man, and gave LeBoy a wide open run at the hoop.
16-5 our score, 1 minute into the second quarter here. Ball out top, pump fake. Kickoff to the left side. Now into the hands of Fears, who brings it back out top, looking for a screen. Not getting one yet. Now passes off, now to Porter Jr. Driving on LeBoy. LeBoy stands his ground, now has to kick out top. Shot clock was running out anyway, but the pass went right through the hands of Dalen Porter. Turnover, ball back to the Wolves.
I feel like that shot clock's starting to get into the head of Romeoville a little bit, especially when it starts running down, under 10 seconds. I think that's when the panic sets in. You just got to keep playing your game, and just if you need to throw up a last-second shot, do so, but just play your game for about 30 seconds.
Oh, nice look inside the Walls. Throws one up, but we got a foul on the shot. And this is another thing starting to plague Romeoville. They're getting in to some foul trouble here. Got some guys on the bench, got some guys that maybe don't see action all the time or won't see action all the time once they get further into their season having to play some minutes here.
That's a blessing and a curse, right? These early season games, while you do want to win, as Walls misses the first one, but you do want to win, but this is also a great time to learn. You know, not every game has to be one that you win, as long as you can get something out of it and how you can come out a better team. So that's what this week's all about, is figuring it out, trying to play it as best as you can and getting better going forward.
Walls makes the second of the pair. 17-5, St. Francis with the lead. One guy we aren't seeing out is Damian Porter Jr. He looks like he wants to be out there every second of every game that they play.
No surprise, he's a great senior player.
Nice screen and roll. Pass off, and we got a travel. That's Dalen Porter there, who was looking to kick out to his brother, but had the feet moving.
They're really just nowhere to pass it.
Right back down the floor. LeBoy drops it off for Walls, and he's once again going to be fouled on his way to the hoop.
He's just so fluid, you know. He drives in. He already knows where that ball is going. You know, it gives the appearance he might go up with the right hand for the layup, but he knows Walls is right there, shovels it off his left hip, and sends Walls to the line, and he's pretty much money, as I probably just jinxed him, but he's pretty much money there from the free throw line.
I think this is his third trip to the line already in the game. And he made them both this time. 19-5 the score now, and it looks like we have a timeout. And Gavin, who are our timeouts sponsored by throughout the TOC?
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
We see, again, rule change this year. As for the rest of this quarter now, St. Francis Episcopal will be in the bonus, as Romeoville has already racked up 5 fouls just in this quarter. So that means any more fouls, that's going to be sending St. Francis to the line.
Yeah, and that's kind of characteristic of a team that's feeling a little tired, right? You're going to tend to lean on fouling a little bit more to get that stoppage in the game, and probably a good timeout there by head coach Mark Howard. You know, he's been around. He's seen a lot of tough teams, you know, last season and several players back from last season, but they played some stiff competition. They beat the likes of Joliet West, Joliet Central, and even the teams they lost to were the state champion, state runner-up, Homewood, Flossmoor, Normal Community. So they're not any stranger to stiff competition.
Back to the action, Romeoville's possession. Out top, that is DJ Hampton with the ball, knocked away. Now Porter Jr. with it. Fears on the right side, looks inside, pump fakes the three. Wants to drive left, not getting the opportunity right now. Picks up his dribble, right side to Porter. We saw this last night. He can go both left and right. Nice little drop in by Hampton for two.
That's a really good play right there. Just heads up, he saw both defenders coming and was able to split the gap. As I think we're going to get a
official stoppage there as
injury or something.
Yeah, I think that was Hodge for the Wolves, was hobbling a little bit. He was going to check out at the next dead ball anyway. They're just going to bring in now number 5, Marley Maxwell for St. Francis. LeBoy out top to Harvey. There's Maxwell fresh into the game. Out top to Walls. LeBoy from the left corner. 3 no good. Rebound ends up in the hands of Porter Jr.
Big possession here for Romeoville. Trying to get this back down to a 10 or less point game.
Porter Jr. out top. Dribbles around, directing traffic. Right side now out top to Fears. That's Hampton. Hands off to Porter Jr. Now to brother Dalen Porter. Again, shot clock under 10 now. A little stagnant on the offense here for the Spartans, so Porter Jr. says, I'll just fire from about 25. But he gets his own rebound after the long miss. Into the lane, no good. Ball tapped around. And it looks like we're going to have a jump ball here.
Nice play there by Ozula to just get in there and get a hand on it. He's obviously appears to be a very big, strong sophomore, so use that good strength, and the possession arrow does favor Romeoville, so a third chance at this. They already have one offensive rebound, and now they get one more.
Hampton to take the ball out. Inbounds right under the hoop. Now back out to Hampton. Pump fake the three. Got his man in the air. Shoots it a little bit short. Offensive rebound for the Spartans. Out top, Porter Jr. for three, and that one's good.
They made the most of those offensive rebounds, and a nice extra pass there by Fears. Hampton for three.
Now Walls trying to answer on the other end. Off to the right, no good. Rebound Hampton. Here's a chance for Romeo to continue to cut into that lead. Porter Jr. out top. Harvey draws the assignment. Hand up, but we have a foul on the three here as Harvey got that hand extended a little too much. Prime opportunity now for Porter Jr. He's going to go to the line for 3 free throws here.
Maybe a hair bit embellishment on the three there, but hey, whatever it takes to get the call. He's been firing from out there. Porter, a very good shooter. Has some interest there from Northern Illinois, Detroit Mercy, a few other teams as well. So mid-majors really calling them up. And again, lots of mid-major coaches will be scouting here this week. So one of the more interesting prospects, definitely rising stock here in Illinois.
Again, he scored 35 last night against Washington in their overtime victory and is well on his way. I'm trying to keep stats as we go along. It's getting a little too confusing, but he's got to be close to double digits already, and the Spartans only have 11 as a team, so he's got most of those. Makes them both here. Wolves cross midcourt. Into the corner, 3 up and a little bit short. And it looks like we're going to have a foul on the rebound. That's,
I believe going to go on Romeoville. I think Ozula with the hole. That little puzzling to me.
Yeah.
He was a little perplexed as well.
Thought maybe we were going to get over the back there, but.
Well, and it looked like a decent box out, but perhaps from an angle we couldn't see. He could have been grabbing the jersey, something of that nature. But they'll send Walls back to the line and kind of need a little momentum to swing in the favor of the Wolves, as it's been a little bit of a run here for Romeoville.
Yeah, they're running through all the guys that they have with any kind of height to match up with Walls. And he goes once again to the free throw line and hits the first.
Looks like they'll bring Noah Harris back in. And again, lots of credit to Ozula right there for eating a few really good minutes and made a couple of good plays just as a sophomore.
Walls again makes a pair. 21-12 our score. Romeoville brings the ball up the court. That's Hampton on the left side. Swung around to Dalen Porter. Hands off to his brother Damian. Switch off, so not LeBoy, so Porter Jr. says, I'll take it to the hoop. But comes up short, LeBoy with the rebound. Up the court to Walls. Now back out to LeBoy. Looks like we got a little screen roll action here. LeBoy throws up with the left hand, tipped out of bounds by Walls. That ball is going to go to Romeoville.
And both ends, in back-to-back possessions, really good takes, really good drives to the hoop. Just falling short, just didn't get the friendly roll off the iron. Porter took on about 4 Wolves and just couldn't get it to go, but they're not going to stop trying that.
Out top, that's number 5, Kristen Flowers for the Spartans. Flowers has it back now, drives in the lane, slapped away. You could hear all ball on that one. And here come the Wolves. Underneath to LeBoy, pump fake, goes to the other side, gets rejected. Back to the Spartans. Here's Porter Jr. all the way to the hoop and with the left hand up and in. He challenged Walls right there.
Not afraid whatsoever.
Wolves right back down the court, and as they get rolling in that possession, they're going to call a timeout. And all of our timeouts are sponsored by who, Gavin?
This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
With just over 2 minutes left, and we were starting to think this was going to become a runaway for a moment there, but Romeoville's got this down to a 7-point game. So we take a look at Coach Eric Schermerhorn and Coach Zach Martin of the Washington Panthers getting a viewpoint. They'll play St. Francis Episcopal later on in the week.
Getting a little scouting in. They saw Romeoville, so they're smart coaches. They know how they match up, the little ins and outs right in their backyard.
And Romeoville comes out in a zone defense here after the timeout. St. Francis moves it around, 3 up, and no good. Rebound by Porter Jr.
I like that defensive look from Romeoville. Really threw him off there and didn't do a lot there to break the zone.
Porter Jr. out top, guarded by LeBoy. Right side, that's Hampton. Or no, inside to Hampton. And we got a foul on the attempt there. That was 34, Noah Harris up with a shot.
And that was a mouse in the house situation right there, as Hampton definitely had the size matchup, but he wasn't going to just try to take it himself when he drew that double team. Nice vision, and both these teams, incredible passers. There's not a lot of selfishness going on. We've seen a number of nice passes leading to buckets and or free throws. Romeoville's just left a few short at the line today, which could come back to haunt them later.
15, Christian Hodge checks back in for the Wolves in between the free throws. That's good to see. He hobbled off a little bit earlier. Second free throw coming up for Harris here. And he leaves that one short. Rebound to the Wolves. Number 2, Corey Sion, quickly across midcourt. Off to LeBoy. Walls out top. Still in that zone. LeBoy fires and he hits the 3 this time. Nice fluid left-handed stroke there. Puts the Wolves back up 10.
It's a big shot there from LeBoy. Got to get on him sooner than that.
We got a bump here on the pass. Number 14, that's Shane Ducksworth into the game for St. Francis. They're well under the foul limit here, so a couple to give before Romeoville will go to the line. 1:07 left before we hit halftime. Porter Jr. out top, picks up his dribble. Now to Thompson. That's Flowers in the corner. Ooh, might have got away with the travel there. Porter Jr. out to Hampton for 3, no good. Rebound, and here come the Wolves. Ooh, pass a little ahead. And as he tried to save it, knocked out of bounds by the Spartans. It will stay with St. Francis.
They got bailed out, but certainly missed an opportunity right there. They had 3 on none pretty much. Just an errant pass a little bit cost them, but under a minute here. Wonder if they'll hold for most of this clock. About a 10-second differential or so.
Walls dishes out of the reach of Sion, out of bounds. Turnover, and now it looks like Romeoville is going to get the last shot. And again, very important possession here if you can cut it under 10 before the half.
Yeah, really no point for Romeoville to leave much time, if any at all, on the clock. Try to get a bucket heading in the half. Try to get it under 10-point deficit. Make this a ball game, because we've seen Romeoville turn on the Jets a little more in the second quarter.
Dalen Porter hands off to Flowers out top. Hampton, you got to figure this is the guy they want with the ball, Porter Jr. They were trying to give a foul because they had one to give. 3 falls short, and that's going to be the final shot of our first half here at halftime. Game 7 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions in our Washington Invitational. St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston, Texas, 24, and the Romeoville Spartans, 14.
It definitely was a very entertaining first half. Very high-flying, up and down the court, a lot of energy, but it's sometimes a little bit maybe too out of control, right? Got to keep it within line. Got to figure out some stuff with the turnovers, but again, for the most part, we've seen some great efforts. Romeoville was behind early on, but they've made a nice push since then, so I believe both these coaches are going to make good adjustments. They're veteran coaches. They understand how to make these halftime adjustments. They'll catch their breath a little bit, and I surely expect a great second half.
Yeah, and Romeoville had some guys in foul trouble, too. That might help them out. Had to sit quite a few minutes there in the first half, get them back out there for the third quarter.
Certainly, in that first half, brought Damian Porter Jr. 9 points, so he had most of the Spartans scoring. Again, those 9 points came in a variety of ways. We saw him take a couple tough drives to the inside, knock down a 3-ball, and really there's been a few shots by Romeoville that's been good shots, just kind of not hitting all of them, so we'll see maybe the change in ends or something like that could throw them back onto their stride a little bit more.
And most of the scoring done by St. Francis so far. We've seen Nigel Walls, again, kind of their premier player, ranked anywhere from about 55 to 75 nationally, already signed with Southern Methodist University. Got lots of his points at the free throw line with that foul trouble for Romeoville.
Certainly did. He's an excellent player. They're going to continue to focus on him. He drew a lot of double teams, and I'm surely expecting he'll draw a few more.
All right, again, at halftime here, St. Episcopal Spartans 14.
And we'll throw it now to a halftime break and go to the studio.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services, including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central here, halftime of Game 3 of the second day of the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright in our Uftring Tournament Central studio show with new Washington Athletic Director Joe Allstat. Joe, appreciate you making some time for us. Year one at Washington, your first go-around with the TOC. How you holding up here through, a day and about a half?
Well, yeah, you can call it a day and a half. Everything's going really well. This actually is not my first time being at Tournament Champions. I was here 2 or 3 years ago as a fan. Before this job was even on the horizon. But so it's a different perspective looking at it from the other side, from the athletic administrator side. So it's been great.
I'm sure just so, I don't know, I don't want to say better to enjoy it as a fan, but maybe a little less stressful, right? Because there's so much that goes into it. I mean, Washington's entire staff does a great job. There are so many volunteers from the community that pitch in their time and really year in and year out chip in to make this a great event.
Well, it takes a lot of people to run an event like this, and we've got a great host of people here in Washington, and our staff, our committee, our board has been great with the Tournament Champions, so it's been a pleasure to be a part of that.
Right on. And your first year at Washington taking over for Herb Noblock, who has been a staple in our tournament studio show here in years past. Maybe we'll get him later in this week. Let's see. But first year at Washington, how's that treating you so far? How you liking it?
It's been a good transition. You know, Washington's a great school. We have great administration, great support from the Board of Education. Our coaching staff's phenomenal. So I'm just happy to be a part of that, and hopefully we can reach new heights.
There you go. TOC this week, what can folks expect? Obviously, we talk about how great an event it is and how much goes into it. I mean, anything around here that folks should keep an eye on as they come out here throughout the week?
Well, we have great crowds, so be here early. Our concession stand is awesome, off the charts. We've got people volunteering in all different avenues to make a great experience for all fans. So get here early, watch as much as you can, and be a part of a great tradition.
There There you go. Of course, we can't talk about the Tournament of Champions without talking about Kevin Brown, for whom the tournament is now named after, and this tournament now raising so much money and awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. We were talking just before we came on in the studio here. I know you didn't know Kevin maybe personally, but through a mutual friend, but how cool is it that the tournament has really taken on and embraced that cause?
It's awesome, and to have a tournament that's philanthropic like this, that's serving a greater cause, has been awesome to be a part of. And I know I've been here for about 4 months on the job, and I've probably heard as many Kevin Brown stories. Like, I feel like I've known the guy. So, it's been great hearing people reminisce and talk about Kevin and just how much of an impact he had on so many people here. So
absolutely. No, well said. And looking at, obviously, the team now coached by Eric Schermerhorn, who coached with Kevin Brown on his staff for so many years, played a competitive game last night against a good Romeoville team that is playing right now. Bright things, I think, on the horizon for both Washington's boys and girls teams, who, of course, we saw after that against Peoria and Notre Dame last night. Those were two really good games.
They were, and it was great to have them back-to-back and have a full gym that was loud, and it was just fun to be a part of for those kids. What a great moment for them, great memories for them. We wish we'd have had some things back in that boys game to come out on top, but hopefully it's a learning experience and obviously a great experience for the kids.
Right on, and that was Washington and Romeoville, Peoria, Notre Dame, and Washington on the girls' side. Two really good games, and those were games 3 and 4 of, I think, 31 this week here at the KBM TOC. We'll have it for you all week long on these airwaves, ClutchSportsIL.com. Don't know if they're actually airwaves, if it's going out over the internet, but I digress. Real quick, Joe, while we got a minute, tell us a little bit about yourself. You mentioned before we hopped on from Centralia, right? So saw a lot of great basketball growing up, Mascoutah, Greenville. So you've been associated with some pretty successful programs.
Yeah, the southern half of the state has some great basketball, especially small school basketball. That there's a lot of great gymnasiums and things like that I've been a part of and been able to see. I love watching high school basketball. So this. I know my boys. I've got 3 boys, and we've grown up going to different shootouts in the southern half of the state, and been to this one as well. So that's been great. I've been happy to be a part of it.
Absolutely. Glad you're making some time for us here on During Tournament Central. About to throw it toward another break, and then the second half coming up here, but we'll stretch you a little bit longer here as they get ready in the gym. And your takeaways, Joe, not to sound like a broken record, but from about a day and a half here at the TOC, maybe one full day when you add the 2 half days together. Just how about that crowd last night? I mean, it was Metamora and Washington back-to-back. We'll see Morton tonight. Really packing this place, and it was an energetic atmosphere. I think I heard 3 of the 5 days at this year's TOC are sold out. Maybe that's changed. But
well, I think tonight could be our biggest crowd because with Bosco here, I feel like we'll have another great turnout, and we're excited to see what happens.
And we'll throw it to a break and go back for more in the gym. Washington's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stay with us. The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back to Torry Gymnasium of Washington Community High School. We're just about done with halftime here of game number 7 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Brett Parrott here along with Gavin Russell calling the first game of the tournament for the St. Francis Episcopal Wolves out of Houston, Texas, and game number 2 for the Romeoville Spartans. St. Francis leads at halftime 24-14. And Gavin, I think we saw in that first half a little bit of, again, playing last night, an overtime game for Romeoville, and just the talent level of St. Francis playing a factor in this 10-point lead.
No, without a doubt. And you got to think, too, St. Francis, they played on Monday back down in Texas, so really wasn't all that long ago. A lot of travel as well. They got to get their legs warmed up. So both teams dealing with kind of different circumstances, both affecting them physically a little bit in early season. Kind of got to get your legs under you, find a little bit of a rhythm. A little sloppy at times in that first half. You want to get a little more crisp on the passing, maybe try and make some of those free throws, but it's been competitive. We can see both these teams are giving it 110% effort, and I expect a lot of the same here in the second half. Got to look, though, John LeBoy has been very impressive, and got to keep an eye on number 12 in blue. He's kind of their starter, their glue guy, and then going over for the Spartans, of course, the big familiar face, Damian Porter. He has 9 of their 14 points.
Yeah, the Stars have been the Stars. Walls and LeBoy, and here's a alley-oop slam dunk from LeBoy to Nigel Walls to begin the second half. Set play right there, and a highlight reel jam.
Walls said, don't forget about me. I mentioned LeBoy, and then Walls comes in the one-hand slam.
Romeoville with the ball. Hampton into the lane. Nice little fadeaway, rolls just out, and Walls with the rebound. Here come St. Francis.
That was a good move right there. Again, just an unfriendly roll, but big start here for the Wolves.
Corey Sion into the lane, scoops it up and in.
That's an ideal start for St. Francis. 4 very quick points, less than a minute.
Out top onto the left side, 3 ball up and down. Answer from DJ Hampton for Romeoville. Right back down. Walls eyes a 3. Into the corner, that's Omarion Harvey for a 3, a little bit long. And ball trickles out of bounds, back to Romeoville.
That's probably one of the biggest keys in the second half for Romeoville. If they want to get into this ball game and maybe try and take that lead, they're going to need to knock down some of the 3 balls. Contested or not, you're going to have to hit a few of them in the second half.
Damian Porter Jr. hands off on the right side. That's number 1, Danny Thompson. He's going to fire a 3, a little bit short. And Hodge the rebound for St. Francis. Here comes LeBoy. Wide open, Sion pulls the trigger from 3. Short, tap up, no. And ball back to Romeoville. Up and down action. Here's Porter Jr. give and go. And miss on a layup. Porter Jr. with the tap, no. A little deflection on the rebound. And they're going to say last touched by Romeoville, out of bounds to St. Francis.
That's a tough draw right there. Tried to go with a little kind of backhand finger roll finish on the layup, and it just doesn't go in. Thompson, though, wearing a knee brace. He's one of their transfers, a really good senior, SPC All-Conference honorable mention, maybe nursing an injury.
Nigel Walls out top, hands off to LeBoy. Battered away from behind, and here comes Romeoville. Ooh, nice stutter step into the lane. Floater over Walls, no good. Got his own rebound. That is Hampton, I believe. Yes. Now a little floater up and no good as well. That was Thompson. Back the other way. Hodge tries to dunk, no good. But we're going to get a foul call.
I really think on the other end there could have been a foul or two. Looked like quite a bit of contact, but on this end, undeniable. Took a shot trying to go up for the dunk and kind of threw it off the back iron, but definitely affected there by the foul. He'll try to earn him at the charity stripe.
Christian Hodge, first one up. Hits back iron, no good. And I think you can really see that the height of Walls in the middle for the Wolves really, like you said, affecting the shots of Romeoville.
Oh, definitely. DJ Hampton had one there in the lane. I mean, he had to put a rainbow on it, just to get it over the outstretched arm of Walls. And, that becomes a very difficult shot, and in turn he missed it.
Hodge makes the second free throw, 29-17, a couple of minutes into the third quarter here. That's Thompson, nice backdoor cut, and we got a foul on the pass. I think that might be on LeBoy. Nice cut there by number 5, Christian Flowers.
And it looks like Thompson is going to be their main guy throughout the season to feed a lot of their players, make those passes. But, again, he seems a little hobbled running up and down the court, not at full speed, so something to keep an eye on.
Having trouble inbounding. Had to be close to a 5-second call, but they finally get it into Porter Jr. Dribbling against LeBoy, but LeBoy not giving any ground. getting ready for that Ivy League ball as LeBoy's going to Columbia, and he causes a turnover by Romeoville.
Ivy League's no joke. I mean, hey, it's still D1 basketball, and they play in the non-conference against some really good teams, so he'll be very useful there.
Sion dribbles out top for the Wolves. At the high post, that's Omarion Harvey to the lane, and we're going to get a foul call on the shot. Looks like that's coming up against Hampton.
Starting to wonder if whoever was coming in working in the gym this morning tightened the rims up quite a bit. It's not been easy to get a lot of these to fall, but they're making you earn it. But a trip to the line, a nice take there by Harvey, and he'll make the first free throw.
Harvey, another highly touted player for the Wolves. Uncommitted right now, but offers from lots of kind of mid-major-ish type of schools. 6'7", 185 he's listed.
Coming into this game, he was actually leading the team in scoring through 6 games for the Wolves.
Missed the second one. Romeoville on the other end now. Out top, that is Hampton. Flowers into the corner. Now out top, 3 ball up. Back iron no good, rebound by Walls. Walls to LeBoy. Sion drops it off for Hodge, takes it up strong, no good. Oh, taps his own rebound up and in.
Really heads up play right there to just stick his hand down and push it right back up and in for 2. That's a winning play.
32-17, about halfway through our third quarter here. Ball inside, up and around and in. That's number 1, Danny Thompson for the Spartans. Right back down, there's Hodge. Out to LeBoy. Walls pulls the trigger from 3 and hits it. That's, I believe, his second 3-ball made in the game. 35-19, Porter Jr. right back in, gets into the lane, uncontested for 2.
Don't blink, you might miss something. We've had a lot of scoring in the last minute and a half. Both teams playing fast and furious.
Walls out top directing traffic for St. Francis. Gets a rub screen there. Now going to set up the screen and roll. LeBoy goes the other direction this time. Now it's back out top to LeBoy. LeBoy takes it right this time. Into the lane, no call as the shot clock expires. Here's Porter Jr. drops it off. Ooh, stolen by Walls. We're going to have a highlight here. Christian Hodge with the flush for St. Francis.
That was too easy. Just a wide open dunk and flushed it with the 2 hands.
Back the other way, Thompson now out top to Flowers. Left wing to Porter Jr. Back to Flowers, thought about a 3, no. Porter Jr. says, I'll take it, leaves it short.
Yeah, he was completely guarded right there. LeBoy got the hand in well before he took that shot.
Sion dribbling in between a couple of players, ends up getting a foul called against the Spartans.
And St. Francis had the right game plan coming out here in the second half. They didn't want to leave anything to chance, right? They wanted to control the pace, and they have.
Yeah, up 10 at halftime, now up by 16. And with possession after the foul. Underneath to LeBoy. LeBoy out top to Sion. Fakes a 3, no. Now gives it to Walls. He fakes a 3, now he's going to take it. A little bit short this time, tap out. Ooh, nobody running towards that ball. It ends up in a foul call. It ended up in the hands of Jamari Fears. And bumped there by Sion.
Yeah, and the Fears brothers, as you mentioned earlier, it's no stranger to the TOC, and they've drawn some big crowds, just to come see them. And Jamari could be on his way. He's a sophomore right now, but imagine in a year or 2 from now, the star he could turn into, especially kind of taking the reins for a guy like Porter Jr. could really become Jamari Fears' team.
Yeah, as you said, only a sophomore. Left wing, this is Danny Thompson for the Spartans. Guarded by Hodge. Hodge almost picked his pocket there. Handoff. And now here's a steal by LeBoy. Here we go. What are we going to see? Oop, drop back. Thought we were going to see another dunk there for the Wolves, but they end up turning it over when it's all said and done. Porter Jr. driving in the lane, tried to kick it out, tapped. Ends up in the hand of Thompson. Short with the shot. LeBoy wasting no time. Nice little step through, but misses the layup. And we got a foul.
Man, just a tough sequence on both ends. Some close shots, but you can see definitely gassed. I mean, you're running up and down the court. This is like a hockey shift. If hockey fans know, they go out there for about 45 seconds and going 100 miles an hour. That's what this second half has started out with. Both teams got to be starting to run out of some energy. Probably looking forward to sitting on the bench in between quarters.
Well, like you said, it looks like St. Francis only brought like 10 players with them up from Texas. So see how that plays out over the course of many days of play. There's Nigel Walls, one of the top players at this year's Tournament of Champions, with the bucket and the foul.
You don't need many players when you got Nigel Walls on your team. He can do a little bit of everything. And as you mentioned, SMU getting a great one. He fits exactly that modern kind of style of big man, a guy that can play inside and out as he makes the three-point play count.
40-21 as St. Francis starting to pull away in this one. Fears on the right wing for Romeoville. Now ball into the hands of Dalen Porter, the other Porter on the Spartan team. Now Damian Porter into the lane for Fears. Dribbling now into the lane, kick out, and neither one of the Spartans that were over there decided to go for the ball, kind of end up looking at one another, saying, no, I thought you had it. I thought you had it.
Little miscommunication, but again, just kind of getting back into that groove. And we've seen some really good plays, a few shots that have just rimmed out a little bit, haven't gone their way, but certainly some positive takeaways both teams will have, win or loss.
I didn't quite see it, but I think we had a foul on that play. And as Romeoville inbounds, they end up turning it over, ball out of bounds. And here comes LeBoy quickly down the floor, up to Harvey with a slam.
Threw it down so hard he threw himself down. How about that, Brett?
Omarion Harvey, the dunk. Second highlight reel play from the Wolves, and that's going to lead to a Romeoville timeout.
This timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
1 minute, 10 seconds left in period number 3, and right now, St. Francis Episcopal again coming off a Class 3A state championship in the state of Texas. And if you're familiar with high school basketball, Texas is one of the top states in the country.
Yeah,
doubling up Romeoville right now.
Yeah, no joke down there in Texas. You know, they come into this game 3-3, and you say, well, a 3-3 team, that's about 500, pretty average. No, they're playing some of the best in Texas. You know, they're playing teams with 9 wins, no losses, 7-0. So they like to play the stiff competition, and everything's bigger in Texas, including the basketball.
Romeoville with the ball out of the timeout. Porter Jr. dribbles out top, drops it off to Fears. Ivy with the basketball. Haven't heard as much from him as we did last night against Washington. There's a steal by LeBoy, might have another dunk, and we do. John J.J. LeBoy, the dunk for the Wolves. Right back down. Romeoville hits a 3. That's number 15, Dalen Porter. And again, as we said, you blink, you might miss something here. Drive to the basket. There's Walls for 3. A little bit short. Porter Jr. with the rebound. Right back up the floor across midcourt. Fears drives to the bucket. Runs into the walls of wall. The wall of walls, I was trying to say there. Trying to get cute. Ball ends up out of bounds. It'll stay with Romeoville.
And I think in that case, I know Romeoville's just trying to play in rhythm, but also got to be aware of the clock, right? There's under the shot clock. Shot clock was off, so definitely want to make sure there.
Here's something I noticed last night. Look for number 2, Jacob Mylock. He came into the game last night in this type of position and hit a big 3 against Washington last night. I think that is what he's known for. They're trying to run a play for him. Ran out of time, but thrown in right at the buzzer. Three-point basket by number 15, Dalen Porter. His second one in just the last couple of moments. Ends the third quarter at the end of 3. St. Francis 44 and Romeoville 27.
He was smothered right there. I mean, he had nowhere to go, but just was able to get that shot off. And, that's a good way for Romeoville to finish that third quarter. The game may be a little bit out of reach. I mean, we've seen some crazy comebacks before, but if anything else, take with you from today a good shooting performance to end the game, right? See the ball go through the hoop a little bit. That's going to make you a better team when you come back and play on Friday. They'll get a nice rest day tomorrow, and they'll be back at it. So definitely want to try to take some positives away, those moral victories, as you like to call them. They'll want to take a few within today, and it's been great so far for St. Francis. Can't critique them a whole lot. They've been pretty good, so just continue to play your ball game and make the little adjustments.
You mentioned looking forward, Gavin. I was looking at the big board out in the NPR before coming in. Both of these teams actually play the same team as their next opponent. They'll face the Florence Wilson team out of South Carolina, who will get their first action tonight against the host school, Washington Panthers.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough matchup. Again, Romeoville had to endure it. It took them overtime to beat the Panthers, and again, they're a very scrappy team, and with the home crowd bearing down on you, Torry Gym is an atmosphere you just can't compare unless you've been here.
And we have, as we heard at halftime, 3 local schools as the last 3 games of the night. Metamora, Washington, Morton. They're going to bring the crowds.
Marquee matchups for sure.
Start of the fourth here. Sees Romeo with the ball out top. Now there's Mylock. He did stay in to start the fourth quarter here. I thought he was maybe just in at the end of the third there to try to get a play for him. Fears drives in, ball knocked away, out of bounds. Going to stay with Romeoville. Only 9 on the shot clock here.
I think they need some threes, probably why Mylock is in, so they're going to be looking to that corner for number 2.
Fears the inbound. There's Mylock. He comes to the corner. Lost the handle a little bit. Down to 5 on the shot clock, and stolen away by LeBoy. Comes up and under with the left hand for 2.
He makes it look easy, Brett. I don't think I could do that for $100, though.
Porter Jr. back the other way. We're going to get a foul as he takes it hard to the hoop and gets hard contact there all the way to the floor. Hodge with the foul. It's going to put Porter Jr. at the line.
And Romeoville's going to figure this out. I don't think the final score is going to be an indication of what their season will be like throughout the IHSA. They're going to be very good in 4A. Porter can play all over. We've seen a couple 3-point shooters. They've got some ball handlers, so don't let this be an indication of how Romeoville will be, because they're playing very stiff competition in St. Francis.
Nigel Wall's going to check out. I think this might be for the first time all game. Maybe rest up for the rest of the tournament for the Wolves here.
I'd certainly think so. Even the best players need a breather once in a while.
Marley Maxwell, who we did see in the first half, checked in. Second free throw up, no good. Omari and Harvey with the rebound. Romeoville tries to apply a little pressure down for Hodge, who takes it up and in.
Hodge has definitely made some big plays coming in. He was a little hobbled in the first half, but seems to be all right now.
Out top, this is A.J. Ivy with the ball. Now out top to 15, Dalen Porter. And it looks like, well, I don't think Damian Porter Jr. ever wants to come off the court. We're maybe getting some other players some action here for Romeoville, again, considering they still have a couple of games yet to play in this tournament.
He's looking pretty winded, though, but he keeps that motor hot.
Kick out, that's Sion for 3, and it rolls around. Oh, it hit the shot clock up above, so they're going to wave that off. That was actually number 3, Trey Stone for the Wolves.
Yeah, I was thinking that shot clock was an extra backboard, but guess not.
Porter Jr., ooh, that could have been a foul. LeBoy's going to get another opportunity at a slam with the left hand.
He's having himself a game. How about LeBoy? 13 points now.
3 from the corner is good. There's what we said. Number 2, Jacob Mylock for the Spartans.
Yeah, based off what you said and seeing that shot, if they can get him open, it looks like he might be able to do some great things.
Alley-oop attempt A little bit too strong, brought down, now shot up and in. That's number 5, Marley Maxwell for St. Francis. Again, even though the score's what it is and the game's starting to wind down, it's still kind of fast and furious in this game.
Neither team slows down.
Shot up, no good, and on the rebound we got a foul called. Looks like that's going to be on Fears, coming around to try to strip it away from Maxwell.
And all the Fears brothers have kind of a distinct way they play, you know, just kind of loose, but not in a bad way, you know, that they're very comfortable with the basketball, and they're always looking to get their hand on it. Offense, defense, they want to be involved in the play somehow. That's how the Fears brothers have played really winning basketball.
Romeoville coming out with a little pressure here. Wolves able to break it now into the middle for LeBoy. Might have traveled, but dumps it off for a big jam for Omarion Harvey.
Wow, I think he was trying to rip the rim off and take it home to Texas as a souvenir. My goodness.
54-30 our score now. Approaching the midway point of the fourth quarter here. Porter Jr. drops it off. Here's Fears out top. Thought about a deep three. Now into Porter Jr. Goes up, got it, and he's fouled.
He's still getting his.
Yep.
He's going to get in there, and he's had a few that if he gets a little bit of a better bounce, he probably has 6 to 8 more points. Just a little bit unlucky for the most part, but he's up to 13, trying to make it 14 on the day for Porter.
Like I said, Romeoville starting to get some other guys in. We see number 0, Nathan Hayes, making his first appearance into the game. But I don't think Porter Jr. wants to come out at all. St. Francis about to check somebody in. This is going to be number 10, Joshua Perez. I think this is his first action of the game as John J.J. LeBoy will take a seat probably for the rest of this contest.
Well-deserved for sure. He's had a fantastic game and probably my early pick at player of the game.
Sion with a runner, no good. Up the floor for Porter Jr. Was going to go up for a jam perhaps, but got some hand contact on the way up. Foul against St. Francis.
Yeah, he was going to go up and put that one down with some authority. Looks like we got a timeout. That timeout is brought to you by Intercon. Intercon is a proud supporter of the KBM TOC for every timeout. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Are you ready to learn more about how to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
And again, we have another game where we haven't seen a charge yet. And the games I saw last night, there weren't any, but we need to shout out Jody Brown and State Farm. If there are any charges, all of those are brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm.
Kevin Brown, definitely known for telling his guys to get in the way, take those charges, be selfless with your body. And, of course, Jody is Kevin's wife and big supporter here with the KB Strong Foundation. Does a lot to make this tournament possible, and just a fantastic person. Go see her out in the multi-purpose room here at Washington High School. Get you some good merch. I'm wearing my KB Strong shirt today, so go check them out.
I have my Brown Fest shirt underneath my pullover, but
yeah, there you go. It's a little chilly today.
Back to the action. That's Porter Jr. hitting the free throw there. And I might be mistaken. This new player onto the floor here, that's number 33, KJ Ellis, hit the first of a pair. So we do see Romeoville getting some of their guys a little bit further down the bench into the ball game here. As we said, St. Francis doesn't have many options as they only have, looks like 10 players total, and one of those, I think, is wearing Crocs over there, so he may not be available to play. So
it doesn't look like it. You know, there's not very many on the bench. A couple of them are coaches, so they certainly have a big program, but didn't travel everybody with them. Maybe left a few in Texas to play some JV games or some other contests.
Inbounds to Scion. Pump fakes, gets into close to the lane and hits a about 10-foot jumper.
Scion's been a spark plug here in this game and quietly, one of their more active players.
There's KJ Ellis into the lane, tries to kick it out to Porter, Dalen Porter. Out of bounds. Almost stolen off the inbounds, and now looks like we're going to get a foul on the play against St. Francis. Scion and Fears both going after the ball, and Scion going to get called with a foul there.
Again, Fears, any way he can get his hand on the basketball and went up like a cornerback trying to snag it right out of midair, but drew the foul and goes back to Romeoville.
Fears to inbounds here to Ellis. A little contact there. Ellis ends up with it. Now off for the 3 ball, no good. A little bit short there by Hayes. Ball back for St. Francis. This is Scion on the right side, behind the back to Harvey. Out top to Stone. Around that's Maxwell, pulls the trigger, and that is a 3. Was wondering if he had a toe on the line, but the official signal 3 after the shot goes down.
Yeah, they've had some good three-point shooting today. Haven't really taken a ton of three-point shots because they haven't needed it, but that's really good shot selection from the Wolves.
Ellis into the lane, kicks out. This is Fears. He decides to pull the trigger. A little bit long. Harvey with the rebound for the Wolves. Up to Scion. Ball knocked away. Ends up into the hands of Stone. And he decides after looking around, wait, there's nobody in front of me. I'll take the shot. Rebound and put back by Joshua Perez.
Only Perez's second game of the year, hadn't scored until right then, so first points of the year for the junior.
Down to the last 2.5 here of our contest. Ellis, nice crossover, kick out Fears, another 3-ball attempt, short. Ellis with the rebound in the lane, up with the right hand. Wanted some contact called, no call. Ball back to the Wolves. Getting a little bit sloppy here, I think, as we see some of the subs into the game. It looks like we're about to have more coming up here.
Yeah, certainly, definitely getting a little bit sloppy and, getting that intramural basketball feel a little bit. everybody's trying to get their last little shot in, but, it's been a long game. Both teams have played with incredible energy and incredible pace for, 3.5 quarters and probably just wore down a little bit. Romeoville back-to-back days. St. Francis first one coming off the bus or the plane, however they got here to the Peoria area. So figuring themselves out a little bit, but put us on to a really nice treat. We've had probably, what would you say, Brett, maybe 6 or 7 dunks throughout this game. A couple of good blocks. We've had just about a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know. Maybe you know. When do these teams get in? When do they arrive, these teams from Texas, Florida, California, stuff like that? How much time do they have to acclimate to our late November weather here in Illinois?
Probably not a lot. Again, St. Francis played just on Monday, so not a lot of time to turn around, and Romeoville fresh off the bus yesterday.
Back to the action. Nice fadeaway jumper there by Scion for the Wolves. Pushes it out to a 63-34 game, and again, we have many subs into the game now for Romeoville. We'll try to get as many of those into the action as well. This is number 12 for them, Jariah Johnson. No good, but got the rebound. Hayes into the lane, no good. Tried to save it in, but taken up by the Wolves.
Nice job there by Perez to save it a little bit, didn't let it go out of bounds, and got the handle.
Trey Stone on the right side for St. Francis, guarded by number 14, Sammy Conticello of Romeoville. Into the lane, kick out, ball loose and out of bounds. Through the hands of Maxwell.
And again, a great opportunity despite kind of a lopsided score. A lot of players getting to touch the court in an environment, they may not have figured they would have played in. So really cool opportunity for all sorts of players to get to play here at Washington.
This is number 3, Sean Alexander. Now 0, Nathan Hayes, the ball out top. Alexander, number 12, Jerai Johnson on the left wing. And now back out to number 3. That's Alexander into the lane. Up, no good with the shot. Rebound, St. Francis. Pushing the ball up the floor is Maxwell, and we're going to get a foul called against Romeoville.
It looks like they won't be shooting free throws yet. Only 38 seconds, so we're not sure if we'll get to the bonus. Little too many fouls in maybe the second quarter, but for the most part, it's been a pretty clean game. Officials have let the little physicality go, and honestly, that's better basketball.
Drive into the lane by 14, Shane Ducksworth gets knocked away. Give and go the other direction, and that's up and good. Number 22, Christian Harris, the bucket for the Spartans as we get into the last 20 seconds of the game. There's Ducksworth going to the hole, and he gets fouled pretty hard. He'll go to the line to shoot 2.
I like it. Playing right till the last buzzer. Gotta just keep going all the way through. Pretend you're playing in a late game scenario. You gotta have legs. As we saw last night, Romeoville needed some extra time to get the job done. They'll drop the 1-1 here on the tournament, but overall a pretty good start. There's some good positives for them to take away, and after a rest day tomorrow, get a little food in their system. I think over at the Countryside Banquet, they'll be ready to go for some more action later this week.
I've heard that's quite the spread that
it is.
Christie and Countryside puts together for all of these teams that come from out of state for their Thanksgiving dinner.
Certainly is. A lot of hungry young men ready to eat, and they do a good job.
Second free throw was no good, but the rebound was tapped out of bounds, and we should get last couple of seconds tick away, and that's going to wrap up game number 7 here of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The St. Francis Episcopal Wolves from Houston, Texas, looking very impressive in this game, winning over Romeoville 63-36. Again, as we said, both of these teams will have the same opponent as their next contest. Florence Wilson out of South Carolina. Romeoville will meet them Friday morning at 10:30 a.m. and St. Francis will face them tomorrow. That'll be the first of the games tomorrow, if I remember right from the schedule, meeting up with Florence Wilson at 4 p.m., who, again, we will see at a little bit later tonight against Washington as part of the Washington Invitational.
Yep, lots of good games coming later today, later this week. Again, we've already mentioned so many times about the trio of Central Illinois teams left to come this evening. St. John Bosco is going to be in here as well, and they've got a great coach, by the way, Matt Dunn. Great story with him as well, but he's also got a great basketball team. So certainly a great game we just had right there. Definitely impressed by John LeBoy. He's going to be great there at Columbia. I believe he had about 14 points, which is pretty solid, but I'd love to see the rest of his stats. Lots of rebounds, assists. He had a couple blocks, a couple of steals. Just gets it done everywhere, and that's a team, if you're going to come back to watch anybody, come back and watch St. Francis. They're very exciting.
Yeah, they are, and as we see the next couple of teams come on to the court, we can now, first of all, Gavin, thank you. This was my maiden voyage here with Clutch. I'll be back Saturday morning for a couple of games, but I want to thank you and the rest of the team for helping guide me along in my first game. But right now we can throw it to a break and then back to the studio, I believe.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within 1 business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. By Uftring, take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back into Uftring Tournament Central. I'm Larry Larson, joined by Brian Tibbs from the tournament committee here with the TOC. Brian, thanks for taking the time to join us. And I know there's a lot of moving parts to this tournament, and you're a big part of it. First, let's talk about the committee. You know, it's a lot more than organizing this tournament. Walk me through all the different things the KBM TOC committee does in the community.
We start meeting, I believe, in March. We have meetings once a month for a while, and then we start meeting every other week, building up to the tournament. So once we get to this point, it's really exciting to be here, and everybody that's part of our committee just kind of carries out what their role is.
Yeah.
So a lot of moving parts is correct.
And we were talking during the break. One thing that you're really heavily involved in are those clinics, and those seem to keep popping up more and more every year. It's one thing that we've talked about with Eric Schermerhorn, those different clinics with different schools. I understand there was one today. How many different clinics were there leading up to the tournament and now during the tournament?
I think we had 7 or 8 different clinics. The big part of my role is to get the community engaged, whatever that means, and that has really evolved into this clinics hosted here in town and also clinics hosted by other schools, the satellite clinics. So those have gone really, really well. We have some schools that end up coming to the tournament that host clinics, and just some schools that appreciate the cause and then will appreciate and understand the cause and will actually host a clinic for us and then donate all the proceeds back to the foundation.
It's a really nice way to raise money, but also give back to the community and help out with some basketball skills. I understand there was a clinic this morning you were a part of.
Yeah, so La Mirada from California came and hosted a clinic. We sold out with 65 kids, hour-and-a-half long clinic. It went really, really well. The coaches and players from there were just really engaged with our community, with the kids that came to the clinic. It was just a really fun time.
And I know I heard a little rumbling that some of those La Miranda players needed some hand warmers before the clinic started. It was a little chilly for them.
If you heard me, I said they're from California. They flew into Chicago and had a rude awakening yesterday, and then this morning they all came in with hand warmers because it was so cold. I think their coats, the extent of what they brought for long sleeves was a hoodie.
Man.
So welcome to Illinois.
Yeah, exactly. St. John Bosco from California as well.
Yep.
Takes a full-on effort to bring these teams in from across the nation. And I know with St. John Bosco, we've had some prior involvement with them from prior tournaments, but also I know the committee sent some people out to St. John Bosco.
Yeah, very unfortunately, St. John Bosco has two connections with glioblastoma that have impacted their coaching staff and players. So we did send some members of the KBM TOC committee out there to California, and Jody Brown went with them to speak at an event that they had about glioblastoma and all the great things that we're doing here to try to make a dent in that terrible disease.
Of course, and again, that's the cause behind the tournament. So if you're watching this, you're wondering, okay, why are we talking in between games? Why are we talking at halftime? It's to raise awareness for glioblastoma, a big part of this tournament, not just the basketball. We're chatting with Brian Tibbs from the tournament committee here. How long have you been on the committee?
I believe this is my 7th year. I've known Coach Schermerhorn and his family for quite some time, 30-plus years. So he asked me if I want to be involved. I work here. My real role in the community is the Park District Director.
Okay.
So finding ways that I could be involved is important. And new Coach E, and he asked me to be involved, and I thought, well, I can certainly use my connections in the community to get possibly more people here and get the kids involved, and just some of those reasons or those things that can expand what the tournament is.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
Yep.
In just those 7 years, I'm sure the tournament has seen a lot of growth, but you look back to even before then, And, the tournament moving from Peoria to now to Washington, it's kind of exploded. Just how much growth have you seen, not from the basketball aspect, but also from the community aspect?
Everybody I know talks about the tournament and when they're coming, and a lot of people, hey, can you get me tickets? Of course, that kind of thing. But the growth has been amazing. Sean Powell is he knows freshmen in every state that are possibly the next up-and-comer. He just has a way of finding these young men and getting in contact with their coaches early, their summer coaches, and getting on their radar. So really just a fun committee to be a part of. I think there's 15 of us on the committee. Everybody has a role. Everybody brings just some different expertise to the table, and it's just a great thing for our community right here in Washington to host such a high-level event.
I remember a few years ago, before one of our first tournaments, I think me and Joey sat in on one of those committee meetings, and man, it is organized, it is regimented. Like you said, everybody has a role, and it takes a village to pull something like this off. I mean, you look around and see all the volunteers. Let's talk about the volunteers for a minute. Just how many volunteers would you estimate take part to make this tournament happen?
Honestly, not real sure. Probably 250, 300. There's, the concession stand, the hospitality area, the people at the baselines, all volunteers. So everybody's here for the cause. Nobody's getting paid. So it's a labor of love. My whole entire family is involved with this. My daughter was actually able for the first time to play in the tournament last night as part of the Washington girls team. My wife runs the hospitality area, and I help with some of the clinics and the ball boy and ball girl experience. So super fun that my family can be a part of this, and we understand the cause and are really just it's just what we do for Thanksgiving now.
I'm glad you bring up the girls' game last night, because I know I've seen Avery play before the TOC in other games. What did that mean to her? What does that mean to your family to have your daughter play in the tournament?
So one of the things that I kind of brought to the table 7 or 8 years ago was the ball boy and ball girl experience. And that was mainly because I knew that would be fun for my kid to do. So she was the first ball girl, and did it every year up until a couple of years ago. Super fun experience for her to go from ball girl to doing stats for the tournament to actually playing in the tournament. Just really fun for my family and for her and her teammates. We've got a strong junior class. Just a fun thing for them to be a part of the tournament and playing just a great team, great, well-coached team from Peoria Notre Dame yesterday. A really fun experience, and what a great basketball atmosphere last night was.
Yeah, I'm glad the girls get to shine, because their program has just been equally as successful as the boys' program here at Washington for a long time under Kim Barth. I mean, and you've seen it firsthand, obviously, rooting hard for the Panthers. What kind of expectations do you have for that group this year?
I mean, you don't want to say
you don't want to put win-loss on it.
One game at a time. If our girls can continue to play their way they're playing, there's some good things that can happen. We've got to play every single game, one at a time. But we are well coached. We're disciplined. We play really tough defense, and lately we've been shooting the ball well. And we're going to be really tough to beat if that's the case.
For sure, always are. Now, looking ahead to the rest of the tournament, as a committee member, I don't know how much games you watch, but what teams are you looking forward to? What players are you looking forward to watching the rest of this week?
I think most of us have St. John Bosco starred by their must-watch list. And tonight they face off with one of the best teams in Illinois right up the road from Metamora. So I believe that's the game that I personally am super excited to be a part of that. I believe that's a 5:15 game tonight. Hopefully can find a spot in the gym then to catch that game. St. John Bosco is absolutely loaded, so excited to see them and see what they can do.
Of course. Now, as we start to come up towards this next game, start to wrap up here, but a lot of folks are starting to line up just outside of our studio for the autograph experience. I know that's something that the committee has really worked on developing. Tell me how that idea came to be.
Well, a few years ago, we had the bleachers were getting so crowded with people trying to get autographs from the kids that were up there just sitting there after their game was over or before their game, that we thought, let's go ahead and put something in place where we can actually have an exact spot where they can get autographs and have some one-on-one time with the players, and that brings everybody out here and lets the people that want to watch basketball can still watch basketball.
It's been a lot of great community involvement, kids running around.
Yep.
It feels like a great family-friendly event, and you and the rest of the committee, big part of that.
Yep.
Thanks so much for your work, and thanks
Thank
so
you.
much for your time here in the Uftring Tournament Central.
Yep.
Brian
Appreciate it.
Tibbs, everybody, from the KBM TOC committee. We're going to send it to a break and then come back. We've got game number 4 today coming up here after a short break. Thanks for joining us for the Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. From Washington Community High School's Raymond R. Torry Gymnasium, it's the second day of the 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and we will be halfway through day 2 in just a little bit after St. Mary's Southside and Archbishop Hannan go after it in a gray ribbon showdown contest. The Dragons and the Hawks on ClutchSportsIL.com. We're excited to bring you what should be a really good basketball game. I'm Joey Wright, and to my left up here high atop Torry Gym is Teddy Ball. Teddy, glad to have you alongside. Two great teams, St. Mary's Southside, a little bit of a shorter drive up here than Archbishop Hannan. St. Mary's from St. Louis, and Archbishop Hannan down in Covington, Louisiana. How do you size this one up?
Yeah, so I mean, these are two teams that are out of our coverage area by quite a while, but that's kind of what makes these tournaments so interesting, is we get to see teams that we don't usually get to see that often. But in terms of this game, it looks like it's going to be a good one. Both teams have guys that are looking to play at the next level. Archbishop Hannan has quite a few of those guys. I think something I saw when I'm prepping for this game is last season, 3 of their players were all region players and 2 honorable mentions. So even though that was a season ago, they still have quite a few quality guys on their roster.
Absolutely, and you look up and down that roster, they've got guys that can jump off the page and get the job done. And we'll talk about the Archbishop Hannan Hawks as this one goes along. St. Mary's Southside, they are here in their, both teams, by the way, in their first Tournament of Champions appearance. And you look at the Hawks, you have got to talk about Zyree Collins, and Drew Timmons will be his counterpart for Archbishop Hannan. But Zyree Collins, 6-foot senior, turning a lot of heads, and he's one of the 30 intriguing players to watch here at this year's TOC.
Prepping for this game, Zyree Collins really stood out to me. He's a great player, great guard, and it's going to be interesting to see. Not all the time do you get to see a team that has a big man, a true big man, and a guard. So when Zyree Collins showed up, I was like, okay, this might be a predominantly guard-playing team, but they also have a big man, so I'm excited to see how they work off each other. That big man being Tommy Kerr, standing at 6'7".
Yeah, a lot of size up and down these TOC fields, and at 6'7", Tommy Kurz is going to have his work cut out for him. Towers over the rest of the St. Mary's Southside team picture. Archbishop Hannan, they've got some size. You look at Drew Timmons, mention his name. He stands at 6'6". They've also got a 6'4" standout Anthony Thompson. They can throw Gabe Timmons at you. He stands at 6'4", the sophomore. And Brenton Gordon as well, or pardon me, Trey Jackson at 6'2". Brenton Gordon not quite that tall, but Trey Jackson, good size for the Hawks. Certainly the Hawks in blue and white on your screen. You see the white jerseys there for St. Mary's Southside. Going to be a good one here. A gray ribbon showdown contest at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And in the circle for St. Mary's this afternoon, Gary Johnson II at 6'4", and his counterpart Drew Timmons, the player we'll talk so much about for Archbishop Hannan, wins the tip-off. Hawks get it first. We're underway at Torry Gym. And the first possession goes to the Hawks. Here's Bryce Daniels. Daniels out top, moving downhill, kick to the corner, 3 on the way, short, rising up for the rebound, and hauling it in is Johnson for St. Mary's Southside. Gary Johnson II the rebound, and here are the Dragons.
Joey, I get the feeling we're going to have a fast-paced game just off this early action.
Out top, and here's Ethan Smith, going to hoist up a 3, count it, and St. Mary's Southside strikes first. The Dragons, I think they'll call that a 2, but a deep 2 from Ethan Smith out top. Teddy working through an audio issue, should have you now. A rebound for St. Mary's Southside, and it's the Dragons out to an early edge.
Yeah, I really like that approach on that early game, attacking the 3-ball.
There we go, loud and clear now. Teddy Ball and Joey Wright hanging out with you high atop Torry Gym. Here's Smith, who had the deep 2 a moment ago, and the rim, the glass, worked to his advantage. 2-possession lead for the Dragons. Brenton Gordon going to push it ahead. Now to the wing, Thompson. Thompson all the way across the court to an open Zach Loro. He can't knock it down. Rebound Dragons. Trying to work the fast break here. A 3, a little bit too strong from Smith. Couldn't get it to go.
I like the early confidence from Smith, though. He's firing on all cylinders, at least trying to.
Oh, and they were trying to work it down to the corner again. Second straight possession for Loro. Couldn't catch up with it. Pass was tipped out of bounds, I should say. And it'll stay home with the Hawks. Errol Goff is the head coach for Archbishop Hannan. His counterpart, Brian Turner, for St. Mary's Southside. St. Mary's number of famous alumni. 3 on the way won't go for Loro. Yogi Berra calling St. Mary's home. Layup won't go, and kicked out of bounds. Drew Timmons touched it last.
I think when you have 2 teams like this that are, they have a lot of depth, it really just comes down to who gets in their bag early on. When you have great players that can guard each other one-on-one, it comes down to the role guys.
Here's a great matchup between Gordon. Gordon wins the battle. Timmons a handoff to Gordon, and Gordon over along the wing to Loro, who's hoisted up a 3 to this point. Would have gotten a second look. Passes up an opportunity there, and Gordon tries to step through traffic. Shot clock down to 5, up and in, and a layup for Drew Timmons. And Teddy, as we've got a timeout, or a whistle, pardon me, not a timeout, but a foul on the floor. Timmons is going to make it look easy all night long.
Yeah, Timmons is one of their best players, all-state selection last year in the state of Louisiana as a junior, and he's going to go into his senior campaign strong. He's also committed to the U.S. Naval Academy to play basketball there, so he's going to be all over the stat sheet tonight.
And he was named to the Tournament of Champions 30 intriguing players to watch list. And for St. Mary's Southside, Zyree Collins was on that list as well. Here's a rebound, corralled. Moving forward is Bryce Daniels. Daniels to the corner, and losing it was Loro.
Joey, I think this Ethan Smith kid should have been maybe a mention on that 30 interesting players, because as soon as this game has started, he has been all over it defensively and offensively as he checks out. Double inbound.
Teddy, the pace in this game has, even though we've only got 6 combined points here through the first 3 minutes, we've seen both teams moving the ball, swinging it around. We've seen a couple of fast break opportunities. How about a downhill run won't go for Smith, and a rebound brought in by Daniels. Up and along, it's Anthony Thompson, corner, Loro, three. He's heating up, he got it, and that will vault the Hawks into a 1-point lead. Teddy, it seems like that's the strategy, right? Get it to Zach Loro in the corner, and that's his first three today. If he heats up, that could spell trouble for the Hawks. No mid-range jumper, a three in the corner instead. Air ball, look out. Opportunity, running in transition, and unable to get the layup is Timmons.
Didn't get it to go there, but good job of slowing down and not rushing himself on that shot.
Almost an and one, but 2 free throws instead for Gary Johnson the second. And last few possessions, Teddy, St. Mary's has been a little more adept at working it down low. Not getting them to fall just yet, but the last few minutes here, they've been a little more aggressive trying to force the issue.
Yeah, both teams are doing a good job early on, and it just takes adaptations. We've seen a couple of games. The first game we called today that I worked was, first quarter was very close, and both teams were clicking a little bit. And then, after that, the corrections going into the second quarter and beyond were what really made the difference.
Early in the season for these teams. Already 3 wins on the season for Archbishop Hannan, and 2 games for St. Mary's. They've split them 1-1. But early in the season, you're going to work out some jitters. And, I had a chance to talk with Archbishop Hannan coach Errol Goff before this one started. And he said what I think a lot of TOC coaches will tell you, a good opportunity to play some teams from around the country. In Covington, Louisiana, you're not going to necessarily see a lot of teams that play in the style of a team from St. Louis or, Detroit, Michigan, Milwaukee. Those are other teams in the Gray Ribbon Showdown. It's a good opportunity to step outside your comfort zone, right, the region you call home, and see what you've got against some good teams from around the country.
Yeah, it's a good way for these teams to humble themselves early on, too, go against good competition early on so they know what to expect in the playoffs.
Juneau from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Renaissance Phoenix from Detroit, Michigan. The only other teams in the Gray Ribbon Showdown. Tournament of Champions. Actually, 4 brackets, 4 groups, if you will. All the teams here in Washington this week don't compete for the same title. There's a couple different brackets and a couple different trophies to win. Good one in the early stages, 5-5 ball game as we've played about 5 minutes here. Brenton Gordon calling out the play. Shot clock is down to 15. On the wing, stepping through, kick out. And a drive and a block. I think that was tipped, but a rebound and another block. That's sent away. I think, Teddy, the first shot from Johnson was blocked. Or not Johnson, pardon me, Kobe Dantzler. I think his shot was blocked. And then again, another block to send it out of bounds.
Yeah, I was just about to say that credit to the great ball movement on that, but also credit to the defense, able to, not only just pick up one offensive player, but got the second.
Not Dantzler, pardon me, not in the game. There is, how about that, a little late shot clock action. They feed it down low to the big man, Timmons, the Navy commit, and he gets it to go, or did they wave that off? Teddy, I haven't seen them add the shot to the board, and now they do add it. So I was going to say, if they kept playing, it wasn't a shot clock violation. Down low, kick out. And nobody's home on the wing. What an effort to keep it in, but it's going to lead to a 2-on-2 opportunity for the Dragons. Stepping through too strong. Rebound that from Caden Ward wouldn't go, and a whistle.
I think one thing you can say, although the score is tight right now, Drew Timmons, a couple plays ago that I mentioned, really slowed it down when he got down there in the paint, and I think that's something that the Dragons could benefit off of. Like, although the great pace of play is good because you want to be able to, keep the pedal on the metal, but down low, slow things down a little bit more control, and you might see more success.
At the line for the Dragons is Gary Johnson, and Johnson to this point Don't believe he has entered the scoring column. Pardon me, 1 point for the Dragons already. Was a free throw earlier. First free throw is off the mark. I'd like to thank our entire Clutch Sports Media production crew as Jonathan gets the second free throw to go. Their hard work this week. Jonathan Michaels, our director. Charlie Schermerhorn, our producer in this one. Joey Wright and Teddy Ballhigh atop Torry Gym. A lot of great basketball left to play this week as there's an attempt from Gabe Timmons.
I think one thing you really see about, not necessarily that they're a perimeter-centric team, but one thing you see from perimeter-centric teams that work out really well is when they're able to feed the post. And if you can feed the post and get the distraction down low that it's working, you open up a lot of shots outside, and it seems like what they're trying to do.
Sent in, and it was a pass too low for Cornelius Woodard. And jetting up the floor is Smith. Hit a deep two to open the scoring in this game. Here's a handoff out top for Marvin Neals II. Neals on the block, and he's going to lose his footing, and that's a travel.
Seems like he tried to draw the contact on that one with two defenders on him, but the best play was probably a pass outside.
Anthony Thompson and Zach Loro back in for Archbishop Hannan. Loro a three-pointer a little bit ago. Up the timeline here, Archbishop Hannan going to push the pace. Kick out Timmons, three, got it. That's Drew Timmons. The other Timmons, Gabe Timmons, has touched the ball here the last few possessions. He's number 32. But Gabe Timmons, that's range, Teddy. That's why you're a Division I talent, when you can step outside as a 6'6" big man and knock it down.
And sometimes those wide open shots like that can be the most difficult ones. You get in your head a little bit, but not Drew Timmons.
Timmons feeds to Timmons, but a foul. Of course, 6'6" is not, it's big in a lot of high school games, but that's middle of the road in the college ranks. Minute 13 here for the Frame on an inbound. Out top to Dantzler. And threw it away. Was looking for Loro.
That one got tipped a little bit.
Thompson to inbounds. Thompson gets to Timmons in the corner. Good pass to Timmons. It was well contested. They go back to Timmons on the block and one.
You know, you obviously want to be able to guard every player on the floor, but when you got a player like Drew Timmons, you keep giving him these one-on-one opportunities. A play ago was a three that he left one like wide open because the double in the paint, but you know, you can't leave a player like him open because he will not miss those easy shots.
Hawks have 11 points. Timmons has 8 of them. That's a great point, Teddy. He's converting what's been given to him to this point. Dragons are going to have to make it just a little bit tougher for Timmons to execute. But the Hawks playing well. Still a 6-point game and a travel. Hawks defense feeding off that energy too. And we'll see if they perhaps Teddy go back to Drew Timmons, who's been the hottest player on the floor.
If you're the Dragons, you got to be really careful because although it's a 6-point game, we've seen a lot through this tournament just how fast it plays, how fast the quarters go by. You know, you don't have a lot of time to regroup, so don't want to go down by too much, especially early on.
Shot clock just north of 20. Oh, and a drive and a score. How about that from Anthony Thompson, the senior, making it happen. Spinning and driving and called for a travel was Chase Rowe. In for St. Mary's, Josh Grimes. First time we've called the sophomore's name tonight.
Now, Joey, that's 2 straight possessions now for St. Mary with a travel, so definitely something you got to talk about at the break. Try to regroup a little bit. Don't let those little mistakes beat you up.
Shot clock is off on this final possession for Archbishop Hannan. And we'll see if when that break arrives, It's a single-digit or double-digit lead for the Hawks. See if they bide their time and go along the perimeter here or what they might do. Here's Thompson. Thompson dribbling against Clark. Xavier Clark watches his man go to the left. Kick out, 3 on the way. Count it, Loro at the buzzer. Knocks it down. 11-point lead for Archbishop Hannan with 24 minutes to play.
Great shot, but also a great play to set that up by Anthony Thompson. Driving left, getting all the attention on him at the bucket, finds a teammate wide open in the corner.
What a shot that was from Zach Loro, his second 3 of the game. And Archbishop Hannan, after an evenly contested first half of the first quarter, opens it up a little to take an 11-point lead. We'll take a quick word for Enercon, powering up our timeouts at the Tournament of Champions this week. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. By Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out their menu on their website. They also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. And they feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like Keps on Facebook for more information. By Culver's, proud sponsor of this year's KBM TOC, the official pre- and post-game stop, for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their communities and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And didn't get the board in, but PJ Hare, also proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And as we have a foul called on the first play of the first quarter, PJ Hare sponsoring this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. Teddy, I've talked enough here the last minute. What are your thoughts on the start of the second?
I just wanted to mention one more thing, just kind of giving credit to Archbishop Hannan. This is a team that, although we're not too familiar with them, in Louisiana, a lot of people are familiar with them. They're 2022 state champions in 4A, and they're definitely a good program. That's why they have the lead right now. So it's going to be a tough test for St. Mary to try to get back in this one, but it's still early for them.
Archbishop Hannan looking to keep the pedal to the metal here. Here's a pass to Timmons, and that's good defense from St. Mary's. And trying to work the numbers in their favor, it'll be 2 free throws for Ronnell Johnson. Teddy, we talk about adjustments in that huddle, and that's a nice job by Brian Turner's group, playing the passing lanes and cutting off Timmons right at the source.
Yeah, defensively, even from the jump, they were right there with them. Both offenses were kind of clicking early, but you could tell the tenacity was there that eventually things would start clicking. So if they can get the defense going and get the offense flowing like it was in the very beginning of the first quarter, we could really see this team start to cut back on that lead.
Free throw on the way from Xavier Clark. Clark knocks it down. It is a 10-point game. Haven't seen Zaire Collins yet for St. Mary's Southside. 3 on the way, count that for Loro, his 3rd of the afternoon. Collins, of course, has offers from the likes of Lindenwood, Miami of Ohio, Murray State, St. Louis, SEMO, go down the list. Fellow member of that 30 intriguing players to watch list alongside Timmons. There's a foul.
Yeah, Joey, I'm hoping we can see him too. He was a player I had circled going into this matchup, obviously. He, to start the season, according to Metro Sports, in the area where they're from, 35 points per game to start the season in the opening week, and he's the all-time leading scorer in St. Mary's history with, I'm not sure the exact number, but still, he's a very exciting player, and that's why he's on that list.
Great program, great to be at the top of that list. 3 on the way, count it, for Jay Dantzler, the freshman, making an impact on this big stage. Pretty good crowd, I would say, and it'll fill up as the night goes along. Many more watching around the country. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. That's a blocking foul, Teddy. I want to go back real quick. That last foul on this end of the court, that was a charge. Of course, that's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. She's sponsoring all of the charges at this year's TOC. It didn't click in the moment, but I do want to go back and give Jody her credit there. And she's a easy presence to spot at this year's TOC, as she has been, of course, for a long time in Washington. Free throw good, 14-point game. Crowd still filing in. You see him running in front of the camera. It'll be a great night tonight, though, Teddy. You got Metamora, Washington, and Morton all in action, back to close this thing out tonight. And of course, when tonight's games conclude, we won't even be halfway through this year's TOC. But good crowd on hand, and it was a good crowd even at 9:45 this morning. I know you were on the call for that game. This community really embraces the tournament. Timmons embraces his second and third chance, finally gets it to go, and his brother Gabe Timmons was right in there with him.
But yeah, Joe, I mean, this community really does, and it's not just the Washington area, fans as well. Like you said, Metamora, Morton, all like the Middle Illini, Peoria area teams that play, they all show out and represent well.
That's knocked out of bounds, and yeah, it takes a rabid basketball fan to get out of the house early and check out two teams, from far off lands. But certainly Washington embraces this tournament every year, now in its 19th year, and I believe 17th year in Washington. It was at the Robertson Memorial Fieldhouse on Bradley's campus. Of course, now the site of Renaissance Coliseum when it first started back in 2006. And there's a shot for St. Mary's. Count that for Gary Johnson. Down low, Timmons. Timmons gets to the basket. Defense catches up, but Timmons wins the battle. Gabe Timmons, the sophomore.
Great patience by him.
It was good patience, Teddy. He could have gone up immediately. Defense caught up, and he had to adjust and made a pretty successful pivot.
Going back a little bit, a couple possessions ago, there was a play made by a freshman. I don't remember exactly who it was, but one thing we were talking about on the first broadcast was just how crucial these early season games are for not only the whole team but the freshmen as well, because it might be the first team game of the season, but it's also the first time these freshmen might get on the floor at all. So making big plays as a freshman in this tournament is a big deal.
It really is, and go back to Washington and Romeoville last night. Packed gym. And even more watching around the country on our stream, and big moments. You're playing in front of the big student sections and things like that, and there were some young players that stepped up in that game to make an impact down the stretch. And certainly that energy reverberates throughout the entire week here in Washington. And Teddy, the rotation a coach plays this week, next week, 2 weeks out from now through December, going to look a little different in a lot of cases than what you're going to play in late February, early March. So you're still kind of, as a coach, obviously you spend a lot of time with these kids in practice and in the off season, the weight room and things like that. But you really don't know what you've got until you're out testing it against other teams. On the wing, out to the corner. And a mid-range jumper. We've seen a lot of those this week. That won't go for Caden Ward, and a foul.
I think, me personally, mid-range J is just the best shot in basketball. It's the prettiest shot. It's the most cool to watch because you got to really, it's the art, the mid-range jumper.
When you've got a player that can be effective from that part of the court, like we see there from Timmons, really changes what you can do as a coach to game plan, and Timmons now has 13 points through Timmons.
He takes the best of his opportunities. He doesn't force anything.
Oh, and that's a three. Count that for Ethan Smith. And a timeout is called by Archbishop Hannan. Errol Goff wants to talk things over. And we'll talk it over with him, but first a word for Enercon Power. Enercon Engineering, I should say, sponsoring our Power Up timeouts at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us.
Joey, I think you got to hand it to Ethan Smith early on with, we're not sure why he's not playing, but Zyree Collins is not in the game for St. Mary's, but Ethan Smith, despite trailing early on, Ethan Smith has definitely stepped up in a big way, especially in that first quarter, and just had the shot right there in the last possession, but give him his credit because he's played pretty well.
He has, and I like what I've seen from this St. Mary's team here in the early stages. 7 points for Ethan Smith, 6 points for Gary Johnson II. That is the majority, overwhelming majority of their offense. Of those two, it's Johnson on the floor right now. Smith is off. And some new faces on the floor as well for Archbishop Hannan. Chase Marchetta is in. Another sophomore. This is a very young Archbishop Hannan team. Senior in Drew Timmons, senior in Anthony Thompson, and an and one for Timmons. And Brenton Gordon, a senior as well, to finish that point. Otherwise, it's all juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, and a lot of those players are sophomores and freshmen. Only 2 juniors.
Joey, that's really what builds a good program, because it's one thing to have players that develop into great players as their senior or junior year, obviously, but when you can have players that fill key roles as sophomores and even freshmen, that's something that continues on year and year. We see that in the Washingtons around here, the Metamoras especially, just players that really mold into great players and even start off as phenomenal ones as well.
Johnson up the floor, attacks and knocks it in from about halfway up the paint. Timmons in transition, lost it, kept in, and Smith's gonna run it. Looking for his options, connects with Marvin Neals. Neals drives and scores.
St. Mary running the full court press.
Turning up the pressure here, trying to cut into this now 14-point deficit and a hand check foul. 3 fouls now on each side. And of course, both these viewing audiences would be new to Illinois basketball, but 5 fouls in a quarter and you're in the double bonus, and the fouls reset after every quarter if you're new to IHSA rules. I'm not sure how other states do it, but so 3 fouls for each side with 3 minutes left. He could see some bonus free throws before this quarter's all said and done. Kept alive. Good play there from Chase Roan. Driving is Johnson. Johnson got it to go. Gary Johnson II.
Great athletic play by Johnson. Another thing I wanted to mention, going back to the rule set, like you said, was, we've talked a lot about the shot clock here for Illinois teams. I'm not sure how other states run things, but I will say this, for the most part in this tournament so far, there hasn't really been any teams that have struggled with it. I think a lot of these teams are fast-paced, high-aggression teams. Haven't seen it too much besides a couple of possessions in certain games.
There's a pass intercepted, and heating up now are the Dragons. Xavier Clark, a steal and score, and a timeout called by Errol Goff. Hawks want to talk it over. Their lead trimmed to 9. It's an Enercon power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon Engineering has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power.
It always seems like Coach Brian Turner for the St. Mary's Dragons after that last break really turned some things around. Now it's at the point where you've got the momentum in your favor. Now we've seen it before in some of these games where they close the gap a little bit and then they fade away. It's up to them if they really want to capitalize on this opportunity and get back into the game.
See what they do, see if that press returns. Stick around in halftime for our Uftring Tournament Central studio show. Drive. And a pass to Timmons. Timmons through. Timmons scores.
That's a little bit of the give and take with that press. When you run so tightly on it, you might lose a lane early on.
Johnson again on a drive is fouled. Best sign for St. Mary's. Johnson's only a junior, playing very well here at the TOC. 11 points and could cut this deficit to 7 with 2 makes. St. Mary's Southside, one of 3 teams from St. Louis on hand this week. Vachon and John Burroughs as well. And we saw Paideia last night. Not all that far away from St. Louis and that part of Illinois across the river. So that general area well represented here at the TOC. Archbishop Hannan, the lone representative from Louisiana. Here's Timmons up, and Timmons scores again. Drew Timmons. It's the Johnson versus Timmons battle, Teddy.
Timmons isn't necessarily a dominant physical player down low. He just has a lot of patience and plays with very good touch around the rim.
Oh, and an open 3. Got it. Out top, Anthony Thompson. Hawks don't have a lot of seniors, but the ones they have made a big impact today. And a pass thrown away, and just like that, Archbishop Hannan has bumped the lead back up to 14 points.
A little bit of a tug and war action to see if you can get back within that striking range again.
And a little contact there up across the timeline, and a foul. And that'll go against the Hawks, so free throws on the way for St. Mary's. Or no, well, yeah, that should be free throws, and they will make that correction.
Joey, another thing we talked about how good this Hannan team was. The program itself was phenomenal from years past, the state championship a couple years ago, but also just the level of college athletes that they dish out. Yesterday I saw something on their Twitter. Their team visited at Loyola Academy in Chicago. Just, kind of a cool little trip with your teammates to see the college level of things, and a lot of those players definitely could play at that level.
Free throw falls. 12-point game. That's a great point, Teddy. I rode the elevator down from my hotel room this morning with our Archbishop Hannan's head coach, Errol Goff, then bumped into him again here just before this one tipped off, and he mentioned that trip to Loyola Chicago. Got a chance to see the facility and kind of how they do things up there, and it was a really cool opportunity, he said, for his team.
I think you see a lot of players go on individual visits, but it's pretty unique for a whole team to go there. At least I've never heard too much about that, but cool experience for them, I bet.
Loyola Chicago has a fantastic arena. The Gentile Arena is a great place to see a game. Tight confines, but they fill it up, and they've played good ball at the Ramblers. And there's a 3 from Jay Dantzler. 15-point game. Beautiful campus in general, so I'm sure Archbishop Hannan's trip to Chicago was a lot of fun, making the most of their time up here in Illinois. There is a difference here between the shot and game clock. It's about 2 seconds, and St. Mary's is going to disregard it and shoot a 3 that falls. Marvin Neals for 3. 10 seconds left for Archbishop Hannan. Let's see. Down to 5. Here's Gordon. Gordon gives to Dantzler. Dantzler gives it up to the corner. A 3. I think the horn sounded. It won't count. Won't matter anyways. It was short. Paul Hoyt throwing up his first shot of the game. It was not a bad look given the circumstances.
Didn't get it to go, but that was a great setup by them. They know what that full court, not the full court press, but just the press in general, bringing over the double team. There's going to be somebody open. They found him in the corner, just a little bit of time off the clock, but overall, good setup for the shot.
And it takes us to the half with Archbishop Hannan ahead 42-30. here at the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. A gray ribbon showdown affair, and of course the whole tournament brought to you by OSF Healthcare. As we've arrived at halftime here, the fourth of 8 games today. We'll take a break and throw it down to our Uftring Tournament Central studio show. So stand by for that, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes here inside Raymond R. Torry Gym. Stick around. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within 1 business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome into Uftring Tournament Central. I'm Larry Larson, joined now by the general manager of the Peoria Chiefs. It's Jason Mott, not to be confused with former big league pitcher Jason Mott. Jason, good to see you, man.
Good
Thanks
to see
for taking
you.
the time.
I'm glad to be here. It's a great tournament.
A wonderful event, and I understand that you're here not just to watch basketball, but you've got your own show coming up here soon?
I do, yep. This is week 6 of Happy Hour with Jason Mott on 101 Fox Sports Radio right here in Peoria. So get to follow Jim and his show, and I'm really enjoying it. Kind of something different, a little different than running a baseball team.
It definitely is. Now, you've been with the Chiefs a long time, and you're able to see how a community is able to rally around a team. I think you see a lot of that same energy for an event like this. You know, a tournament with basketball, obviously different sports, different time of year, but it's just so much fun to watch the community rally around an event like this.
You know, I was just talking to back there, and it is like I lived here for 5 years and didn't know, but last night was electric. You know, I brought the boys after my son played. We had a high school or junior high game last night, but just to see the community and see the level of talent that comes here, you know, I've talked about this for the last several years. Like, if you don't come here, you're missing out. Like, it's for a great cause, but, you know, to see the amount of talent, like, then this is, you know, this another year. I mean, I'm super excited for today's games.
Of course, a lot of good ones coming up here. And a quick programming note before we dive too far. So this is one YouTube stream. We have a second YouTube stream for our last 5 games of the night, so we will be switching streams after this game ends. So, Peoria Chiefs, how was the season?
It was okay. It was all right. It was better off the field than it was on the field, but
it's always the goal for your job.
That is the goal for my job, you know, and that's what the funny part. People don't know. They think I'm in charge of players. Like, no. I wish I was, but no, it's always a lot of fun. I mean, this was year 10, and Peoria. It's hard to believe it's been 10 years since I've been in Central Illinois, but you know, we live here in Washington, you know, a few minutes away, and we love it. You know, I love being in Central Illinois. I'm a small town kid, so this is good enough for me. You know, when you think about it.
Now, you know, being a Washington resident, you know, you're able to see what this event means to the community. What does it mean to be able to bring in all the talent and all these different teams from across the country?
You know, to me, just as an operator, it's crazy to think about. You know, getting all these teams around and being a part of this tournament, but knowing what it's for. You know, we're raising all this money for a good cause. You know, you see it here. People love basketball in this community. Central Illinois is a huge basketball community, and it's something that, you know, we got local teams, but you got teams from around the country. Like, where would we ever get a chance to see St. John Bosco's, one of the top teams in the country? Like, I can't wait for that game. I'm a little bummed. I might have to be watching it on Clutch as I'm heading to Iowa tonight, but I think the community has really rallied behind this the last several years. I mean, 19 years, and you think about all the guys that have been here. You know, that's the crazy part. I remember watching Tyler Hero a few years ago, texting my Kentucky friends going, this guy's garbage. You know, he's a prima donna. And, you know, and then here he is playing in the NBA, and he's actually a real good player, but I'm just not a Kentucky fan, so that was more probably a shot at Kentucky than it was the kid itself. But it's a fun week. It's one of my favorite weeks of the year, honestly.
Good thing that you're not a basketball scout, I guess.
No. And it's funny. I was in college. I was part of the basketball team at SEMO.
Yeah.
And thought college basketball was going to be my kind of what I was going to do. And then we'll say that, you know, running a baseball team is a close second.
Yeah, it worked out pretty good. And, you know, you bring up all the talent that's been here. Looking just past you on the Den of Honor banner, Anthony Davis staring me down on the sign over there. So you think back to a lot of great seasons, and I think this season might be a one that a lot of people look back on as a great field.
Hopefully everybody gets here. I mean, I know you can watch it online, but, you know, you can't beat the atmosphere. Last night it might have been the loudest I think I've seen it, just for the Washington and Romeoville game, and then, you know, it was really cool to see the girls play.
It was.
You know, that was a really good matchup.
Now with Peoria Chiefs coming up this season, anything exciting on the docket in terms of promotions, ticket packages you'd want to pitch?
We're kind of still putting together our plans, giveaways and theme nights. I mean, we'll do a lot of the normal stuff, but, you know, we're looking at, you know, trying to figure out what bobbleheads to do this year. You know, it'd be interesting because you got the Cardinals are going to change. We're going in a rebuild finally. You know, it's something that probably needed to happen. So it'll be interesting to see. You know, we're going to try to really tie into more to communities, having nights with specific communities, Washington, Dunlap, Morton, Peoria, you know, all that kind of stuff, just to really do as what we can. We want to be more involved in the community. I think that's the ultimate goal. We're trying to get out more.
You know, I think baseball fans hear the word rebuild and it sends chills down their spine, but rebuilds are a good thing for minor league teams.
It is a really good thing, and that's what they've told me with Hein Bloom coming in, you know, next year replacing Mo, that is supposed to help our minor league. We haven't won a championship since 2002. It'd be nice to get another one, I think, get a new trophy in the stadium somewhere.
Hey, playoffs 2 years ago, not too far removed from that in the Midwest League, so.
Yep.
Hey, it's Peoria Chiefs. Always fun to watch. Dozer Park, great family-friendly venue. So, hope to catch a game there sometime in the near future.
You're always welcome.
I'm a little bit everywhere, but would love to make it back for a game sometime.
Perfect.
So.
We'd love to have you.
Jason, appreciate your time.
Thanks
so much for jumping in during Tournament Central. And
my pleasure.
Good luck on your show. I would say have a good call. I don't know what you tell somebody before a talk show. So.
I don't know.
Have a good show.
We'll have fun.
Sounds good. That's Jason Mott, General Manager of the Peoria Chiefs. Larry Larson saying, we'll talk to you in a bit. We're going to send it back to the gym after a short break. This has been During Tournament Central.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Welcome back to Raymond Dar Torry Gym in Washington Community High School. It's the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Halftime of Game 4 of Day 2. Archbishop Hannan and St. Mary's Southside locked in a good one. Archbishop Hannan a 12-point lead. And you get a look at the ball boys there. Great look from our camera operators here throughout this one. And those basketballs, those basketballs haven't been responsible for a lot of threes, maybe during warm-ups, but the game ball has been the ball that has gone through the 3 points, has gone through the hoop a lot tonight, Teddy, if I could talk.
You're right. Definitely got to give credit to the ball boys. Practice shots definitely help out for the game, and we've seen quite a few shots from beyond the arc so far in the first half.
Saw a number of them from Gary Johnson. We saw Drew Timmons step out and hit a 3. Jay Dantzler, Zach Loro hit a 3 at the buzzer, to beat the first quarter buzzer.
Seems like Loro hasn't gotten the ball a whole lot, but it seems like that's a pretty good game plan to them. They had great ball movement on some certain sets where they set up Loro phenomenally in the corner, and obviously had the one in the first quarter. I'd be surprised if they don't go back to that at some point here in this half.
Instead, they go down low to Timmons, and the pass is rooted away. St. Mary's stepping through, up off the glass, and a travel called on the first possession of the half for St. Mary's South Side.
Tough break, but good attacking to get to the rim there.
By the way, you saw that look at the ball boys and that whole rack of Wilson basketballs. To follow up on that point, it is a new basketball being used in Illinois this year. The IHSA transitioning to the Wilson Evo NXT model. 3 on the way, a little strong. And off the glass, count that for Timmons. And that might not mean a whole lot to these teams from out of state. All the different states use their own basketballs. Drew Timmons knocks that one through. 44-32 is our score. But that's been kind of an interesting point at the start of this IHSA basketball season. The new basketball, you try it out, you see what it does differently, what it does the same. At the end of the day, a basketball is a basketball, but this one, I'm told, maybe sticks on the glass a little bit, whereas the other ball, the old model, slides. And so teams that we'll see this week have made that adjustment here over the last couple of weeks.
It can definitely make a difference. When you mentioned it, I didn't even know about it, but thinking about it, I think back to the 05-06 NBA season, they changed the basketball, and a lot of people didn't think about it, but it really was at a high level like that. It can really change a lot of things, and they didn't particularly like that when they changed it back, but we'll see. Seems like a pretty high level of basketball is being played at the IHSA level with the new one.
Loose ball, and Timmons gets it on the baseline, contact, and on the floor is the foul. That's a block. Timmons going right at his man. Call that foul on Xavier Clark. Yeah, that's a NBA. I think the new IHSA ball has been a little better received than that NBA ball. Certainly.
That NBA one was just horrible. Horrible design.
Open 3 in the corner. Loro, he doesn't care what ball he's shooting with. He's raining threes, and this one hits another one there, and it's a 16-point game.
Not quite the setup like we talked about a couple of seconds ago, but still Loro in the corner, lethal shooter.
Spinning and almost taking the lid off was Chase Roan. Couldn't knock that down. Loro has plenty of space. Passes up the deep 3. Instead, they're going to try to work it down low. And a foul is called as they tried to work it to the block.
Joey, one of the things we didn't get to talk too much about, like keys for the second half, but if I'm Archbishop Hannan, you got to stay with the pace of play that they have. It was phenomenal. They're very patient in a lot of possessions, and you don't want to rush things. That's exactly what they didn't do in the first half. So you got a comfortable lead, play your brand of basketball, and you'll see success.
3 on the way. A little short, not much, from Anthony Thompson. St. Mary's South Side not out of this, certainly. A lot of great athletes on that Dragons side, and a 3 just short would have locked in some momentum for the Dragons, but Josh Grimes couldn't convert.
We've seen a stretch like this before where, there's usually about a 10-point deficit, but then it goes a little bit out of reach, and then, St. Mary's pulled it back in within 7. So it's definitely within reach, and they got time to do it. They're just going to have to execute on all cylinders.
And a 3 to start it. Maybe that's a start for St. Mary's Southside. Ronell Johnson. First time he has scored tonight. He's got 3 points, for number 2. all the way across the court to Lauro. Passes up a three. There's that patience, Teddy, you talked about a moment ago. They go to Timmons, and patience pays off. Timmons off the glass. 21 points for Drew Timmons, and Gabe Timmons has played well also. And Timmons almost got a steal there, instead out of bounds.
You know, Joey, Timmons, and I mean this in no disrespectful way, but he's kind of a player where you see it play out of a game, and you don't really think about how many points he has, and then you look up at the end, you're like, wow, this kid's got 20, 30 points. I mean, he's not the flashy, very, seemingly athletic, although he is, but he plays this brand of basketball, and he does a good job at it. He's very patient, like we've been talking about, that word patience, and that's what he does. He's played so well tonight because of it.
Hate to keep referencing that Romeoville-Washington game from last night. It's maybe not of the utmost interest to listeners from Louisiana or Missouri in a different bracket. These teams won't play Romeoville or Washington this week, but Damian Porter Jr. had a very similar game where, in fact, I think he finished the first half with 4 points, so he was a little quieter in the first half. Hold that thought, look out, fast break, one-handed finish. Breaking free is Anthony Thompson. Slams it home.
They're really starting to heat up now.
And throwing it away is Johnson. Nobody was home.
Their offense, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say Bretton Gordon was in the area, but pass a little high.
Their offense has stayed pretty similar to what it was, very effective, but it's been their defense what I think has really flipped the tides here. And they had a decent lead going into the third quarter, but now they just keep building on it, and that's because of their defensive presence. They're swarming the ball very well, not leaving anybody too open, and when it is, they're able to get there quick enough to break it up. But overall, credit to their defensive ability to start this second half.
Take a minute to remind you that Enercon Engineering has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging for nearly 50 years. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Engineering, a power-up timeout. Just to put a wrap on that tangent about Washington and Romeoville from last night, Damian Porter Jr. had a very similar game, though. 4 points in the first half, and then he finished over 30. Of course, a little bit of a better showing in the opening 16 minutes from Drew Timmons, certainly, but he has been responsible for almost half of Archbishop Hannan's points at 21. So even though they've spread the ball around well, right at the core of it has been Timmons.
He's one of those players that seems like he just really fits the system well, and I think that's why he'll excel at the next level, because the college level isn't very independent-based, and not that this team plays like that, but he can definitely fit into a role like that.
Timmons the rebound and a block. How about that from Johnson? Timmons again in on the rebounds, looking for an open man. Shot clock resets all the way back to 35. Three. Almost the 5th consecutive point for Kobe Dantzler, or for Anthony Thompson, pardon me. A foul there as Niels tried to work his way to the rack.
Kind of the give and take that St. Mary's is dealing with right now with trying to play so fast and getting down there. They have done a good job at getting there, but say you missed that first opportunity when you're at 1-on-3 or 1-on-1, 1-on-2. There's not a good opportunity to get the offensive rebound and set up another shot if you don't make it.
Inbound goes to Ramon Jones. Jones steps through, traveled. Only seen one charge in this one. Remember, there are charges throughout the TOC, brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. There you get a look at her information. 309-693-1103, jodybrown.agency.com. And do we have oh, there's a charge. We spoke it into existence.
That's a good broadcaster's jinx right there.
How about that? I'm sure Jody Brown likes that. I was just lamenting how we'd only seen the one. And seconds later, we get our second charge of the contest. I know Charlie had it ready over there on the computer. He was on it. John Michaels, our director, doing a great job down there. And a 3 will fall for Jaden White-Miller, the freshman. Again, Teddy, we talk about those younger players coming in and making a big impact in Washington. And Lauro for 3, too strong.
And despite the lead being in double digits, you still got to give them credit. They're hanging with a team that is a phenomenal program. You know, Hannan's no joke in the state of Louisiana. Like I mentioned earlier on, 2022 state champions. You know, the last 4 seasons they've had more than 20 wins. So they're definitely no team to slouch. And this St. Mary's team has done a great job at, you know, battling through it.
Absolutely, and this St. Mary's team certainly will have a lot of success back home this season. There's a pass, miscommunication, and Errol Goff not happy with that throw, which went to nobody and sailed out of bounds. And that's what this is all about, too. You know, even though you're up 15 points, you're playing a good St. Mary's team. This game's not over. You certainly don't want to let your foot off the gas pedal. And a shoe has come off. And let's see. Whistled, and the shoe will return. Who lost that? Teddy, did you see who the...
That was Jordan Frazier. For St. Mary.
Frazier lost the shoe. First time we've called his name today.
I give him credit though. He didn't travel on that. Lost his shoe, still kept his foot.
Maybe that's a good way to practice the pivot foot, right? Do it in socks.
Looks like another thing happened on the floor there. The grate at the center court, player just slipped on that. It came unloose.
Let's see. Look out. Downhill kick corner 3. A whistle before the 3, which doesn't go. You're right.
Yep.
You're right. Right. I was looking at the other. Great, but yeah, I didn't even notice. Right at the center of the floor, that volleyball post came out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it a little wet or something around the area, and then it slipped and pushed it out, or what. But it seems like they got it fixed.
I called that a volleyball. Obviously, you wouldn't use the one in the middle of the floor for volleyball. Might injure some players going up at the net, but they get it all squared away.
Some substitutions for St. Mary.
Cuts it to 14, does the free throw from Josh Grimes.
I think another thing to mention too is, you know, the absence of Zyree Collins. So although this game is still pretty competitive and Hannan has a lead, but it's without the help of Zyree Collins, one of the best players for St. Mary.
3 in the corner, knocking it down, Cornelius Woodard. Sophomore, another Woodard, a freshman, is Cordarius Woodard. And the lead is back up to 17 points. St. Mary's, though, has done some good things offensively lately, and inside the three-point line, a 2 won't go from Josh Grimes, but a second chance effort. Xavier Clark making it happen.
Another thing we're mentioning, the sophomore, Xavier Clark, making plays, the second chance opportunity.
Bounce pass, Lauro to the block. Up strong, count that one for Marvin Meals, or pardon me, Bryce Daniels. Had the wrong 24.
Well, Joey, I think, you know, with a minute left, it's pretty safe to say Hannan will come out of this one, but there's a lot of positives to take for St. Mary. A very strong game for them.
And another charge. A Jody Brown State Farm charge with 42 seconds left in the third. 309-693-1103, JodyBrownAgency.com. Jody Brown State Farm sponsoring our charges at this year's TOC. .15 game here late in the third. If there is another Archbishop Hannan foul, St. Mary's Southside is in the bonus for the rest of the quarter, and then the foul's reset. 3 is short from Ethan Smith. And a whistle on the loose ball, and that will lead to an inbound. I think there was some confusion, but Archbishop Hannan will inbound it with the shot clock off. So, Teddy, what are you drawing up here for this last play of the third quarter?
I mean, I don't try to keep doing what your game plan is. It's obviously a different personnel out there, but still stick to your brand of basketball.
Here's Timmons through traffic, tips it up and in. I don't think he caught the rebound. Teddy, I think he just tipped it at the basket, and it falls.
Get a little volleyball set in there.
There you go. 10 seconds left.
Ooh. Joey, was there a specific moment in this game where you felt like that's when the tide kind of turned? Or do you think it was just an accumulation of the constant pressure brought on by Hannan?
Well, I don't think St. Mary's Southside has played poorly. I just think Archbishop Hannan has been very effective from the field in this one. Let's see if they can get another one before the third quarter ends. There is a foul on the three. Drawing contact and getting it to go, Kobe Dantzler. And Dantzler will go to the line for, let's see if three can knock in three to make it a 20-point game. Less than a second left for the penultimate quarter.
Joey, that is my apology. I just slipped my mind. I thought we were in the fourth quarter. That's why I asked you that question. This game is definitely within reach.
I was going to say, you're calling this one a little early.
A little bit.
61-43 the score. But to your point, though, I think it's a valid question, and certainly we'll see what the fourth quarter brings. I mean, I think St. Mary's Southside's played a fine game. Certainly, I just think it's been Archbishop Hannan very effective from the field.
I was gonna agree with you on that one in terms of I feel like there hasn't been a moment where it feels like it's slipped away, because it's always been within reach, and it still is. They've had those chances to capitalize. There's got to be able to strike and get within, that last couple of points.
Full court heave, almost had a Sports Center top play, but it hits the glass and caroms away from the rim. That's how the third quarter ends. It's an Enercon power-up timeout here between quarters. Glad to have Enercon on board. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. By Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu, their menu, I should say, on their website. They also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 o'clock and Texas Hold'em at 6 o'clock every Sunday night. Follow and like Keps on Facebook for more information. By Culver's, proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you from Clutch Sports Media and the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Didn't get the board in for PJ Hare, but they are sponsoring the Building for the Future all-academic team at the TOC. They wish all teams good luck and cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma.
Well, Joey, going into this fourth quarter, what are some things that St. Mary can do to get back in this one?
Well, I think they've got to play the passing lanes and try to cut off Drew Timmons and Gabe Timmons as well. Of course, that said, it has not just been Timmons. It's been Loro for 3 a couple of times, including right there. It's been the likes of Anthony Thompson. Brenton Gordon has stepped in. We've seen Bryce Daniels in on a few plays as well. So Archbishop Hannan is getting good contributions from up and down the roster. I think you got to play the passing lanes and try to force some steals and cut off your problems at the source. Here's Thompson, fast break, and 1. Running into Elsa Olmstead there after the play, and Knox Mine at our social media team. Knox has taken, and Elsa has taken as well, great photos this week and running the CSM socials. And it's Thompson crashing that direction after barreling downhill for the and 1.
great start to the fourth quarter for them. Another thing I want to mention, I think one thing that really separates good from great teams is that a lot of good teams are, they shoot the ball very well, or they attack down low very well, and they might be maybe subpar in other areas. What separates those great teams is, when you're able to shoot very well, and then maybe you're getting guarded on a good night, on a bad night, and you can alternate and switch to different alternatives, and that's exactly what Hannan has done tonight. They're able to go down low, and when that doesn't work or when that gets swarmed around, you're able to pass outside, and they have effective shooters. And that's why they have the lead in the fourth quarter.
Really impressed with how the Hawks have played in this one. Hawks and Dragons going at it, and there's a pass intercepted. Look out, 5-on-5, all running downhill. Thompson again out of bounds.
That pass just a little out of his reach, but that would have been a beautiful bounce pass.
How about that? That was 10 players running full speed, hurtling toward the baseline. And the Dragons win that battle. They get it to the wing, and Gary Johnson, who's played very well tonight, and it's Ethan Smith with a deep two. I think, Teddy, a turning point for me was when St. Mary's cut into the deficit and got it down to 7 or 8 points. And after that, Archbishop Hannan really limited the Dragons' big plays. Certainly the scoring didn't stop after that point, but that's when it really felt like it kind of flipped back in favor of the Hawks.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I think you got to give them credit for getting back into the game, but when you're on a momentum ride like that and you're feeling good and then everything just crumbles, it's very hard to build that back up. And, they are going against a good team, so they shouldn't hang their heads too low, but still, they're a phenomenal team, missing some of their best players and playing good basketball even despite that.
3 on the way. Count that one for Ronell Johnson. And Ronell Johnson now has a pair of three-pointers to his name this afternoon. Timmons kicks it out. Thompson. Brenton Gordon passed up the 3. Shot clock down to 20. 3 on the way. Knocks it down, does Thompson. Sorry to cut you off, Teddy, but Anthony Thompson, we've talked, I think, a lot about Drew Timmons, but Thompson had the flush earlier. He's been effective from downtown. Really can score from anywhere on the floor from what we've seen here in this one. He's played very well.
What I was going to say was kind of just going off that as well. Timmons, what he's able to do is he's obviously a great scorer, but he also has a lot of, gravity down low, and he's able to draw defenders towards him. He's a great facilitator. He's able to find his teammates that are so effective, like Thompson. Both of them phenomenal players.
3 on the way, and another 3 for Archbishop Hannan. It's raining from downtown. Zach Loro's been responsible for a lot of the storm. Thunder's in another 3. He's got 18 points. See if he gets another one here. Passes up the heat check, centers it up. Down low, Timmons. There's the patience, Teddy. You called it earlier, and he is responsible for the 75th and the 74th point of the game for Archbishop Hannan.
I just want to say I genuinely like their brand of basketball, just all around. It's not one specific player. They play the team game the right way. And
Loro in transition. Loro wanted the one-handed slam. He's going to get a chance for 2 free throws. We've seen Loro behind the three-point line so often in this one. Teddy, I didn't expect him to rise up into the air and attempt that, but we haven't also seen him in transition yet. How about that?
That was impressive. Obviously didn't come down with it, but if it wasn't for the foul, I think he would have. Credit to him. Showing depth in his game for sure.
Gets the first free throw to go, and it'll be a platoon swap here, it looks like, for Archbishop Hannan. Might as well test it out on the big stage. I want to see him finish one of those.
This is, I will say for the substitution, this is quality minutes. It's not like it's a minute left in the game. This is 4.5 minutes left in the game for these players to get a good feel of tough competition.
Oh, absolutely. And with the shot clock, we're not going to see one team stall and hold the ball here for an extended period of time. whistle there and a foul. And a timeout, pardon me, called, I think, before the ruling came in. So it's an Intercon power-up timeout. And Intercon, for nearly 50 years, has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career with Intercon Power. Visit interconpower.com. 35 seconds on the shot clock. Well, now this shot clock is at 26 seconds for the possession, but 35 seconds is what the IHSA uses. I think that's the NFHS standard for the shot clock. And, I think, like for the NBA, 24 seconds is perfect. The college game has transitioned to a 30-second shot clock. I think 35 seconds, for me at the high school level, that's good. That's a happy medium between your teams that would prefer, not to play with one at all, and your teams that run and gun, and a shot clock's not going to matter much anyways.
Yeah, some teams prefer to play the more methodical brand of basketball and slow things down, which is respectable. And other teams, like to play kind of a 7-second offense where they go out there and their whole plan is to try to score as fast as possible, get the score going. I agree with you. Happy medium for both sides. And 35, I think, is perfect for IHSA. I'll be interested to see, obviously right now it's for tournaments and stuff like that, but, maybe throughout the years if it elevates to more than that.
I want to remind our viewers here as we start to approach the end of this game, our coverage from the 2024 KBM TOC continues, but we are going to switch to a new stream. If you're watching on YouTube, it'll be available as a new video very shortly after this game ends. And if you're watching on ClutchSportsIL.com, just refresh the page a few times when this game goes final. Next game is scheduled to start at 4 o'clock, and we'll have it for you. YouTube, our hosting platform, and we found out the hard way, Teddy, the first year we did the TOC. It only saves 12 hours of a video, of a live broadcast. So I think we had a Washington game that is now lost to time. It's in the ether somewhere. So to prevent that, we'll switch to a new broadcast and get things back on track here soon. I think it's like a 14-hour day or something from start to finish.
They're long days, but they're fun.
Yeah. Maybe a little shorter than that with how they've changed the schedule here in years past. Got started at 9:45 this morning. We will start at 4:30 tomorrow on Thanksgiving. We do have 4 games for you on Turkey Day. Hope you have a good holiday with family and friends. And then 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. And not in the morning, but
I didn't even catch that.
4 games for you tomorrow, and then 8 on Friday and 8 on Saturday. And, with a one-handed flush! Get out of the way for Gary Johnson.
I kind of started to calm down a little bit as this game winds down, but St. Mary had other plans.
Down low to Timmons, out of bounds. Gary Johnson the second. 2 one-handed dunk attempts from out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting that from Gary Johnson the second either, but he's able to convert his. And it's a scary sign for opponents who are going to face the Dragons as the season goes along. 6'4" junior Johnson can get it done. Here's a drive up, nothing off the glass. Down low, Timmons. Patience, kick out, 3. Patience pays off. Top of the key, knocking it down, Cornelius Woodard, his second 3 today.
Joey, I'm not sure if they're, I'd imagine they're related, Drew Timmons and Gabe Timmons, and they play a semi-similar game to each other, but one thing you got to say is they're both good at basketball.
One thing you got to say is, wow, there's Timmons on the fast break. The younger one, Gabe Timmons. Fading away, step back, count that one. Josh Grimes. Well, it's been a fun fourth quarter, even with the outcome in hand. We've seen threes, we've seen dunks. Ethan LaSalle from downtown. Hawks might be gunning for 100 points. didn't think they'd have a chance at it. See if they can get there.
You got to give them their credit. Their second unit here in the fourth quarter, we talked about giving them good minutes, good opportunity, but they've taken that and ran with it. They're looking like a regular team we'd see as like the starting lineup.
Oh, yeah, and here's Paul Hoyt coming in. Remember, he took the last shot of the first half. I think the buzzer sounded maybe before he got it off, so in the scorebook might not count as a shot, but ball was in his hands when the time expired. And Hoyt down low, can't steal it away. There's another shot from Grimes from right under the hoop. Don't think the Hawks can get to 100 points. I think they'll. And I now further believe that after that missed three. Not that I don't think that was the intention to run up the score there, but I think that just goes to show you, Teddy, how effective they've been in the fourth quarter. We've seen dunks, we've seen threes, everything in between. We've seen a few mid-range jumpers as this game's gone along.
I think. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the players and stuff like that, how effective and good they are. But you got to give credit to Errol Goff. He's been the guy that drawing up the plays, has the game plan. The players follow what he says, and he obviously knows what he's doing in his 8th season with the team.
10 seconds left in this one. Shot clock is still on. They're separated by about a second, so maybe one more shot coming up from Archbishop Hannan. They will not take a shot. They'll let the shot clock expire, and one more inbound, and that'll do it. And the Dragons going to try to get one shot off. Horn sounds, shot goes. I don't think it will count. Josh Grimes knocks it down. Was a good shot, but the buzzer did sound, they say, before it left his hands. And so 88-56 is going to be our final score from Game 4 of Day 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. So we're going to take a quick break here on ClutchSportsIL.com, and then we'll come back high atop Torry Gym and send you out. Remember, we'll pick up a second broadcast for the afternoon session here shortly, and that's coming up on ClutchSportsIL.com. But first, we'll take a break, then Teddy Ball and I will come back and wrap this one up. The game that was Archbishop Hannan, an 88-56 winner over St. Mary's Southside. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you after this break. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within one business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. Back inside Raymond R. Torry Gym in Washington, 88-56, the final score. Archbishop Hannan over St. Mary's Southside of St. Louis, Missouri. Joey Wright and Teddy Ball high atop Raymond R. Torry Gym. Getting ready to send this stream out, and we'll pick up a second stream shortly on our YouTube channel, Clutch Sports Media, and on our website, ClutchSportsIL.com. Again, you can only stream, I think, 12 hours on a YouTube video before it stops archiving it. So we don't want to miss any of the great basketball we're going to see later tonight. But Teddy, first, the game that was. St. Mary's played well. Archbishop Hannan played better. I think it was a little closer than the score would suggest. Game kind of pivoted a little in the fourth quarter, but nonetheless, a well-deserved win for Archbishop Hannan. That is a fun team to watch.
It definitely is. I mean, even when it was close, they still had the lead the whole time. It never really was in the hands of St. Mary. It was kind of like they were playing catch-up the whole game and just couldn't quite get over the hump. And that's no discredit to them. Like you mentioned, they played a great game of basketball, and they're a good team. So, looking forward to the rest of the season, like that's what we mentioned. That's why you play these games in the early season. You get a feel of that competition and, get humbled, a little roughed up early on. And so that way, for the rest of your schedule, you at least know that there are things to improve on. There's things that you can get better at. And St. Mary knows what that is. I'm sure they'll identify it. But on the other side of the ball for Hannan, give them credit because they played a phenomenal brand of basketball. Even when it was close, they kept it. They kept on the driver's seat on the driver's seat in that one and just kept flowing, doing their thing.
They sure did. And two good teams to watch on Friday. Detroit Renaissance and Archbishop Hannan. And tomorrow. I'm looking to see. St. Louis St. Mary's back to start the Friday slate at 9 o'clock. St. Louis St. Mary's and Milwaukee Juno. We got to go, Teddy. We've got some work to do before this next game starts, certainly. But great game, great crowd on hand here in Washington to watch it. And thanks for being with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. 88-56 the final score. We'll have more on our new stream for you soon on ClutchSportsIL.com. Thanks for being with us, everybody.